All right, I think we are almost ready here. We should have both of our YouTube streams going. We have TikTok going here now. Twitch should be up and running. Give me just a moment. I'll double check our other YouTube stream, make sure that's up. And then we should be ready to rock and roll, friends. My phone's open for notification, so hopefully I won't miss a notification. Yeah, both the streams are up. Should be ready to go. Cool. Awesome. Hey, welcome in, friends. It's Monday. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Before I do anything, let me check the audio levels. Audio levels look good. Hey, hope everyone had a good one. And I don't know what it was like for y'all, but we had a friggin' beautiful weekend. And then today it's snowing because what are you gonna do? Friggin' snow. That's what happens when you live in the Midwest, y'all. You have one day of fucking 70-degree weather, and then the next day is snowing. So it is spring in the Midwest. It is what it is, but do what we can. Friends, we should have some people loading up in the guest boxes momentarily. I'm going to remind everyone, if you want to get in and you don't have TikTok, you can use the link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ Live. And of course, if you want to use TikTok, you can just hit that guest request button and you'll get in the old-fashioned way using the TikTok queue. Also, hey, if you're watching on Twitch, you can call in using the link on the screen as well. You don't have to have like a YouTube or a Twitch account to use the link. All you got to do is plug the link into your browser and you'll be ready to rock. Our word, thank you for this 666 friend, says, truly, I say to you, are you able to supply your P.O. box so we can send you stuff? I'm starting all my sentences with this now in order to sound cool. Actually, it worked for Jesus. And I do. So it is in my link tree, and my link tree is linked in all my profiles, and it's linked in the video. If you go to the video description, you'll find a link to my link tree as well. But give me a second. I'll show you. I'll put it on the screen real quick. Let me find it where my browser ended up at. Is it that one? Nope, that's not it. Is it that one? Nope, that's not it. Must be that one. That's not it. Let me try. Okay, it's not. 1 second. My OBS, for one reason or another, is deciding it does not know where my browser is. So let me restart my browser extension. Hopefully that'll take care of it. That might be it. Let's see. Is that it? Nope, that's not it. Wow. Really, there we go. We got her. Okay. Fantastic. Wunderbar. So here is my link tree. If you find it in any of my profiles, you'll find in my link tree it'll say mailing address somewhere in the middle. Click on that and it'll give you, it's just a printout of the mailing address. It's 911 Graham Road, number 45. It's like the suite that they're in. It's a UPS location. Box 120 in Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio 44221. So if there's something you need to send me, whether you want me to sign your Bible or anything like that, which I'm more than happy to do, that's how to do it. It'll be in my link tree and all my profiles for anyone who needs it. Appreciate asking. And Chodicus Maximus, holy shit, starting the live off strong with a $199 tithe. Unfucking believable. To Doug. And big thank you, my friend. That really helps the channel a lot. Really appreciate it. I would say Doug should put a smoke offering up for you today. Holy shit. Thanks you, Chodicus. Good to see you, friend. Hope you're doing well. Also, speaking of friends, Gretchen. Thank you so much for the 311. Says 42 seconds late, slacker. I know, usually I try to hit that go button like right at the go time. Like just right right when it's time to hit go. But I was late today. In fact, I might have to get someone's gonna have to write me up. I'm gonna need a pink slip today. If someone can work on getting me a pink slip, I'll glad, or maybe a detention. Do I have to serve a detention? How does this one work? I've got questions, but I'm more than happy to do my penance. Bird Keeper, good to see you today, friend. Hope you're doing well. Says watching a lot of debates recently with this and was really curious about the whole tag argument. I can't come up with the reason why the argument of morals being society based isn't a good argument for them verse there. Well, tag has a lot of different formats. There's a number of different ways to run tag. And to me, I think tag always fails because a lot of people that run tag believe in transcendental categories. I don't. So I think that for me, the biggest hurdle with running tag is trying to convince me that there are transcendental categories, like they think the mind is transcendental, or they'll say like math is a transcendental category. I don't believe any of that shit. So I don't really have a good reason to they can't get anywhere with me. Now, if you do believe in transcendental categories, then there might be a good reason to engage in the tag discussion, but I don't know. I have not seen a good reason. I'm not a Platonist. I haven't seen a good reason to believe in any transcendentals. So, and because of that, it's, I don't know, for me, it's just kind of a non-starter. So they're going to ask you to like ground these transcendental categories. I don't think they even exist and need to be grounded. So it's, like I said, it's just a non-starter with me at least. But nevertheless, we have two guests that want to get in. I think one is a friend and one I think is opposition, if I remember correctly. I think David is a believer, and Skepticus, I don't recall. I thought Skepticus was an atheist like me, but we'll find out real quick. Welcome in, Skepticus.
Hello. I'm not trying to crash things. Some of the other moderators had said that maybe I could be like a guest sitting in, kind of. But I mean,
buddy,
I'm not trying to impose on anything there.
I already know your channel and have been subscribed for some time. You're more than welcome to come and hang out.
Is there some different link I use for that, or what? I don't
know.
No,
you got it.
Okay, cool. I'm here for the ride.
I'm gonna do one thing. I might change you to a different YouTube scene, but don't go anywhere. Give me 1 second. All right. All right. I just moved you to a different YouTube scene on one screen, and I'll do it on the other. That way, when I bring in my guests, it won't do anything weird to your video. Your video will stay stable.
Cool.
Awesome. Also, for anyone who doesn't know, Skepticus has a channel on YouTube. You want to do a promo while you're up?
Sure. I mean, I'm out there doing my thing. It's been out there about 10 months now, and I'm doing the standard atheist thing. I haven't never done like a live debate or anything like that, but my channel focuses mostly on video essays and some reaction videos as well. But my flagship series is, I call it God-Free Bible Study, where I've literally been reading the Bible on. I know I'm not the first person to do this, but I'm reading the Bible on screen, of course, providing all of my own commentary. We just recorded the first couple episodes of Judges. So I've gone from
Nice.
Genesis up through Judges. Now it's about 50 hours of content so far.
Now, if you didn't follow Skepticus yet on YouTube, you should do it. In fact, give me a second real quick. Since you're going to be up, let me go to studio. I'll grab our first guest, but I'll add a link to your channel. So people can more easily find you, and then that should make things a little bit easier.
Channel.
All right, it should pop right up because I've already searched it. Try that again. All right, I got the channel copied in 1 second. Throw it into the live stream description. We should be ready to go. I forget though. I've talked to David. David's going to be our first guest here today. I've talked to David before. I can't remember David's position, but give me a second.
Plus, while you're doing that, I just have to fanboy a little bit and say, it's really cool to kind of interact with you live. I've been watching your stuff for a long time now, so it's really cool.
Not a problem. It's fun to get to interact with other people in the same community. I really enjoy it. That's why I try to cross over with creators when I get the opportunity. But we're gonna bring in David from our TikTok queue. And David, we've spoken before, correct?
Yes.
Sure. Can you remind me what your position is?
On our last convo,
Well, I mean, what your belief position is.
I am a theist, Catholic.
Sure. Okay. I couldn't remember if you were a Catholic or just a generic theist. Okay. And I don't know if it matters too much what we talked about last time. I'm more than happy to just start out fresh with a new conversation. But I would ask the same question that I normally ask, which is, what do you think is the best evidence or argument for God? If it had to do with the Catholic God, that'd be preferable.
I was wondering if you could give the argument for like the proposition being
Oh, you want
true.
me to defend
Yeah.
the proposition on the background?
Yes,
Sure.
Yes, you're making propositions, so.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to. I think God is fiction because he only shows up in fictional writings. So, for example, I could easily say that the Tooth Fairy is fiction because the Tooth Fairy only shows up in Tooth Fairy's writings. I could easily say the Easter Bunny is fiction because it literally only shows up in books and things that are fictional. So I would just lump God into the same category. You're more than welcome to be pissed off when I say that because I can recall that you're a Phil Bro and you think that these types of claims are some sort of a philosophical dialogue rather than a starting point for a challenging discussion. But your God in particular absolutely doesn't fucking exist because the Trinity is illogical.
Okay. Okay. So your first reasoning for God being fictional was God is fictional because he only shows up in fictional books. Okay.
It's actually pretty easy. I think.
Let's just use the baseline of
Do you do you disagree that God shows up in fictional writings?
Yes.
Sure. Is Zeus fictional?
I was going to get to that.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically about my God. Can you give the argument for why the Bible is fictional? And also, are we just talking about the baseline theist God, just like the mind that let's just say was the first cause of existence being made?
But what are you calling the baseline theist God?
I would say the baseline of theism, is just the belief that a mind let's say made existence.
Sure. Well, I would say the same argument I know you've heard me make a number of times, which is I don't think it is possible for anything to exist outside of time and then create time because time is necessary for creation events. So the idea that something exists outside of space but doesn't exist anywhere and exists outside of time but exists at no point of time but then somehow does things without time is irrational.
Okay. I want to get to the Trinity.
But I'm more than happy to go into the Bible why I think the Bible's fiction.
Yeah. Okay. Are you going to say because of the scripture in the Bible?
What do you mean by any Bible? I mean the Bible that is in English typically.
are you like going to take a view on like let's say scripture like in the Bible and then like say it's false because this scripture maybe has like a false claim or something like that?
Well, that would be attacking like the reliability of the Bible, right?
Yeah.
So I could say something akin to, I don't think the Bible is reliable because it has a lot of contradictions internally, it has scientific errors, it gets history wrong. That could just be a general attack on like the reliability of the Bible. But in terms of fiction, I actually think there's a good case to be made that Genesis is entirely fictional. And the case that I would make is actually quite easy. It's from ancient Near Eastern literature. If you've read it, you'll discover that like typically the characters, almost all of the characters in ancient Near Eastern mythology have names that are reminiscent of their role in the story. So if you read any type of mythology, the name of the individual coincides with their role. So like Mot is the deity of death. Well, that's the word for death. Shemesh is the sun god, also happens to be the word for sun. So we have the same thing happening in Genesis all the time. We've got these conventions that would only work, or we only know to exist in fictional mythologies, even stuff like Abraham, the father of many. This is a stereotypical trope in fictional mythological writing. Now, I do agree, there are some actual historical writings in the Bible, like Kings, Samuel. They're purporting to be historical, but just like other historical accounts, it includes mythological stuff, like God coming down and killing 180,000 Assyrians. That obviously didn't happen. But I would say the same for Suetonius. I read Tacitus and Suetonius Roman histories, and I say, yeah, it's cool. These Caesars actually existed. But the mythology that I find in these histories obviously isn't true either.
Yeah. So, I wonder if I can get your epistemological justification for like interpretation of the Bible being true.
I don't know what you mean by epistemological foundation for the Bible being true. What I can tell you is that
Epistemological
there are
justification for
claims.
your like interpretation of the Bible being true.
Well, an interpretation isn't true. You mean why my interpretation is correct?
Yes, true or correct.
Yeah.
Do you like epistemological justification for like interpretation of the Bible being true?
My justification is simple. I read the Bible the exact same way you read other ancient Near Eastern texts. The same way you would read the Baal cycle, the same way you would read the Assyrian text, the same way you would read the Babylonian text. All I'm saying is the identical way you're using to read those other texts is the exact same method I'm using for this other book as well, because that's the context in which it was written.
What I'm saying is,
so what's your epistemological justification for reading other ancient Near Eastern mythologies as mythology?
Okay. That's presupposing that that like I am reading these other texts the way that you are describing that I am.
I can read one for you and you can tell me if it's mythology or if it's real.
That's a presupposition. So
I can read one for you. You want me to read one for you?
Yeah. And I forgot to tell you what I mean by epistemological justification. How do you know what the words are on scripture? How do you know what you are seeing and what you are reading? How do you know that that's true?
What true?
How do you know what you are reading? How do you know what you're reading is what you are actually reading? Epistemic justification.
Are you asking if I believe in hard solipsism?
No.
Listen, all I could do is read words on a page and tell you whether or not it comports to reality. So, for example, I can read you the Cyrus Cylinder, where King Cyrus writes in his military annals about how he defeated what was left of the Babylonians. It might even mention how he defeated some of the Medes. And I can agree with you. Yeah, he did probably defeat what was left of these armies. We seem to see that in other historical texts. Do we believe that Lord Marduk granted him the victory as he said so? Well, no, of course not. So by the same token, you're going to say Lord Marduk didn't help King Cyrus. I'm going to say that the God of the Bible didn't help the Israelites.
I'm still not getting on how like this proves your like interpretation is true. Like
No, it's your interpretation. Let me demonstrate
wait,
my point. So,
wait.
what I'm
You
saying
have
is, you and I share the same interpretation method for reading these ancient texts. For example, here's the Cyrus cylinder. When Cyrus rolled in to defeat what was left of the Babylonians, he was mad, he says, because they weren't doing the proper offerings to Marduk. And it says, a counterfeit of Isigala he made, and for and the rest of the cultic centers, meaning the worship centers were in disarray. A ritual which was improper to them, and unholy displayed offerings without fear and daily recitation, irreverently. He put an end to the regular offerings, and he interfered in the cultic centers. That's referring to what the previous king did, Nabonidus. He established in the sacred centers. By his own plan, he did away with the worship of Marduk, the king of the gods. He continually did evil against Marduk's city daily, without interruption. He imposed the corvée upon its inhabitants, that's manual labor, unrelentingly ruining them all. Upon hearing their cries, the Lord of the gods, that's Marduk, became furiously angry, and their borders, the gods who lived among them, forsook their dwellings. Angry that he brought them to Babylon, Marduk exalted the Lord of the gods, turned towards all the inhabitants that were abandoned, and then he talks about how he defeats these people who were disrespecting Marduk using the power of Marduk. Now, what I'm saying is, whatever justification you're going to use for saying that this Marduk didn't actually do it, I'm using the identical justification to say that Yahweh didn't do shit either.
And can you prove that? Like what?
Yeah,
Did
what
I ever?
justification? What justification do you have that Marduk didn't help King Cyrus?
I'm doing a prime or a skeptic thinking basis right now. Do you
Yeah,
know what
what?
that is?
Yeah, I'm actually just pinpointing the hypocrisy in your viewpoint is what I'm doing. So what I'm saying is, you don't believe that Marduk exists or that he helped King Cyrus. You're criticizing me on my viewpoint when I have the same viewpoint of your God. So whatever viewpoint you're about to criticize me for having, I'm going to criticize you for having the identical same viewpoint. So what's your epistemological foundation for your reading of the Cyrus cylinder saying that Marduk is fictional?
Wait. I can say, I, I can say that God um, does not exist. I can have an
How?
interpretation of that script, of that, no,
How?
the text. The
How? What's your
text.
justification?
Oh, no. I, I wouldn't. I wouldn't have to give a
You don't have to
justification
give a justification? Holy shit. Well,
if
I guess
I
neither do
never
I.
claimed that my interpretation is true.
Is your interpretation about Marduk true?
Um, is my interpretation true? I would say, I would be agnostic on that.
You're agnostic on Marduk now. That's crazy. Don't tell
Are we
Jesus
just
about that.
going down an epistemological
Wait, no.
rabbit hole here where you're I'm not trying to jump ahead of you, caller, but it sounds like what you're trying to say here, or trying to triangulate to, is saying that no matter what we say is true or false about the Bible, no matter whose claim or for any other religious text, I feel like this is going to a path where then you say, okay, because we can't have true, perfect knowledge of anything, therefore God. If that's not where you're
No.
going with it, then please correct me. But it feels like that's where we're going down this train towards the trail, the train tracks.
No.
Towards.
No. I am currently attacking his position. I am not trying to prove God right now. I am just attacking his position. Yes.
Yeah, and I did the return. I attacked your position with the exact same argument you're attacking mine with, and it seems like you don't like it.
No, wait. Do you understand what a epistemic justification is?
It sounds like I don't need to actually. I'm using the same one you're using.
No.
I mean,
no, it's not.
epistemology, we know what epistemology is. It's like how you know stuff, right? What I'm saying is the same way that you're applying how you know this text isn't real, I'm using the same method for your text.
And also, I never claimed anything about that certain text being true or false. So you are still presupposing my way
You
of
mean
thinking.
you mean
So
you
yes,
pretended to be agnostic is what you really mean.
I
You
never claimed anything about the
refuse
text.
to tell the truth about whether or not you think this text is true because you don't want to get caught. That's what happened. I caught you.
I'm being agnostic on the text.
How
You
many
That's
prayers or
crazy.
sacrifices have you
you are
offered
not
to Marduk?
being agnostic on
Imagine
the
a
scripture.
Christian being agnostic as to whether or not Lord Marduk exists as a
I
king of
know. That's why
gods.
I'm like, has he prayed or offered any sacrifices to Marduk? I would like to know.
What I'm doing is, the thing is, you are not being agnostic on the scripture when it comes to the Bible. You have this baseline argument out for, like, for my God being fictional. You are,
The
like,
only
bringing up
God the only
you are
God I'm
like bringing up
agnostic
the
on
scripture.
is the demiurge. That's it.
You you
I already
you
told
are
you
like
why. I already told you why your God doesn't exist because the
you
Trinity is illogical and the Bible's untrue, and Jesus fulfilled zero prophecies. That's easy. That's not even a difficult one. Now, I think the gods of
you are,
Plato were a little more difficult to debunk. The gods of Plato theoretically live in this eternal universe. I already believe in an eternal universe. The question is, are there any gods in the eternal universe? And the only one I can seem to think is really classified as a god in modern English would be like the demiurge. So I don't know if I have a great argument against a demiurge other than I've never fucking seen one. That being said, your god's like really easy. It's not even difficult.
deconstruction. So yes, you have tried to have your interpretation of these scriptures. Yes.
No, not my
I
interpretation.
Wait. What?
I didn't say anything about my interpretation.
Wait. Didn't you claim that there was contradictions in the Bible? That's not
Yeah.
you having an interpretation.
No, I could just show you the
What?
contradiction.
What?
I can just show you. So my interpretive method is that the words just actually mean what the words say. Now you're going to tell me they don't, which is fine. You're more than welcome to do that. We'll see
Can
how this works out for you. Have you
you like
actually been on my live stream before to talk about contradictions? Because if not, this might be a fun one for you.
wait? You just like invoked this method framework. Can you give an argument on why I should accept it?
Oh yeah, easy. Do you think 3 and 7 have the same meaning, or are those different numbers?
I don't. I don't want a question. I want an argument.
Uh, I'm giving to you right now. And sometimes you have to engage. I could put it in premise form for you. Premise number 1: 3 and 7 are different numbers. You agree?
That's invoking classical logic.
I agree in logic. So we'll try again.
That's
Premise number
that's
1.
invoking that's
In fact,
invoking classical
I'll write
logic.
it out for you. Hold on.
That's using
I'll put notes on the board since this is going to be a tough one. 3 and 7 are different numbers. Yes or no? In fact, let me zoom in and throw this up here so we don't get. I know this is gonna be a really long syllogism, so we're just gonna make sure you don't lose track. Premise 1: 3 and 7 are different numbers. Agree or disagree?
Wait, can you give a argument for why I should accept classical logic?
It's crazy that now you don't accept logic. So
No,
just to be sure, like if you don't
What?
accept like classical logic, you can just admit it. Do you not accept classical logic?
I accept it in my own worldview. You are just invoking it on me.
Cool, fantastic. So
Can you give a
we
argument for
both
why I should
accept
accept
classical
classical
logic.
logic?
We don't need to. We both already accept it. Boom, done.
No,
Premise number
that's
1:
not
3 and 7 are different numbers. Yes or no?
deconstruction.
He's so
Do you not
terrified of
understand
actually
basic logic
engaging. It's
101?
wild.
No, wait.
What I understand is that you and I both agree that basic logic is functional, so we don't have to support either of those claims that it either is or isn't functional because we both actually have an agreement here, so we don't have to support it.
Deconstruction. You are invoking a framework. Give the argument. What?
Oh, I don't need to. We already agree on it.
No, you literally
Actually, so
do.
we'll try this then. We'll
Literally
do
do. What are you
we'll do
talking about?
a pre argument. Premise number 1: the 3 laws of logic work. Yes or no?
Do the three laws of logical work?
I could write the 3 classical laws if that helps.
I would say, uh, I would say since I'm running a logical nihilist thinking basis, I don't think that they exist. I think that they
You
are
don't th-
covert.
you don't think that
Can
the
you give
3
a
laws of
argument for
logic
like?
exist? It's crazy.
Can you
It's
like
it's
give a argument
wild
for
how he starts out saying he believes in the 3 classical laws of logic, and now he's refusing to agree that they actually work. Pretty wild. So you're a logical nihilist. Hey, are you David?
Can you give a argument for like the
I'm doing it
three
right
laws of
now.
logic existing?
Are you David?
Is that an argument? Like what?
It's a question. Are you David?
Can you give the argument?
I'm doing it right now. You're afraid to answer my question because it destroys your position. Are you David?
Can you give the argument?
Doing it right now. Answer the question. Are you David?
Give the argument. What?
Still waiting for you to answer the question.
Can you give the argument?
I'm in the middle of it. If you'd answer the question, you'd find it. Are you David?
Are questions arguments?
It sounds like you're just afraid. That's what it sounds like to me.
Can you give the argument?
Imagine being so scared of having your worldview exposed that you can't even tell if you are, in fact, the person you identify as. Pretty crazy. Let me ask a question. Is this a pen?
I was going to ask, does math exist?
Yeah, does math exist? Great question.
Does math exist? I mean, some people think that maths are axioms. I would
Crazy
say
you can't
that.
say yes or no.
I would say that. Does math exist? I would say yes, but is math true or like an axiom, like a self-evident truth? That math is true. Let's say we have 2 trees exist and nothing else. I would say that. Does that equal out to 2? And math is an axiom.
Crazy work. That was a yes or no question. Does math exist?
I would think that math, the numbers themselves, conceptually in your mind, that they do. I mean,
David, do you
at least exist in your mind? Do I exist? Yes.
Sure. And how do you know that?
How do I know that?
Mm-hmm.
I would say because I can sense it.
Sure.
I'm having a conversation.
Can you exist and not exist at the same time?
That's a contradiction somehow.
Oh, that's one of the 3 classical laws of logic. I thought you didn't believe in that.
No, what? Wait, what? Wait. Okay. Do you understand?
That's the law of non-contradiction. Existing and not existing at the same time would violate law too, bruh.
Can you be fully God and fully man at the same time?
I can accept contradictions and still reject the laws of logic existing
I don't think you can.
Yes, you can. What?
Yeah. Under what framework?
Doesn't the acceptance of a contradiction automatically imply that you are accepting logic?
When you say logic, are you just talking about the broad term of logic, let's say the study of correct reasoning?
I'm saying, does logic exist?
Does logic exist? I would say yes, we do have multiple types. We do have multiple types of logic: classical logic, modal logic, formal logic, and more. I mean, I think that certain types of logic can not exist, and certain ones can exist. I mean, but
okay. Well, I'll just give you the argument since it's pretty clear that you're actually just not going to engage, and that's fine. If you want to pettifog, you're more than welcome to. We'll just make fun of you when you're gone. So my syllogism is going to be pretty bare bones. In fact, let me put it up here on the screen. We'll just assume laws of logic work. Premise number 1, 3 and 7 are different numbers. Premise number 2, 1 Chronicles 21, 10 through 12, and 2 Samuel 24, 11 through 13 tell the same story with different details. And we're going to say 3 and 7 are the different details. Premise number 3, I think, is pretty clear. Both cannot be correct because they contradict. So the conclusion is a contradiction. And I'll just read you the passage. It's pretty simple. It's one of my favorite passages. And the reason why it's my favorite passage is because anyone who's done the research on the apologetics, there's only one apologetic for this passage, and it's as dog shit as possible. And Christians never think that I know the apologetic or what's wrong with it. It tickles me to my core when I fuck up someone's day when they think the apologetic is going to work and it won't. It says, "Go and say to David, thus saith the Lord, 3 things I offer you, one of them choose, so that I may do it to you." So Gad came to David and said to him, "Thus saith the Lord, take your choice. Either 3 years of famine, or 3 months of devastation by your foes, while the sword of your enemies overtakes you, or 3 days of the sword of the Lord, pestilence on the land, the angel of the Lord destroying throughout all the territory of Israel." So he has to decide which of these 3 punishments he's going to pick. Now, in the parallel passage in Samuel, it says, "Gad, go and say to David, thus saith the Lord, 3 things I offer you, choose one of them, and I will do it to you." So Gad came to David and told him, and he asked him, "Shall 7 years of famine come to you on your land, or will you flee 3 months before your foes while they pursue you, or shall there be 3 days pestilence in your land?" Now, you and I probably agree that 3 and 7 are different numbers, yeah?
That 3 and 7 are different numbers. Yes.
Sure. Do you think that there's a contradiction here when one says 3 years and the other says 7 years?
I would say, is there a contradiction? I mean, can I have the argument for like the interpretation of the contradiction being true?
It's just a yes or no. Is there a contradiction when the story gives 2 details, one 7 year and one 3 years?
Can I have the argument for like the interpretation of the contradiction being true?
Not an argument, it's a question. I'm asking you, is there a contradiction between 3 and 7?
Can you give the argument?
I already did. I'm asking you if you agree that 3 and 7 are not the same.
Can you give the argument?
I did, and
being true.
you weren't listening. The argument was simple. Premise 1, 3 and 7 are different numbers. Premise 2, 1 Chronicles and 2 Samuel tell the same story with different details, namely 3 and 7 years. Premise 3, both cannot be correct. Conclusion, a contradiction.
That's not a argument for the like interpretation of the contradiction being true. All you're doing is just making an argument for their like
actually,
a contradiction.
All you're doing is making a fool of yourself without actually asking, hey, are 3 and 7 the same number? Should I just be honest and say it's not the same number? This is embarrassing.
And now
David,
don't dodging away.
David, don't let your mom watch this. Please don't let her know that this is what you get up to on the internet. And we're not going to do any more of this conversation. You're obviously too much of a waste. Every time I've talked to you, it's actually turned out like this. The last time I talked to you was, hold on. Nope, it wasn't that one. There's too many Davids in my list. Give me a second. There we go. No, actually, I didn't write down the last time we talked. It's been too long. Okay, fair enough. I forget what we talked about last time, but David, you're boring every time. So this is not a great place for you, but I don't know if I would recommend this for you. I'm sure in real life you're probably a nice kid, but you're too brain dead for these debates. All right, let's get Joe. Let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get Joe in here. While I'm doing that, friends, make sure you're going to the description of the video and linking up with Skepticus' channel and dropping him a follow. In fact, give me a second. I'll copy that link over to the vertical stream. It's already on the horizontal stream description. Give me 1 second. I'll copy it over to the vertical stream before we get too deep into the debates. And then we'll keep on rolling. But with that, give me 1 second. I'm going to grab just a couple
super
super
chats.
chats.
Pulling him up, I just want to say really quickly that, of course, I've watched a lot of your content, and I don't expect everyone to come on and just be happy to go along with whatever you want to say about them or their faith, but to not even want to answer a question, and of course, he's not the first person. Like, this happens all the time. You will just ask someone it's like, you do realize there's a little bit of give and take here, right? I mean, you don't have to agree with my points, but can you just answer a question? It's like, does 3 equal 7? You're presupposing something. Like, no, it's a question.
It's like the guy that gets arrested and like he's on trial and they have all the evidence against him. And he's still like pleading the fifth every time. Like, he probably has information that might help him, but he's like, fuck, I'll just plead the fifth. If I don't say anything, they can't charge me. No, it's pretty much over there, guy.
I mean, if I was on a call with Kent Hovind, and I don't know for the life of me why I would ever want to be on a live conversation with Kent Hovind, but even if I thought I knew where he was trying to railroad me to, if he asked me, does 3 equal 7, I'm going to say no. Like, it's simple. You don't have to get into it.
Absolutely. All right, friends, let me grab some super chats. We'll get Joja in here. Melanitis, good to see you, friend. Says, love those earlier streams. Perfect for Europeans. I do enjoy, in fact, in the summer, I'm doing a bunch of earlier streams because you guys know my schedule in the summer changes. My son is with me all summer because he's not in school. And it's easier to do daytime streams and then have fun in the evening. So summer streams are coming soon to daytimes near you. And Dylan, thank you so much for the super chat, says, I hate Mondays except when the stream is up. Rock hard for Doug and Justin fucking Rock. I was just talking about this, actually. I think there's a considerable amount of people that aren't interested in going to work on Mondays. And by the end of the day, they're like, fuck it, I need to watch a stream and unwind. And I'm with you, actually. William, thank you for the 1234, says, alternate universe. Justin is in China debating the 1500 books of the Taoist canon with the Yellow Turban Rebels and their Taoist fanatics. I actually wish I knew more about that religion. I don't really know squat about it. I got to brush up on some of these Eastern religions. It's definitely like a super weak area for me. Luckily, they don't really do the apologist nonsense. Atlas, hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. And Cruisin', hey, thanks for the super chat, friend. Says, hey, Justin, look outside. I had a 2025 Lucid Air Touring delivered to your driveway. I already had one on the wall back here. I thought we were covered. You can't see it, though. It's there spiritually. You just have faith. Rock hard frog. In fact, tell you what, I'll step in tomorrow and tell you how it went spiritually. I'll take it for a spiritual spin around the block. I'm sure it'll be fantastic. Much appreciated. And Carnage, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Because you're such a nice person. Well, thank you. And you know what, Carnage? You're the nicest. 100%. And Bacon and Bush, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, arguments like the callers will never not remind me of Homer Simpson's, but it's cute when I do it. Your bad faith argument deserves the no better in return. Sorry. Yep. I mean, that's really it. It's interesting that when I turn their own argument against them, how quickly they fold, though. It's a lot of the Philbro arguments you can do that with. Zen, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, hello, my great guru. Well, hello to you. Nice to see Skepticus with you. Agreed. I really appreciate your work and the way that you work with others in the atheist YouTube community. You're the bestest. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Zen. And listen, you guys know me. I want to support everybody in the community. I think everybody brings something to the table. And I want to make sure everybody gets recognized for the gifts that they have. So I try to work with people in the community as much as possible. Randy, my friend, holy shit. Let's get 1 million W's for Randy, sending out 50 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That's massive. That's huge. I can only assume Lord Marduk put you up to that. And last super chat for now from David Burke. Great to see you tonight, friend. Thank you so much for the super chat. This checking in, been watching replays. We'll have rain and wind chill 71. Well, it sounds like at least a little bit warmer where you're at. So we've got snow. But listen, it's gonna be like 80 degrees in like a week probably. Where I live, like in the spring, it's just utter nonsense. It's as nonsensical as the laws of logic not existing when it comes to weather and patterns up here. So don't
we
even.
are suffering through some really horrible weather in New Orleans right now. It got down to 55. It's horrible.
Yeah. Well, you get some of the weather off of the ocean still yet, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And the winters are like, it's really weird because they yo-yo. 1 week it'll be like the week before was 80, and now it's 55. Which of course I'm being sarcastic, but it's just weird when a few days ago you were shorts, and at least now I need a jacket or something. It's like, oh no.
There's a week, like the first week of really warm weather, I do kind of miss getting to put a hoodie on, but I get over it pretty quick.
I just like saying things like that when being in New Orleans, because I'm from Michigan originally when I was a kid. So I like saying like, oh, it's so cold right now. It's 55. And knowing that all the people up north are cursing me and saying, you asshole.
Yeah, I get that. You know exactly what I'm talking about then if you're from Michigan. Well, we've got Joe Ja with us now. Joe, welcome in. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Hello, yes, I am 18.
Sure. And do you believe in God?
I'm a Christian. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. And Joe, what do you think is the best evidence or argument for God existing? If you have one for your particular God, that's even better.
The number one would probably be the order and design of the cosmos/universe.
Well, I do agree that the cosmos is cool. Why would I think that it was designed?
I mean, if the sun was more, separate from the earth, we would, the temperatures would drop and we wouldn't be able to live. If the sun was more closer to us, we would evaporate. And there's many more up like that.
Fair enough. So the sun's like 94, 95 like million miles from the earth. It shifts a couple million back and forth every year because we don't have a perfectly circular orbit, and that's fine. So we know like there certainly is a certain amount of deviation from the earth that it could be. How far that is, it's hard to say. Now, we do know that in about 1 billion years, the earth is going to get burned up by the sun because the sun's going to keep expanding because that's what stars do. But none of this is meaningful to me, like, because we don't have any reason to believe that like the goal of the universe is to create life. It just happens to be, a state that we're in right now. That won't be forever. Our solar system is going to get wiped out eventually, and we're not going to have any life here. But the fact that we have a pocket of life at this moment in history seems relatively meaningless to me.
And all reasonable estimates are that throughout the entire universe, there are billions of planets that are in their respective stars, Goldilocks zones.
All right, so like, what is like your top reason on not to believe?
Well, I can tell you, for a generic God, I would say the first argument for me that I rolled around in my head like a decade ago about why it seems silly is there's no good reason to believe that there is a God that exists outside of space and time. In most theistic concepts, that is kind of the God that they've described. You could theoretically believe in like a classical Greek notion where like the universe is eternal and it just happens to have gods in it, but it still doesn't explain why there are gods in an eternal universe. If the universe is eternal, it's always existed, then it seems like the gods don't really have a function. It seems like the gods were only there to explain these celestial bodies. They didn't know what these celestial bodies is. So with that in mind, I really don't have reason to believe in those gods. Now, when it comes to the formalized gods, I don't believe in any of the formalized gods because they're kind of ridiculous. They're full of contradictions. Their books are full of errors, like the Bible God. The Bible God's wild. It's supposedly all good, all loving, theoretically is all-knowing and all-powerful, but creates a world full of unnecessary suffering, makes all kinds of predictions that don't come true, and so it gets history wrong.
All right, I'm gonna tell you this. In Genesis, we see that we separated from God,
Sure.
and when we separate from God, there's a gap, and when that gap happened, suffering and destruction and all sorts of bad goes through that gap, and God
Okay.
doesn't interfere because He chooses that we decided to do that, and He says, "Okay, I agree," and He lets it happen.
Well, unfortunately, that's not how the story goes. The story goes Adam and Eve ate the apple, and then God cursed a whole bunch of stuff. He cursed the snake, he cursed women, he cursed animals, and he cursed the earth. Now, he didn't have
And
to do that.
why did He do that though?
Well, that's for you to explain, not me. Now, in the Bible, he cursed the earth. Now, theoretically, prior to the cursing of the earth, there wasn't natural disasters. After the cursing of the earth, we theoretically have natural disasters, which seems completely unnecessary. If God is all good, there's no reason to create natural disasters after Adam and Eve sinned, given that they would needlessly and recklessly execute people at random, about 100,000 people a year.
All right. Now I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think God did this?
Did what?
Why do you think He let this happen? Like He let Adam and Eve.
Well, he planned it.
How?
Because he's all knowing. In Ephesians chapter 1, it says that the elect were chosen before anything was even made, which means from the beginning, God already knew how all of this would play out and had it planned out.
Hmm.
So the question is, if God, you know that God is going to theoretically create like this heavenly paradise eventually. And we read about it in Revelation 21. We read about it again in Isaiah 65, where there's not supposed to be any suffering or sin or sorrow anymore. If he's capable of doing that with free will intact, which I assume you believe there's going to be free will in heaven, then whatever mechanism he's using to do it at that time, he could have just used from the beginning. None of this suffering charade needs to exist. Now, the reality is the suffering is explained in Genesis because it's not a real story. The ancient Hebrews wrote a story attempting to explain the current state of affairs, and that's the best explanation they can come up with. I just don't think it's a good one.
Where's the evidence for that?
In that Genesis is full of stuff that's not true. The earth isn't 6,000 years old. There's no Adam and Eve. There's no Noah. There's no Abraham. There's no Moses.
And where are you getting all of this?
It's easy. You can just use science. We've got radiometric dating. We've got all kinds of methods of dating the Earth. We know for a fact that humans existed way before Adam and Eve. We've got settlements in Stonehill, Turkey. We've got settlements in Kara Tepe. We've got all kinds of settlements in the ancient world that date back at least 12,000 years.
The earliest fossils in human remains in North America are 20,000 years old, and in South America is 15,000 years old, and that's just the Americas.
The Bible also says that the Earth is flat with a dome over it, which is crazy.
Where does it say it's flat?
Job 37 and Job 38 and Isaiah 40:22.
Can you read it for me, please?
Yeah, no problem.
While he's pulling that up, I'll just mention the Bible also says that bats are birds and that rabbits chew the cud. But
Yeah.
I mean, we could play that game for a while and the stuff the Bible says, but nope. The Bible says that virgins always bleed on their wedding night if they are virgins.
Yep. That's one of my favorites, actually. I love that passage. But let me pull the passage up for you, Joe. So Job 38 talks about how God looks down on the earth, and it says that he treats the earth so that he might take hold of the skirts of the earth, and the wicked can be shaken out of it, like a flat garment. It says, it is changed like clay under a seal, and it is dyed like a garment. Now, clay in the ancient world, a clay seal in the ancient world was a flat disc. In fact, it'll look like this. This is the seal of Hezekiah. This is what it looked like when you pressed your ring into a piece of clay seal to seal something. And this is how the Bible is describing the earth, which makes sense of Isaiah 40:22, when it says, it is he who sits above the circle of the earth, that's a flat surface, and its inhabitants are like grasshoppers. He stretches out the heavens like a curtain and spreads them like a tent to live in. Well, a circle is a flat disc, like what we see in all the ancient Near Eastern texts. In fact, behind me on the wall, you can only see the bottom of it, is the ancient Babylonian map of the world, which is also a flat disc, which is what everybody in the ancient world believed. Hebrews had a word for ball or for a sphere. It's dor or sometimes kador. It doesn't get used in this text. The word we have is a flat disc.
But nowhere does it directly say it was flat, though.
It actually does.
It only describes the earth, though,
as being flat.
But I mean, if we're going to play that game, there are a ton of concepts which are understood from the Bible where the word itself does not exactly get referenced in the Bible, but that doesn't mean that the concept is not referenced in the Bible.
But it depends on what you're talking about.
Well, if I said the earth is like a pancake, you understand that's flat, right?
Yes, but it's also circle.
It's also not. Yes, a pancake is a circle, but not the earth.
But what if he meant it as a circle?
Then he would have used the word for circle, which is not the same as a ball. A ball is a different word. A circle is a 2D object. It's flat.
All right.
Which is why this is not like a Bible problem. Everybody in the ancient world believed this. Even Muhammad's religion believed it. The Egyptians believed it. They drew pictures describing it. The Book of Enoch describes it in vivid detail. And they also believed there was a dome over top of it called the firmament. In fact, this one says...
underneath, correct?
Yeah, and Sheol was underneath, yep. It says, referring to the sky, because the sky contains the firmament, it says, can you, like him, spread out the skies hard as a molten mirror? Because they thought the sky contained the firmament, which was a hard, crystalline structure, which is how it gets described in the Bible. That's what firmament means in the King James. That's a word that actually comes from the Latin, which means a hard, firm surface.
Do you have any more questions, or that's it?
I do have one question, since I don't think we have a guest waiting to get in. We might actually we might have one. Give me a second. Is Alfie a believer or a non-believer? I forget. Anyways, we'll find out in a second. I have one question though, and this is literally my favorite topic ever, which is, why would we believe that Jesus is the Messiah? Like, even if you believed in the God of the Hebrew Bible, why would we care about Jesus?
Wait, can you repeat the question? I didn't hear clearly.
Yeah. Even if I believed in a God, even if I was a Jew who believed in the Hebrew God, why would I care about Jesus?
Well,
Like, if I asked you the question, Jesus is God or Christianity is true because of X, what would you write in for X?
all right, I'm gonna tell you this. Imagine a life filled with purpose and hope, and a path illuminated by divine love and wisdom.
Love?
Yeah.
Jesus
Let me
says he's
see.
going to
Hold
light
up,
you
hold
on
up, hold
fire
up.
if you
Wait,
don't
wait,
believe
wait,
in
wait,
him.
wait,
Wait, do you think
Okay.
I've never heard preaching before?
wait. I let you speak, not gonna let me
Well,
speak.
you don't honestly think preaching is going to work here, do you?
I'm telling you a passage. If you don't want to listen, that's fine.
Oh, yeah, I'd love to hear the passage. Where is it?
All right. Where was I? He came to set us free from the
From what?
bondage of sin and death, offering an abundant life and eternal peace.
Why do we need set free from that?
Do you want to live in suffrage?
I'm asking, why do we need freedom from sin and bondage? Bondage to what?
Of suffrage.
What do you mean by suffrage? I don't think you're using that word right.
You are familiar that Yahweh repeatedly refers to his own people in slavery terms, right? That they are his slaves. He has redeemed them, which means to buy them back for his own. And he repeatedly refers to them in slavery owner terms. So the idea that we're equating anything remotely associated with freedom to worship of Yahweh is, I'm a bit incredulous at that.
Can I see where it says that?
Yeah, Leviticus 25.
Yeah, can you show it?
Sure. It's in the New Testament as well, by the way. But my favorite reference is Leviticus 25 because it gets to touch on slavery.
Sure.
In Leviticus 25, he talks about how he freed the Israelites from Egyptian slavery because he basically had a slave property dispute with the Egyptians. All right. It says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. For they are my servants who I brought out of the land of Egypt, and they shall not be sold as slaves or sold. Now, this is actually a sleight of hand here because the word for slave and the word for servant in this passage are identical words. The translators are trying to do a switcheroo on you.
All right, so tell me the context.
Now, the context is easy. God wants the Israelites to serve him.
No, that's not the context. The
He just says,
is
they are my slaves.
Moses took them out of Israel.
I'm aware. And God said that he freed them from Egypt for what reason?
To free them.
Nope. He didn't say that. He says, for they are my slaves who I brought out of the land of Egypt. So he's saying,
What does it say after that?
so they shall not be sold as slaves or sold to foreigners because they're God's slaves. You can't sell God's slaves.
What does it say, God's slaves?
The third word, my servants.
That doesn't say slaves.
Slave and servant are
are
the
two
same.
different things.
They're not
They're
in
not.
Hebrew. The Hebrew word is the same. Eved in Hebrew means the same. Want me to show you the Hebrew text?
Nah, pull up the definition of servants and pull up the
More than
definition of slaves.
more than happy just to show it to you.
Sure.
Let's see, it was 42. All right, what you're going to find is the same word. So this is avavdi, which means my servants or my slaves. The last letter is the possessive, first person possessive. So the root word is avad. And then the last word that they translate as slave is
Hold
the
up, you
same
froze.
is the same word. Oh, hold on, let me unfreeze. Oops. I don't know why it does that. All right, should be good now. So there's two words in Hebrew or in English, one word in Hebrew. The Hebrew word is eved. This has a pronoun on the end of it, meaning mine, and this one doesn't. It's the same word. It's just slave.
I mean, sure, if you
Same
want to see
word.
it like that.
That's what it
I
says.
also want to mention I'm not the Bible guy the way that Justin is. He knows all the Hebrew and everything. But if you do a simple digital search on redeem or redeemed, and you look at the number of times that Yahweh specifically says that I have redeemed you, or Moses says that you have been redeemed for the Lord, and a lot of times we hear that word and we think redeem like, oh, you know, he kind of like got you out of a bad thing. No, redeem is primarily an economic term. It means to buy back. I mean, there are other contexts in which you can use it, but the primary context in which it's used over and over and over again is not, you don't redeem someone to free them. You redeem someone to buy them back.
Would you consider a maid a servant?
Of course.
Depends. Is it a
So are
slave?
are they slaves?
It depends.
He
Servants.
just said yes. No, he just said yes.
No, I see you
No,
asked
no,
if a
no.
maid
Don't
is
change
a
your answer
servant.
now. You said yes.
You
So-
asked if a maid is a servant, and I said yes. You're switching terms.
So
How?
I think.
Excuse
Go ahead,
me.
buddy. Go
All
ahead.
slaves are servants. See, there's a Venn diagram thing going on here. All slaves are servants. Not all servants are slaves.
There we
I know where
go.
you're trying to go with this. You're trying to say, oh, they're slave or they're servants, not slaves. But all slaves are servants. But a maid does not necessarily have to be a slave.
Also,
workers are slaves.
Nope, wrong again. All slaves are workers, not all workers are slaves. That's what he's trying to say. All slaves are servants, not all servants are slaves. And your Bible in Romans just says that you're a slave, but now you have been freed from sin and enslaved to the God. Boom.
I mean, yes, we're working our way to reach heaven.
Yeah, because you're a slave. Cool.
Sure, if you want to say it like that.
I mean, that's what we were discussing, whether or not God wants slaves, and apparently he does.
I mean, he just told me that a maid was a slave.
Text says it that way.
Okay. Well, Joe, thanks for chatting with us. It's been about 22 minutes. Not a terribly long conversation, but you're welcome to come back anytime. We're gonna move on to our next guest, and we appreciate you coming up and at least being nice. A lot of times people come up here and they get real bent out of shape over these topics, but I think you're handling it pretty well.
Have a good one.
Cheers. The tough thing to learn that your God wanted slaves and you didn't know it.
He was really nice, but I don't mean this as a dig on him, but what is the motivation for calling into a show? And it seemed like he didn't have any questions.
Yeah, it's tough. I gotta be honest. I think when you're a young Christian and you see other people that make claims like God isn't real, I think it's just so shocking to you, like it's so jarring to you that you just feel compelled. I have to jump in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even though you have no plan at all.
I mean, if I would never do this, but if I was going to call into an apologist show, I don't consider myself to be a troll, but I would at least have something locked and loaded. Like, okay, this is it, bro. Like, let me throw this one on you and see how you can handle it.
Yeah, for sure. All right, friends, I'm going to grab a couple super chats, and I'm going to get Van Tam and then Alfie after Van Tam. And I'm only taking them in that order because I've talked to Alfie before, and I try to prioritize new guests. Spiritual, thank you for the... I love Spiritual Fulfillment BS, by the way, as a name. Thank you for the super chat. Says, are you going to continue the education series of videos? Really enjoyed the ones you got on your channel so far. I actually am planning to. I've got a couple of videos that I'm working on right now. I apologize, I didn't really get one out last month. It was a busy month, but I've got a couple that are in the works. It should be a lot of fun. And I'm planning on doing some more videos against apologists. Videos, so they are coming. I apologize. I stream so much, it's hard sometimes to make the pre-formatted videos, but I'm working on it. And Megan, thank you for the super chat, says, would you consider watching cursed religious movies and riffing on them like Mystery Science Theater 3000? Doug could play the part of Crow. I do love the idea. The hardest part about this is finding movies you can watch that won't get DMR'd and get your video taken down. That's a huge problem. But other than that, I would love to. In fact, I've talked to a few people about doing this exact thing with some of the really bad Christian movies. It's just there's a lot of landmines you have to watch out for so you don't get like demonetized. It might go into
a great idea, though.
It's a really good idea. It's a lot of fun because a lot of us, we spent time in the church and we know how silly some of the movies and books can be.
40 years here, so
yeah. Mike Bones says, my dad is trying to tell me that Heli was Mary's father. Send prayer or Kraken. That's crazy. He thinks Luke 3:23 has Heli as Mary's father. You have to be... I'm sorry for your father. You have to be brain dead to think that's what the text says. It doesn't say that at all. What it says is that Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his work. He was the son, as was thought, of Joseph, son of Heli. Now, we know that Joseph is the son of Heli because Jesus isn't the son of Heli and Mary's not mentioned. So what this means is that Joseph is the son of Heli. Also, just in the word order of the Greek, it has Joseph, son of Heli, or Joseph of Heli in the genitive form. And when you do the genitive form, you know which ones are being paired because they're both conjugated or they're both constructed in the genitive. This genitive word goes with that genitive word because they're both in the genitive. And in fact, I'll bet you money, if I go to Luke 3:23, it's not going to have Jesus in the genitive, and Sirs Hell's not going to have Mary anywhere here. For those who don't know Greek, genitive just gives you the of, like Justin of Ohio. That's how they construct your of sentences. But typically, the two words have to both be in the genitive form, so you know that they go together. And so that's probably what we're going to find here. So we've got Joseph in the genitive form here, which I assumed there would be. And then Heli in the definitive genitive form, which is exactly what I told you we would find. And then where's Jesus here? Jesus in the nominative format, not in the genitive, because this is not talking about the father of Jesus. This is talking about the father of Joseph. This is not difficult. This is basic Greek 101 stuff. This is not hard. I didn't even fucking like Greek. I had to take it just because it's part of the requirements, and even I know this shit. Hank, my friend, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, nothing fires up my neurons quite like some faux disinterpreted ASMR Philbro mumble rap. I know. And you can tell when they come in. Like, you just know the minute you hear them talk, there's going to be some Philbro nonsense happening. Mike says, precept doesn't work because they have to presuppose all the foundations anyone else does and then add additional things. Occam Razor shreds it. Agreed 100%. A little bit of Occam's Razor and we're done. Gretchen says, Justin going full Fildo, second demerit. Do better, Jay. I'm sorry, Gretchen. You know, it didn't last long, and he was at least entertaining enough, I think. We got an early rise out of him. And Birdkeeper says, you think there's some prof out there sending these Phil bros to debate you for an assignment if they all deserve failing grades? Rock hard for dog. I don't know. My professors, when I was in seminary, would not have had you do this. You must go to a clown school if your professors are telling you to do this. Randy, thank you for the super chat. Says, the ambassadors of Christianity I have crossed paths with over the years made me so happy to deconstruct. Listen, that is the case. If you've met a lot of Christians, a lot of them are very unpleasant and really make you think twice about associating with Christians, which is why, so many of them get up here and they're like, well, I believe in Jesus, but I'm not a Christian. Yeah, you're a Christian. You're just embarrassed to admit it because the other Christians are, you think they're horrific. The reality is you're all horrific. Nightman cometh, thank you for the super chat. Says, in the immortal words of Ian, that is what you have to look forward to if you convert to Christianity. And that's true. Once you convert to Christianity, you can literally look forward to not even knowing if the laws of logic work or if 3 and 7 are the same number. Lega, thank you for the $10 super chat. And subbed to Skepticus. Thanks for always championing the community and happy to meet you, Skep. Big W. I did,
Thank
for
you.
people coming in, put a link down in the video description for Skepticus's channel. Definitely recommend going and dropping a follow. I'm going to grab just 4 more super chats, friends. Texas Panhandler, thank you, and good to see you tonight. Says, you're pretty nice, and I suppose. Also, hi to Joe. I hope he's listening. Well, hello, Joe, if you're listening. And you know what, Texas Panhandler, you're fucking nice, too. Thanks so much for being here in all the streams and supporting. Big W. And Bible Guy, also with the $10 super chat, thank you, says, I've got a David video on TikTok. Just debated that turd. Oh, you just debated David? Everyone go see David cry on my TikTok after today's show. Rock hard for Doug. Wait, gay for Peggy. Oh, gapping for Peggy. Love it. Gapping for Peggy. Definitely, I want to see you cooking David. I bet there's a lot of crying happening in that video, and I'm fucking here for it. Absolutely here for it. And Sonus, thank you for sending out 50 DZ Debate gifted memberships. Huge W. Super appreciate that, friend. And Rosset, thank you for sending out. Oh, thank you for the $20 super chat. Big W says, in Apologia's latest video, Kip Davis suggests that Hatzor destroyed in Joshua 11, that the people were a sacrifice to God, but I can't find it in the text. Am I misunderstood? 12,000 people sacrifice is crazy. Well, it depends. He's referring to the word harem in Hebrew and other Semitic languages, and it simply means to dedicate an entire killing of an entire people group to God. It's not identical to a sacrifice where you kill an animal and feed the god. It's a sacrifice in that I'm setting this whole city apart and killing them for my God. We find it in the Meshach.
I think it's worse, though, than a sacrifice.
I mean, yeah, it's true.
I'm not a Hebrew person, but I'm just a layman. But every time, because I watched that video today, and it's a great video. But of course, Kip Davis is God tier, and so is Josh Bowen. And every time they talk about harem, trying to say it as well as I can as a non-Hebrew speaker, it's not just like, oh, we're going to go in and murder everyone, which or conquest. Conquest, I don't have a feeling about, but they're like, no, we're going to go in and make sure that we murder everyone for God.
That's it.
All this destruction for God.
There's a reason why typically in the English Bibles, it'll say utter annihilation or utter destruction. But that's what harem typically is. It's a complete annihilation. Or sometimes it'll say devoted to destruction, which is the same thing.
In my Godfrey Bible study, as I've been reading through, I've said multiple times every time I come across that phrase, and I'm sure this has already happened, but I've said this needs to be the name of a metal band. Some metal band needs to be named Devoted to Destruction. It probably already is.
100% agreed. Maybe at least Cradle of Filth might put that song out. Emric Pimen says, I'd love a podcast with you and Esoterica discussing Hebrew Bible. I'd love that too. He and I basically use all the same resources, though. If you've watched his videos, all of the resources that he's going to recommend are all the resources I was privy to when I was in school. We obviously both studied the same stuff when we were in school. Esoterica and I are literally on the same page with everything. I've never heard him say something I didn't agree with. Justin Sledge is just awesome. If I could do a crossover video with him, I absolutely will. But I haven't had the opportunity yet. Last super chat from X Million.
In my neighborhood. I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's a creator in my neighborhood. He's not a religious YouTube content creator, but he's a historical guy. He's like 2 neighborhoods over, and he has done a bunch of collaborations with Esoterica, and I think it's really cool. Sorry about that.
No, he's really cool. Esoterica is. X Million, hey, I appreciate the 20 super chat. Says, that's what I get for not writing stuff down. I forgot my burning question. Instead, then, can God light his own farts? Consider this a tithe to Doug and me shamelessly begging for a big WX Million. Well, let's get 1 million W's for X Million in the chat. Thank you for your question. Rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sharon, and so very gay for Justin. And X Million, to answer your question, you got to remember, God does have a wind. That's the Ruach. So I can only assume that God can pass wind. And if God can pass wind, it just seems to be that the guy can fart. He does have a backside. Moses sees it in Exodus 33. So I can only conclude that God passes wind through his backside and that he can actually light it.
Can I add something there really quick too?
Mm-hmm.
In Exodus, when they're in the wilderness, I mean, famously at night, they're led by a pillar of fire.
Oh.
Which is Yahweh.
Ooh.
So if we're going to be, I mean, it doesn't say that it's Yahweh lighting his farts, but it doesn't say that it's not Yahweh lighting his farts.
That's true. It must be. All right, friends, we're going to get Van Tam in here. Alfie dropped. I don't know why. Alfie wasn't waiting that long. I've talked to Alfie once before. Alfie, if you're watching, you're welcome to come back. I just wanted to grab Van Tam in here first. I don't know what his religion is, but we haven't talked to Van Tam before. So welcome in, Van. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes.
Okay, and which God do you believe in?
I'm not Christian. I don't believe in Bible, but let's just stick with the God. Let's just stick with the creator of the universe. Let's start with that.
Sure. And does the creator have a name, a description?
Let's just say God. God by definition, not the Bible God. God by definition, as in the creator of the universe.
That's what I'm asking. Can you tell me anything about this God?
Yes, I'll tell you everything.
Yo.
So let's start with the creator of the universe. Let me tell you why I logically believe in God, because I grew up agnostic. I grew up as an agnostic, and then I actually became an atheist at one point, because when I grew up agnostic, something really bad happened to me in my life. And then I was thinking, I'm such a good guy. I'm such a good guy.
I'm sure
something
you are.
So bad. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking, right? I'm such a good guy, and something so bad happened to me in my life. There cannot be a God, because if there was a God, something so bad won't happen to me, because I was such a good guy, right? And then I was a complete atheist. I'm like, there cannot be any God. It's impossible that there's a God, because something so bad happened to me. There cannot be a God. But then I was like, I do boxing. So one time I was
in my
I was in a hotel room in the boxing tournament, like waiting for the boxing tournament. And I was in the hotel room. Then I saw the highway. And then I was thinking, this highway, I don't know who made this highway, but I know this highway can't exist without a creator of this highway. Then I thought about the moon. The moon can't exist. If this highway can't exist, and I don't know who created this highway, so this moon right up there, I'm looking at it, that moon can't exist without a creator too, and the sun. So my logical reasoning, like I logically believe in God. It's not like that was like more emotional when I was an atheist.
Sure.
It was like an emotional argument that something so bad happened to me.
Well, that's not why I'm an atheist, so I'm not really sure this is relevant. Why would I believe that there was a creation at all?
Let me tell you why now. Now, like, just by logically speaking, if you see a painting, like, now I'm going to tell you my position. Why I believe
every
in
painting
God,
has a
position.
painter. Oh, revolutionary argument.
No. Let me just hear me out on this, and then you can elaborate. So my position is why I believe in God. God, and not only I believe in God, I know for a fact there's God. Like,
Does every puddle have a puddler?
Let me finish my things, and then you can let me know, because I know for a fact
Maybe
there's
you've
God.
said
I don't believe in God.
maybe you've said too much, and we can streamline the dialogue just by answering some questions. Does every puddle have a puddler?
I don't know. I don't even know what that means, but
yeah, I know it's nonsensical. Yeah, what I'm demonstrating is that there are some things we know have creators. We know that paintings have painters.
Okay, but you didn't
but
hear
there
my
are some things that don't have creators, which we would say like puddles would be counting in that category. What I'm going to say is that the universe is like a puddle. It doesn't have a creator. It's a naturalistic phenomenon.
Can I give you my evidence? I have two different evidence. One is empirical evidence, and
yes,
one is no, not empirical. Sorry, one is inductive reasoning, and the other one is deductive reasoning.
Sure.
Now, the inductive reason. I'm about to give you my inductive reasoning evidence, and the inductive reasoning is correct most of the times, but deductive reasoning can never be wrong. It has to be correct. So my inductive reasoning is like, this applies to this. So if we apply this to this too, it should be correct. It's not always correct, but deductive reasoning is like, we deduct everything, which I will give you after, which is more stronger. But let me give you the base evidence. Now, I see a painting, right? I see a painting of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, trees, human beings, animals, rocks, river. Now listen to this. It's logical to accept this painting has a creator. It's illogical.
Oh my God, I'm a believer now. You got me. Holy shit. Painters have painters.
No interrupting. Bro, now you're interrupting. Like, let me finish, please.
Buddy, get to it.
Then you can talk. I'll let you talk the whole way.
I love it. I love it when they come on my show and say they'll let me talk on my own show.
You're interrupting, bro.
It tickles me all the time. I'm just asking you to get to the point, bro.
I'm getting to the point. Yeah, I'm a guest. Let me finish my evidence, and then you can say whatever. Now, it's logical to accept that the universe. I was getting to that. It's logical to accept this painting has a creator. It's illogical. It's illogical to deny this painting has a creator, and it's illogical. It's illogical to say I don't know. I don't know if this painting has a creator or not. Now, I believe the same thing should apply for the universe, logically speaking, because 1 + 1 is 2. 1 + 1 is 2 in grade 1. 1 + 1 is 2 in university. 1 plus
the universe is a painting.
Yeah. Now let me get to it before you say any of this.
It sounds like you're gonna need to demonstrate that the universe is a painting.
My argument is so strong that you don't even want to let me finish.
It actually, we're responding directly to your argument. And in fact, we've already done it twice. Right,
but bro, you didn't even let me finish my argument. You just heard 1/3 of the argument.
Van, just take 5 seconds. We've heard this identical argument 4 million times. I do this as a fucking profession. So take a deep breath. Take a deep breath and think for a second. Someone who does this every single goddamn day as a profession has heard this dumb argument. So take a breath.
I've never heard it.
Because you're stupid. So what we need for you to do is to engage in our rebuttal of your first argument. The reason why your argument doesn't work, no one can hear you because you're muted. The reason why your first argument doesn't work is because not everything is a painting. That's why we're saying, is the universe a painting? You can't just say, because a painting has a painter, that everything has a creator, because there are things in the universe that you would agree don't have a creator. For example, I already pointed out puddles. Puddles are a naturalistic phenomenon. Why would I believe that the universe is a painting rather than a puddle?
Okay, so let me finish my argument because you didn't hear my argument.
Yeah, that'll make it better.
Even the puddles are created. Even the puddles are created because if I print a piece of paper from a printer, just because it's a printed paper, that's like naturalistic phenomenon. Just because it's a printed paper.
What's the evidence that puddles are created?
The same way the printed paper is created,
what's
the printer is created.
What's the evidence that puddles are created? What's the evidence that the puddles are created?
The universe is
Because
3D
the universe
printed.
is created. The puddle can't
That's
exist
that's
without the universe.
that's the claim. You can't support your claim with the
Yes,
claim.
I
I'm
can.
asking you,
Yes, I
what's
can.
the?
Listen.
No, you can't. That's called a circular argument. So
No, it's
again,
not.
I'm asking
You
you,
don't-
what's
you don't
the
even- okay,
evidence?
Let me
What's the
finish my-
evidence? What's
Yeah.
the evidence that
Why
puddles
are you
are
changing
created?
topics? Why are you changing topics? Let me finish my argument. You didn't
I'm
even let me finish my
addressing
argument
the
earlier.
argument specifically. What
didn't
you
even hear
said,
what's my
puddles
argument.
are created, and I'm asking you, what's the evidence that puddles are created?
Okay, before we even get to that, let me finish my argument. Now, one
Tell you
plus
what,
one.
I'm going to
as-
let
as
you
I was
finish
saying-
the entire argument, and then I'm going to ask you the identical same question, and you're going to
Please,
crumble the
perfect.
identical same way.
Perfect. At least you're gonna let me finish respectfully. If you're gonna let me finish and not interrupt me, that'll be the best. That's the most respectful way, and not use ad hominem like you used earlier by calling me names.
That wasn't an
Because
ad
that shows-
hominem. That was an insult. You're
Yeah,
clearly
that was-
suffering
insult
from
is ad
CTE.
hominem. Insult means ad hominem. Ad hominem is
No,
insulting.
ad hominem is
Yes.
when you offer an insult in lieu of an actual argumentation, and you
Exactly,
allow
and
the.
that's what you did.
No, that wasn't in lieu of an argument. I was just calling you stupid because you are.
That's your opinion, but you blindly believe in a possibility of universe to exist without any evidence. You believe
No,
in something.
that's actually not
You're
true.
an atheist.
That's actually not true.
It
You
is
don't
true.
know. You don't know anything I believe. And if you want to
I
give your
do.
argument, I'll tell you exactly what I believe and why I believe it.
I already know you blindly believe in a possibility of universe to exist without a creator, despite having no evidence. That is your
Actually,
belief, 'cause I was an
I
atheist.
do have evidence. And if you actually get through your argument, I'll give you my argument.
Perfect. Let me get through my argument then. 1 + 1 is 2 in grade 1, in
Oh
grade
fuck!
12,
No
in
way.
university,
Okay, I'm writing this
and
one down.
everywhere
Hold
in
on.
the universe. 'Cause
Let
the
me
logic
know-
never changes.
Let me
Logic never
know.
changes.
Let me
So
know
same
if I'm
logic
getting this
applies-
right, though. I want to write down your argument to make sure I'm
Yes.
getting it correctly. 1 + 1
Yes.
equals 2. Good.
Because there's only one correct logic.
Okay, so there's
and
only
there's
one law of
multiple
logic.
One correct logic, yes.
Okay, so there's not 3 laws of logic.
No, only one correct logic.
Okay, so
1
there
+
is
1
only
is only
there is
2.
one law
1 + 1
of
is not
logic.
yeah,
Have you
1
looked
+
this
1
up
is not
before?
1. 1 + 1 is not 3. 1 + 1 is not 10. 1 + 1 is only 2. So the same logic that we use for the painting should be applied for the universe. It's
You know
logical to accept.
You know,
the
1 + 1 can
Bro,
be
let me
3,
finish,
right?
Bro, you keep interrupting me because you know your argument is weak.
But the
and my
logic for
argument
the
is too
painting
strong.
didn't follow.
You know
Yeah,
my evidence
so-
is too strong for you. That's why you don't let me finish. Because
I-
I debated a lot
I'm
of
actually-
intelligent atheists.
Story
An
didn't
intelligent,
follow.
actually,
So
an
I'm
actual
actually
smart person would let
actually
you finish.
what I'm doing is
Listen,
I'm
you're not good at debating,
addressing
bro. You're not
I'm
good at debating. You
addressing
keep
the
interrupting
points
me.
that you raised, right? Your first point is that 1 + 1 equals 2. Your second
No,
point
I
is
made
that
a
there's
point
only
before that.
there's only one law of logic. It turns out that neither one of those are strictly true. Like 1 + 1 equals 2,
true.
depending on which form of mathematics you're using. However, if you're counting
1 +
binary,
1 always equals 2.
unless you're counting in binary, asshat,
Okay, show me. How does 1 + 1 equals other than 2? Show me.
it equals 3 if you're counting binary. Do you know what binary is?
1 + 1 only equals 2. It does not equal 3.
Do you know what binary counting is?
Show me how you're gonna make it 3. Show me.
Binary is how numbers, in fact, you can't see my screen. I'll show it to you real quick. Binary is how numbers work inside of computers and inside of digital electronics. It's just a series of ones and zeros. It counts using ones and zeros. When you have 2 ones in a row, 1 + 1, it equals 3. The first one equals 1. The second one equals 2. So that makes 3 in binary. In fact, I'll just show you.
Oh my god.
I'll just show you a binary calculator online. Oh, in fact, I'm sorry. I didn't share my screen with you yet. There you go. Now you should be able to see the screen. This is a binary calculator. We can just show you using a binary calculator that 1 and 1 is going to be
Don't do 1
equal.
and 1. Do 1 + 1. Do 1 + 1.
It's going to be the same. 1 + 1 and 1 in binary is the same exact value. So if I do 1, 1 in the binary section, it's going to give you the binary calculator. This is the table right here.
Okay, in that binary calculator, can 1 and 1 be other than what it says?
In binary, 1 is always equal to the slot that it is associated with. So the first slot is going to be equal to 1. The second
It's
slot is going to be
following a
equal
series
to
of logic
2.
that is designed.
So what that means is you get a sum of 3. So what
Bro,
I'm trying to
1 +
tell
1 is
you
only-
is that mathematical systems exist, and there's multiple
Yes.
mathematical systems.
Yes.
Don't talk to
in
him
the
about
yes.
Euclidean
And it's still
geometry.
in the mathematical system that we use, or in that binary, it will never be other than what it says there. And in the mathematical system that we use, 1 + 1 always equals 2. In the everyday mathematical system that we use.
But what
It
I'm
only
what I'm
equals 2, it
showing you
cannot be
is that
3.
what I'm showing you is that there are multiple mathematical systems. One of them is called binary, and if you
Okay.
look at 1 and 1, it just means 3. A
Does
binary
it mean
1
4?
and
Can it be anything other than 3?
that'd be 1 0 0. So again, in binary, 3 is 1 and 1. Now
Yes,
you
can
can
1 and
add
1
you
be
can
other than
add,
3?
you can add 1 and 1. You can add 1 1 and 1.
No, I said 1 and 1. Can it be other than 3 in that binary calculator?
In the
Or
binary
will it always be
calculator,
3?
the value of your 1 is associated with the numerical slot that it accompanies. The first slot is 1, the second slot is 2. This is what I'm trying to tell you. There are multiple
Yeah.
ways to do math. Now, if you want to
And
do
you're saying it's going to be 3.
yes,
Can it be other than 3?
no.
Exactly. So even in binary calculator, there's only one correct logic.
We
it is
agree.
always-
We agree
Yes.
that the math is
Perfect.
always going to work
Now,
the same.
let me
So
get
So
to
what
the
you
next step.
should say then, because I think you're confused on what logic is, what you should say for your second point then is that there is always one right answer
Yes.
to a math solution. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes. Or math question.
Well, math
That's
solution.
not really right.
Sure.
But okay.
Sure. Yes. There's only one correct logic
No.
in everything.
Wrong
Everything.
again.
There cannot be two.
Is it-
There cannot
is
be
English-
two contradictory.
Is English your first
Listen.
language?
It doesn't matter. Look,
It does, because
No, it doesn't.
you
Because what
you
I'm
keep
saying is correct.
using words wrong, and we're trying to help you out here. So the
I'm
reason
actually
why
not.
we're
Listen.
stopping you is because there's not just one logic. There's 3 laws of logic, which I tried to get
There's
you
only
to.
one
I tried to
Okay,
get you to
answer this
identify
question. Answer this.
a minute
Can there be
ago
2
on
correct-
whether or not you
Can there be-
understood that there are 3 different laws of logic, and now you're muted because you're an idiot and you won't shut up long enough to learn something. So I'm going to show you. All you got to do is Google the 3 laws of logic, and you would have learned that there are, in fact, 3 laws of logic. Law of identity, law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle. Those are the 3 laws of classical logic. That's what we're trying to tell you. So if your premise is that there's only one law of logic, the premise is just wrong.
I didn't say there's only one law of logic. This shows that you're not even listening to me.
You
'cause
certainly
you're an idiot.
did. In fact,
And
put a
every
1 in the
accusation
comments
is a
if you all
confession.
heard him say
Every
that
time
he
you
only
call
believes in
me-
one law of logic.
You call me what you are. Every accusation is a confession from you, because I
Yeah,
said
that's
there's
what it
only one
is.
correct logic. I said
Did
there's
you
only
just
one
play
correct
the I know you are, but what
logic.
am I card?
He absolutely did. I'm rubber and you're glue. That's what he did.
There's only one correct logic. There's not only one law of logic. Yes, there's 3 laws of logic, but there's only one correct logic. Can there be 2 correct contradictory logic? No, there cannot be.
We don't believe in contradictions.
Exactly. There
Well, you
cannot
should
be
have
any
said that.
contradictions. Yes. So the same logic that we are using for the painting should be used for the universe. It's logical to accept the universe has a creator. It's illogical. It's illogical to say the universe doesn't
That's
have a
not
creator.
how that works at all.
And it's illogical to say, I don't know if the universe has a creator or not.
That's not how
Now,
that
is
works at all.
inductive reasoning.
That's
It
not
does.
that's not
It does if
deductive
you're-
or
if you have a brain.
inductive. That's stupidity.
It does if
So
you
I'll
have a brain.
explain.
But if you're
I'll
stupid-
explain it to you.
If you're stupid,
He
then
said
that's
the same laws for paintings should apply to the universe.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Sense.
That's
my
adorable. I would give you equally bad logic, and I'll explain to you why it's bad. So if I said that every puddle has no creator, because we see puddles forming literally on its own. And I said, by the same logic, paintings don't have creators. You would say, no, that's untrue, because we see actual painters painting paintings. That's why you can't just apply the logic to one thing to another thing, because first of all, that's not logic, by the way. That's just observation. Like, we know that paintings have painters because we've watched how paintings get made. We know that paintings have painters through experience. Now, we have no experience of a God. We have no experience of a creator. And the data that we have seems to suggest that God is also contradictory. We can go over that in a minute. And that it doesn't make sense for a God to create a world if the world is eternal. And I have no reason to believe that the universe once did not exist.
Now let me show you how you're a complete idiot, because it's impossible for universe to be eternal.
Why?
The universe must have a beginning.
Why?
Let's say you have let me tell you why, and now you're going to realize how stupid you
Well,
are.
I asked you why.
Breakdown of
Let
understanding.
me tell you why, so you can realize how stupid you are. If you have
This is gonna be
infinite
wild.
number, if you have an infinite number of people in front of you in a line to check out at a cashier, will you ever be able to check out at a cashier if there's infinite number of people in front of you in a line?
Well, unfortunately, that's not how infinites work. So what you've tried to do
No, I'm
is
asking you a question now. Answer the question, and then I'll tell you how.
I'm showing you why you've just misused infinites, asshat. So infinites don't have a beginning or the end. So there can't be an infinite of people in front of you at the counter, because what that means is that there is an end to the infinite. There is no end to the infinite. You can't say there's an infinite number of people between you and another finite point. There's no such thing as infinity between two finite points. So you can't use it that way. That's why your example doesn't work and you're a clown.
Let me give you another example. If there were two people in front of you and they go in circles, person A and person B.
Like what you're doing right now?
Person A is in front of you and the person B is in front of you. Person A checks out at a cashier and then goes behind person B. And then the person B...
You're doing Hilbert's Hotel at the checkout.
Yeah, he's doing the hotel.
That's crazy. I love how they just assume we've never heard these dumb analogies.
Actually, I have to give you
it's my favorite thing.
because you cannot understand this one, because I asked this to many atheists and they give me the correct answer. The correct answer
you're
is
misusing
no.
infinities. You can't use an infinity that has a definitive start or a definitive end, because infinities don't have ends or beginnings.
There will be no end.
I agree, which is why your analogy doesn't work, because your analogy includes an end and a beginning, idiot.
You understand it. You don't understand the analogy. Let's say you're a
I
sniper.
do. You're too dumb to understand your own analogy.
No, I do, but you clearly don't. Let's say you're a sniper.
I clearly do, which is why I showed you the problem with it.
Let's say you're a sniper and you have to pull the trigger, but for you to pull the trigger on the rifle, you have to ask a superior officer. And then for them to give you permission, they have to ask your superior officer. And there's infinite number of superior officers they would have to ask, would you ever be able to pull that trigger?
Again, you've made the same error, which is you're trying to add a beginning and an end to something that doesn't have a beginning or an end. You're creating a category error because your brain is smooth.
Also, I know this is getting into the weeds, but you have clearly never been in the military.
If the universe was infinite before us, you would never be here.
Yeah.
You would never be here.
Man, I don't think you're here right now. I think you're in an alternate universe. This is crazy. Do your doctors know you escaped?
He's off his meds.
Okay, let me tell you. Let's say there were two people in front of you. I'm just trying to give you an example.
You're going to give me 10 examples of the same problem.
Because you don't understand that if the universe was infinite before
every time you create the same problem, I'm going to give you the same answer. Every time you try to put a beginning or the end on something that doesn't have a beginning or the end, you're creating a category error. It's not hard.
But there is an end right now. We are in the present. We are in the present, which proves that the universe...
So, I'm sorry, does the future not exist? Holy shit, this guy doesn't think the future exists. We're doing the future right now. Every second that the future happens, we're doing it.
The atoms that your body is made of cannot exist infinitely before you,
Why not?
otherwise you would never be here.
Well, Just to be sure,
I have a question for you.
Yes.
I want to get your answer on this because I think this might be very telling. Can you have one infinity that is larger than the other?
Infinite? No. Infinity
Okay,
is
so
no beginning and no end.
I knew you were going to say that, and that tells me everything that I need to know, because that means that by definition, you don't even understand infinities. This is provable mathematics, that there are larger infinities than others. You
Bro,
don't
you're
even
stupid.
understand infinities.
this guy doesn't understand a whole lot of anything.
Trust me on this.
I don't.
Hey,
I'm
let me ask you a question, Van. Your God is outside of time, right?
Yes.
Sure. You think your God created time?
Yes. There has to be
Sure.
a beginning for the universe to exist.
Sure. Yeah.
Otherwise, we
I
wouldn't
didn't
be
ask
here.
you any of that. I said, do you believe your God created time?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you think time is?
A beginning and an end. Series of events.
There we go. It's a series of events, isn't it? Okay. Would we say that all creation events has a before and an after? There's a before state and an after state?
Since the universe was made, yes, there was before and after. Since the time started, yes.
Okay. How do you have a before and an after without time?
You only have before and after time.
No, you can't have a before time.
Absolutely different. How do you have
You
a
cannot.
before and an after without space?
You cannot have series of events before
You got
before the
it.
series started.
You
Before the series
nailed
started.
it. Yeah, you can't have a series of events because you don't have time yet. That's why time can't create you can't create time, and God can't do shit outside of time. In fact, I'll give you the syllogism for it. It's really easy. Premise 1, creation involves a change of states. You already agreed. Premise number 2, all changes of states have a before and after. Some of them have a before, after, and during. That's another thing, but you agreed to that. Premise 3, anything with a before, during, or after state requires time, does it not?
Look, now I'm gonna nail you to the cross. Watch this.
Do you think
I'm
before
gonna
is a
nail your
temporal
argument to the
state?
cross. Now listen to this.
Do you think before? Van, listen, I know that you're like crashing out hard because you're realizing that this argument is not going to look good for you. I just need you to either reject or accept the syllogism, or actually just premise number 3 at this point. Remember, you're the one that you're so confident that your view is true. You should be able to withstand a simple syllogism. So my third premise is pretty simple. Anything that has a before and an after state is in time, yes or no?
Yes.
Gotcha. So then premise 4 says time must exist for creation to happen since there's a before and an after, right?
Time must exist for the creation to happen.
Mm-hmm.
No, that doesn't make sense in itself. Because
It does.
The
So
time
premise,
only, no, it doesn't.
it just
Only
logically
after the creation
follows.
started.
It's called Einstein's theory of special relativity.
It's pretty easy, right? So you already said that premise 3 is true, and premise 4 actually just logically follows. Premise 3 is that anything that has a before and an after is in time. Remember, before is a temporal notion. So what that means is that in order to have a before, time must already exist.
Yes.
Okay, so then the conclusion logically follows that time can't be created.
Series of events can be created?
No, time can't be created because time requires time to be created because it's a creation event.
Time also requires
can there
space
be,
because space-time is a thing.
Okay, can I get your name so I can address you with something?
Johan.
Or you don't want to give it? Can I give you?
What
should I give you? What's your username on YouTube? What should
I just told you it's Johan.
Johan, listen to this. Can there be infinite number of human beings before you? Yes or no?
Physically or mathematically?
Can there physically in reality? Can there be infinite number of ancestors before you?
Maybe if you say it fucking louder, we won't hear it. Yeah, there's always something that can precede you. Now, we wouldn't call it humans because humans is a classification of animals. And we know that humans came from eventually a different classification. If you go back enough in evolution,
Okay.
You go,
Okay. Before I didn't ask you all that.
I know, I'm going to give you all that. So the reason why you can't have infinite humans is because humans is a classification that is based on something that's time dependent, right? So humans only existed from a certain period of time, just like we would say, I don't know, the first original amoeba only existed for a period of time. There's all kinds of species that only existed for a period of time. But are there things that can exist eternally? Yes, like electrons.
Okay. Can there be? Would you be here if there was infinite number of your human ancestors before you? Would you be
You
able to
really
be
just
here?
completely ignored his entire question.
No.
Yeah,
I
listening's
didn't.
not his strong suit. Yes, if there was an infinite number of people before me, I'd still be here.
Infinite number of what?
You're just
there
going
were-
back to the Painter question. Like,
Yeah,
Hold on, man. Let Johan speak. You
he's
be
too-
quiet, man. I'm not
he's
talking
too
to you. I'm talking
dumb.
to
Damn.
Johan.
I've been shut down.
he's too dumb
Hold on,
to know
listen, there
he's
should be
about to
three
give the
people
same
talking.
example.
Van
So-
Tam is putting me in timeout.
Van Tam,
Just relax, man.
you're about to give the exact same example that has the exact same flaw as your prior 5 examples.
It doesn't have a flaw. Okay, I'm saying empirical. Like, let's say, hypothetically, can there be infinite number of human ancestors before you and you would still be here? Hypothetically.
Again, mathematically, yes. According to history,
there
no, because humans are something
how
that
would you be
exists
here, bro?
on a
Who-
timetable that is based on our genetic traits. So mathematically, yes, but like actual according to physics and science, obviously not.
Do you know what infinite regress is?
I do, which is why you're failing to explain why infinite regresses aren't possible, and you're struggling mightily to give the exact same example 5 different ways.
So you believe that infinite regress is possible?
Yes, there's no reason not to, which is what we're demonstrating right now.
But I want to be clear on this
Okay,
too.
listen,
because
we're here in the
probably
present, right?
thinking in his mind, oh, so you think there's an infinite regress of humans that's possible, and that's not what he's saying. He's saying that the general concept of infinite regress is absolutely mathematically possible, but the idea that there could be an infinite regress of humans is not possible. And I don't want to speak for you, Justin, but I don't think that's what you're saying at all, because we know how humans come about. We know that at some point, there weren't humans in the universe. But that doesn't mean you can't take this syllogism that says, oh, if humans did not infinitely regress, therefore there is no infinite regression. That does not follow.
Now, I'd be curious to know how he thinks God did anything, or thinks outside of time, because if God thinks or has thoughts or ideas, certainly they would have to be in time. And if God is doing stuff in time, it could only make sense that he's been in time infinitely, which would mean God is an infinite regression.
Okay, let me show you why infinite regress is impossible. Now, what time is it over there? Over here is 7:53.
He's about to give the same bad argument.
No,
If there's an infinite past, would you ever get to now? Oh no, he's destroyed me. Fucking ankle
Let's try it,
shattered.
yeah.
Never gonna debate again. Holy shit.
Before, even though the questions were correct.
I've actually
Two
given
from
you,
starting
I'm going to
point.
give you the identical same answer that I've given you every single time you've tried to do this
Because
bad
you're running from the
analogy,
question. You're running
which
from the-
is you're trying to put an end or a start on something that doesn't have an end or a start, which is why it doesn't work for you. The minute you put an end or a start on something that doesn't have an end or a start, what you've done is you've created a flawed analogy. We might even call this a paradox, depending on who you ask. But what it is, it's something that you've formed that is just verbally invalid.
One of the classic ways to explain this that I certainly did not come up with, this is very common in physics, is to ask what is north of the North Pole. You think, you can think you're being brilliant by saying, oh, what came before the North Pole? But if you actually understand the geology and the space-time of the issue, you realize that it's an illogical question.
Okay, it's completely different analogy, because did your podcast, this live stream, did it have a start?
It sure did.
Okay, perfect.
He's going to
It
do
had a
the
start.
same thing. He never learned.
Yes.
This is
Your
a hallmark
live
trait
stream has a chart, right?
of TBI. Absolutely TBI happening in real time.
Okay, let's
This is
start.
why we need Medicare for all, y'all.
You
We
are
need
so
Medicare
scared.
for
You are
all,
so
and we
you're running
need
from the question
strict
'cause you're scared.
regulations on the boxing industry.
You are so scared of my
I'm
question. Your
shivering
live
right
stream-
now. Please give me
Yes,
the
that's why-
exact
that's why
same
you keep changing
analogy
topics.
for the 6th time.
Okay, so your live stream had a chart, correct?
Sure did, yeah.
Let's use that as a starting point.
We agree that starting points exist.
Yes. So before that, you believe the universe exists eternally and infinitely before that?
Yeah,
Before
there
the
was a
start of your live stream?
starting point behind every moment in history. Every moment in history is a finite point on the timeline, and there's an infinite number of them in the past and the future.
Okay, just like your live stream had a starting point, let's use that. Your finger is on the trigger as a starting point.
How does it
Bro,
equate?
this guy
The
keeps
live stream
interrupting.
had a
I don't
starting
know.
point
This guy's
to
trying to
the
make a joke or
universe.
something.
What
Listen,
does
let
that
me and
do?
Johan talk. Let me and Johan talk instead of going all crazy on the side.
All right, hey,
talk with him.
Van, you're literally out of your mind right now. Skepticus is trying to explain something very easy to
No,
you,
let me
and
just talk to
you're
you 'cause
crashing out because you're so concussed right now, which
Listen,
I
but
get.
you keep
You
interrupting me.
came
I'm
by it
speaking.
honestly. Here's what we're gonna do. I want Skepticus to interact with you because I'm gonna tell you the identical same thing every single time. Maybe he's gonna say something that hits you different.
Okay, but can he not interrupt me when I'm in the middle of my sentence?
I'm not
Let me
fucking
finish my
talking.
sentence.
The
Start
sentence
talking.
to be eternal.
Okay, please.
There's an infinite regress on the
I don't know. Okay,
sentences. So
that's Johan. And what's his name? What's your name, bro?
I'm Skepticus.
Skepticus. Let me finish my sentence, and then you can talk. Is that
Does
fair?
the sentence ever end?
Yes. Sentence has a starting and an end, just like the universe.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So let it finish, and then
The
you talk,
universe
please.
has an
Thank you.
end? Holy shit.
Yes. Yes. Universe has a starting and an end. So let's use your live stream, your podcast as a starting point. You believe that there was infinite events before your live stream. Your live stream, you
No,
believe
I'm
there
not
was
going to let you finish. And you know why I'm not? Because
Why?
every single time
'Cause
you
you're
go
scared.
back to the same illogical premise, you keep trying to use something like a live stream as this proof of your idea that there is a start and an end. But we know how live streams work. We have literally no evidence in the entire universe
buddy.
of a live stream that ever started on its own or went infinitely on its own. We know how live streams work.
Perfect.
We know how humans come about. But you are trying to equate that then to some rational or irrational connection to eternal regress. And that makes no sense because the relationship between a live stream and the nature of space-time itself, which you don't understand because you don't even know that there are multiple sizes of infinities, and yet you still want to imply that the start of a live stream in some irrational way can be connected to the start of the universe, and it makes no logical sense. So you can keep saying this, and you keep trying to tell me and Justin to shut up, but you keep saying the same illogical thing over and over and over again, and you want us to ignore the complete lack of logic and just nod along while you continue your infinite sentences.
Let me finish my sentence, buddy.
Thank you for proving my point.
Let me finish, bro. Okay.
Oh man.
So the live stream had a beginning point, and before that, you believe there was infinite. Okay. Now let's say just like that. Let's say your finger is on the trigger as a sniper, and you have to ask your superior officer to get the permission to.
You already did this one.
And yes.
And I already explained it. You clearly have not been in the military.
There's only one correct answer, bro. Let me just finish, bro. Like I keep getting
tell you what,
and when you guys talk,
I know
speak.
it's very frustrating. So here's what we do, Van Tam, because You've been so kind. I'm going to give you 2 minutes uninterrupted. I won't even let Skepticus interrupt you.
2 minutes.
You'll get at least
30 seconds.
You get as much as you need, a maximum of 2 minutes to say whatever you need to say, and then we won't interrupt you at all.
Seconds.
All right, 30
30
seconds.
seconds, please.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So let's say you're a sniper.
All right. I think we're done there. All right, moving on. I think you got sniped just now. Chris, thank you for the super chat. My name is Chris. Yes, I exist. Yes, math exists. That was easy. Hail, Doug. Indeed, it was, friend. Holy shit. Well, I tell you what. Don't let your kids go into boxing without really good headgear. And Zaf says every Philbro has a personality disorder. Prove me wrong. Rock hard for Doug. A lot of them seem to. To be fair, there's a lot of really good ones out there. It's just that they don't get drugged down in these dumb debates with these dumb talking points. The smart ones are smarter. They get drugged down in TikTok debates. Zachary, thank you for the super chat, says, my church teaches that taking medicine and or going to the doctor shows a lack of faith and might lead you to hell. Is there any biblical basis? Well, kind of. I mean, the Bible doesn't tell you to not seek medical help, but the Bible does seem to suggest that God is in charge of who gets sick and who gets better. For example, Exodus chapter 4, verse 11, God says, hey, who makes mortals blind or mute or deaf or speaking? Isn't not I the Lord? So God seems to be the guy in charge of making people sick or whole, and he seems to take over that later. That's why Jesus talks about how you have power and authority over all sicknesses and diseases, which would lead you to believe that if somebody's sick, you just lack faith. Now, I don't believe you can take all that and then say, well, if we do have known cures for things, you shouldn't seek them out. I don't think you could find that in the Bible, but you can absolutely get to a point in the Bible where you would expect God to do healing for you. Kibbles and Bits says, thank you for your donation. Hey, we appreciate being here, and thank you for your donation. And also, Sage, thank you for the super chat, says, just watched McClellan's video on multiple gods in the Bible. Do you think any of the writers of the Bible thought only Yahweh existed, or just that he's the best? I don't think almost any of these biblical writers thought that God was the only God, with maybe, possibly the exception of Paul, but even Paul contradicts that. Like 1 Corinthians chapter 8, he talks about how there are many so-called gods, but for us only the one God, which you could take as being strict monotheism, but in other parts, he talks about there being other gods, but like they're lesser gods, right? So it comes down to what do you think is a god? But yeah, strictly speaking, the Bible is full of gods. Exodus 12:12 is one of my favorite examples, and Psalm 82. Caroline says, I took a deep dive into Ugaritic mythological texts. Love to hear it. And let's say Elle hosted some pretty wild and weird parties. Rock hard for Doug. Fuck yeah, he did. Elle knew how to get down. That is for sure. But that's also why Baal had to do his dirty work, why Baal had to do all the fighting for him. He was an old man, and he spent way too many years getting drunk and passing out in his own filth. He had to get one of his eldest sons to take over for him, you know? And Flanker, thank you. Flanker 420 is now Flanker 130. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, the same 5 arguments. It wouldn't bother me as much if they had an ounce of originality or unique thought. Does it bother you that they are literal test tube clones of each other? It doesn't bother me, but it does make me laugh when they have the same kindergarten arguments as everybody else, and they are convinced that they're going to fucking cook with them and that we've never heard them. That's my favorite. Gretchen, thank you for the follow-up, says Johann Lamau. Actually, I do like some of the old school European J names. I just didn't get a cool one. I got the one that leads you into boy bands, apparently. It is what it is. Chris says, clearly screaming and laughing are the most effective apologetics. All praise to Doug. I will never understand as an apologist. I get it if you're not a Christian or you're not a believer, but if you're trying to convince somebody of your position, I'll never understand why you think shouting at the other person is convincing. Unless that person's being like out of control or they're getting out of pocket, there's really not a good reason to yell at them. And Spaghetti, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I might have asked you before, but I had to bail. But are you on familiar? I mean, am I familiar with taqiyya in Islam? I'm trying to learn more. if it's a legitimate thing they practice or a weak thing on to focus on. So last time you asked, Takia, we talked about it, is the practice of basically lying for Yahweh or lying for Allah, right? So they're allowed to lie about their religion either to preserve life or to like in argumentation. That's my understanding. And I believe that's happening because I've seen it happen. I've seen people come up here and lie about their religion because fucking, they don't want to debate the merits of the Quran. And Chodicus says, what is the creator was actually named Tyler, not Yahweh. What if you mean? Tyler, would make more sense because I would expect the Tyler as a god to be more of a dunce, which would explain some of the nonsense down here. Especially a fucking Kevin. Sorry to any Kevins out there in the Discord. Chodicus says, so the secret Muslim is saying we're on a highway to hell with Tyler, the creator, and maybe we will find the dark side of the moon. I think that's it, actually. I think you nailed it. And last but not least, before we get our next guest in here, Mostly Gizzards, great to see you tonight, friend. Thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, posted this on Discord. New study on asteroid Ryugu yielded all 5 nucleobases. No fucking way. Religion is dead, but science lives on daily. Rock hard for Doug. I am upset that I didn't fucking see this one. Hold on. Asteroid.
Yeah, me too. I haven't heard that. I got
Ryugu. This is amazing information. Yeah, okay. It looks like it was
scary, but it almost starts to feel like panspermia kind of, vibes.
Yeah. It says a complete set of canonical nucleobases on the carbonaceous asteroid 162173 Ryugu, and I got to copy that, and I'm going to put it on the cheat sheet right now under resources in the origin of life section under abiogenesis. Actually, give me 1 second. Bada bing, bada boom. Got it in there. Holy shit. Thanks, Mostly Gizzard. I really appreciate that.
That's that shout out. That's really cool. I got to look that up. Really
helpful. Yeah. Okay. So we've got a couple people waiting to get in. As far as I can tell, Darth Mark was next to get in. Regular John is in the queue, but Regular John, my friend, you're not fully connected. Something happened to your connection. It shows right now that you're not actually connected. You might have to refresh your browser. Once you refresh your browser, we can get you in. We also have Duke Tree waiting to get in. So we'll grab Darth, then we'll grab John, and then we'll grab Duke, unless somehow the order changes. So welcome in, Darth. Are you at least 18? Although, are you fully connected? Your video looks like it's frozen, Darth. I don't think Darth is connected. But John is. John's back, and we're going to get him in. Looks like the connection's good this time. Welcome in, Regular John.
Yeah, hi, Justin. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Well, that last guy was pretty wild.
Yeah, he was something.
Yeah, I'm not going to have any arguments like that, man. I don't have any stock in, look at the trees bullshit or anything like that.
Oh, come on, man. Just bring it. Just go crazy.
Okay, well, just look at the trees. Yeah. So, your title is God is Fiction, Prove Me Wrong. I honestly, the only way I could possibly prove you wrong would be to tell you, my personal experiences and why I believe. And you're gonna if I do that, you're just gonna fucking laugh at me.
I would, well, you're being nice. I wouldn't laugh at you, but I would give you the explanation that I give everybody, which is, unfortunately, and I learned this the hard way when I was a Christian, because I was talking to Muslims and people of other faiths. I wanted to know why they believed in their particular religion. And what I found was lots of personal testimonies, healings, miracles, all kinds of stuff. So if personal testimony is valid, then it could only mean all of these gods exist, or that personal testimonies aren't actually valid.
I'm sorry. Can you just repeat that one more time? Sorry.
Sure. My premise is this. Miracle stories, personal experiences, these things happen in every religion, which means if this is evidence of your particular God existing, it can only mean that all of these gods exist, or that none of the gods exist, and that personal testimonies just aren't really all that useful.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, when I say personal experiences, I don't really mean miracles. I'm not talking about like God finding my car keys or anything like that. It's more like things that I've seen that aren't really explainable through natural means. Do you know what I mean? You don't. So let me try to explain. Um, so the reason why I started believing, I'm 37 now, I started believing when I was like 22, was because I kind of was looking into people's names and what they mean. And a lot of names are biblical. And they usually mean something. And so I've kind of studied that, as stupid as that sounds. And a lot of like people that I would follow and look at their lives, I would see patterns. And this is all like you could easily just say, Tom, you're fucking crazy. My real name's Tom, by the way. You're just a nutball. You know, you're just a fucking nutcase. And I very well could be, but I don't know. It just seems like it points to the specific religion of Christianity for me. And granted, I'm most familiar with the Bible, and therefore I would look into those names and what they mean, and then try to apply them to people I know and shit. But I don't know. It just seems to kind of have an eerie thing to it.
If I said give me your argument in one like sentence, what would you say? I don't fully understand what you're trying to say right now.
Okay. So like, let's say well, I'll just give you a real life example. So there was this guy that used to be a big fan of. He was a musician. He still is. His name's Joshua, right? He had a big drug problem, like a lot of musicians have. He actually ended up dying, and they resuscitated him. Now, Joshua, I'm sure you know, means Jesus, right? It's the same name.
Yeah.
Not really, but
it's
okay.
close enough. It's the English rendering of the Greek rendering of the shortened Hebrew word. So Yehoshua is Joshua in Hebrew. The shortened version is Yeshua, which when you transliterate into Greek becomes Isu. When you transliterate eventually into Latin and English becomes Jesus, or Joshua. Nevertheless, we're with you. It's not important right now.
Yeah, so basically, like, that was somebody I followed for a while, and he's a musician, right? So a lot of his life is put into music. He's a very brilliant artist, and you kind of had to go along. This is why it's so esoteric and so individual and personal, because you kind of have to experience these things, and you can't, because faith, you can't prove it, right? You can never prove your belief. That's why it's a belief. You know, I think I remember somebody on your show, and I've only watched your show a couple times. They're like, no, belief is knowledge. And I'm like, no, that's not true, though, because if you have knowledge, you don't have to believe. Right?
Sure. So let me ask you a question. Are you suggesting that your friend being healed is evidence for the Christian God existing?
Well, I think that his life and what it led up to, like his death, right? And resuscitation, I won't say resurrection, resuscitation, right? Because he's only a man. He's not actually Jesus. He just, the what got him there was he was following all the worldly things that the Bible tells you not to follow, right? He was following success and money and girls and drugs and all that stuff, and that got him killed, right? And so that's kind of like a real life example of sin destroying somebody.
Right. But what
So,
I'm asking is, are you suggesting that what happened to your friend is evidence for Christianity being true?
it's evidence for me. I mean, I don't expect it to be evidence for anybody else.
Okay, so would you take other healing and miracle stories in other religions to be just as valid?
Potentially. I'd have to see something that really resonated with me, like intellectually and emotionally, because that's what happened.
Okay, so But my point is this: we've got miracle stories in every religion. I think the religion that's most known for healing is probably the Roman religion, Greco-Roman religion that is centered around a god named Asclepius. And we got lots of information from the ancient world of personal testimonies of people that were healed, and they were literally inscribed by priests on stone. Like they came to the priest to say, "Hey, I came to this Asclepii, I was healed," and they wrote the story down, literally etched it in stone. And the monument is in a museum. You can go see it today. Here's a story from Ambrosia of Athens. It says she was blind in one eye. She came as a suppliant to the god. As she walked about in the sanctuary, she laughed at some of the curses as incredible and impossible that the lame and the blind should be healed by merely seeing a dream. In her sleep, she had a vision. It seemed to her that the god stood by her and said that he would cure her, but that in payment he would ask her to dedicate to the sanctuary a silver pig as a memorial for her ignorance. After saying this, he cut the diseased eyeball and poured in some drug. When day came, she walked out sound. And there's actually hundreds of these testimonies from the ancient Asclepius healings, which means if testimony of healing is valuable, it must mean that the god Asclepius is out there healing people.
Or that was all bullshit. Everything
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That all of it is bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but I didn't live in that time, and that's all. People writing shit down can always be bullshit.
Right.
But
for the same reason why you would discount everybody else's story as bullshit, I would just say the same about yours. Whatever happened, I can tell you it's just like the other millions of other people who had the same healing stories in every religion.
It could be, man. And I like the reason why I listen to you and a lot of other people is because I really don't want there to be a fucking god. Honestly, well, it would be nice if he was like just a big teddy bear in the sky.
Sure,
that'd be amazing.
Wait, but I'm sorry. Can you expand upon that idea? Because I feel like there's a lot of sincerity in your voice, but I think that's a fascinating concept that you brought up down. Like on one hand, you believe and you feel convicted by this personal experience, which I respect. But that tension that you're talking about, I want to hear more about.
Well, there's a lot of shit in the Bible I don't like. Mm-hmm. It's terrible. And I have trouble reconciling that with my own morality. Like the idea of hell is just fucking just terrible. Mm-hmm. I would never.
Which is not a universal Christian doctrine, but I understand what you mean.
Yeah. Like I have one of my best friends is gay. I would never tell him anything about my beliefs at all because of what the fucking Bible says about it. So kind of forgot what the question was, man. Sorry.
I was the question. Yeah. I just wanted to explore the fact that on one hand, it sounds like you're sincerely expressing this experience and why you believe. And again, I'll say I respect your experience, but that tension that you bring about when you say, but I really don't want to believe, like, do you feel that the experience was so strong that despite your reservations, it's undeniable that to you, in your mind, God is there?
Well, I only gave you that one. There's a bunch of others that I could give. I'll spare you if you want, but
I'm sorry. Let me interrupt. I know I just asked you a question, but let me put it a different way. What if your experiences are real and God is there, but God is also all of the negative things that you have in your mind?
Well, then I'm going to have a shit ton of questions when I'm dead. I'm going to have a lot of questions and a lot of reservations. And I have no idea. It's so there's some stuff in there that's so bad that I just can't adopt it. And I really admire people who do, who because a lot of people just shut it out and they just pretend like their God isn't the God of the Bible. But some people are
every Christian.
Like, yeah, well, that's what it says, so that's what I have to believe. I just don't. I don't want to do that. But really, part of it is I do like to sin. To be honest with you, I'm a human being, and I like what human beings like, you know. So that's definitely part of what pulls me away from it. So
So
yeah,
let me ask you a
You
question.
like to sin. I don't know. I'm not even asking you to dive into what exactly you mean by that. But when you do the things that you are putting into that category in your mind, do you feel like you are sinning?
well, it's usually after, isn't it?
I don't know. I mean,
well, any kind of lack of
when I do the things that Christians tell me are sins, I don't feel bad in the moment, and I don't feel bad afterwards. So that's why I'm asking you.
I think the fact that I have beliefs kind of reinforces those negative feelings, maybe more than an average person. But it doesn't really stop me, I'll be honest with you. So, yeah. I don't know, man. You're probably just talking to a mixed up human being who's got some mental issues, but
No, I don't think so. I think you're actually trying to think through some of the stuff. It's just that you had a personal experience and you're trying to figure out what it means. Well, a lot of us did. I had personal experiences when I was in the church. It took me a long time to sort them out, figure out what I believed. And I came out on the side of with the understanding that Christianity just wasn't true, despite my personal experiences, for all the reasons that I articulate on this channel.
yeah. And I'll definitely have to keep watching your channel because there's a part of my mind that's rooting for that, for it not to be true. But I'm just like, whenever I listen to people talk to you, I just get frustrated because it's like, that's not what I would say. These aren't the arguments I'd be making. Why can't you just answer yes or no? It's just like, it's really frustrating. And I just wanted to call in and just kind of give my 2 cents in.
Sure.
But
Sure.
that's really all I got.
Well, I mean, thanks for coming by. It's important to discuss these things while you're trying to figure it out. So, I mean, when you get time, spend some time thinking about it, and maybe if you come to a different conclusion, come back and say hi to us again.
All right, cool, man. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you both.
Cheers, man.
I'll add something really quick there, Justin, before we go to the next caller. But I despite the fact that I also have an atheist YouTube channel, and some people might think, oh, you're just an angry atheist yelling people down or something. I mean, I have great respect for people's personal experience. Like Justin's saying, a lot of people that even are atheists today can tell you that at some point in their life, they had a quote unquote religious experience. I remember, hearing a number of times Matt Dillahunty talks about how when he was young, he had a religious experience. But of course, he has changed his viewpoint on that now. And the only thing I want to say on this is that I respect the fact that you had this experience. The analogy that I always draw is if Justin came to me tomorrow and said, man, I was abducted by aliens last night. And he was like shaking and sweating and crying about it. I mean, I would believe that he had the experience, meaning something happened in his brain, like he felt, because if he seems sincere and he's emotionally, shaken up about it, I would believe the experience, because experience happens here, was real. That doesn't mean I would think he was abducted by aliens.
Right. Yeah.
But that's all I wanted to say on that.
100%. 100%. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring in Darth Mark again. I'm going to try to bring in Darth Mark. And then after that, I'm going to read a couple super chats, use the restroom, and get Duke Tree in here after that. Give me 1 second for Darth. And we'll see if we can get Darth in here. Darth, can you hear me? Because it looks like your connection's still kind of goofy. I tried to add you to the screen, and I don't see you getting added. There you go. I think it's just slow. Darth, I think your connection's really slow, man. Darth, your microphone's muted, by the way. I can see your microphone hardware is connected, but it's muted. Now it's unmuted. Okay. buddy. It shows right here that you're on an iPhone with Corsair not selected as your microphone. You've got your headphones on, but you didn't select them as a microphone source.
Testing.
There you go.
Testing.
I sent.
Thank
There you
walked
go. I
me
sent
through
you a
that.
request
I
for
was
the
like a
mic.
baby.
Don't
I was a
worry.
baby, bro. I had to get through it.
We got you.
Okay, but I will turn off my camera though, because the last time I did this, it was like messing with my connection.
Sure. Yeah, I thought I recognized your name before. Darth, refresh my memory. What's your belief system?
So I believe in God, but I think the term is agnostic, where you believe in a God, but you don't know what God is exactly, or
Okay.
who God is, or if even God's. Well, I don't think God's a human. Well, maybe, I don't know, but I'll be quick. I'll tell you guys why I think God is not fiction. I'll try and stick to the prompt, and I'll start off with two like personal experiences, because the last guy that was wait, can you guys still hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. I'll start off with two personal experiences that for me solidified to me that we're living in some sort of what I would call like a simulation, because to me God is like some sort of much higher being, like so much higher that we can't really comprehend. And I'll just use the example. One time I picked up an ant, and then the ant was like freaking out because I had all these oils on my hand. And I studied ants for a little bit, and I realized like ants, they can't really even perceive us because we're too large for their eyes to like, they can't take in enough light to even perceive us. And I kind of was thinking like, damn, that's crazy. Like there's a creature on this earth sharing this planet, and they cannot perceive me because they cannot see me through the light waves. But I can interact with it. And like scientists can even control how ants move through pheromone. Um, anyway, I know that's like a little bit off subject, but what I'm saying, I'm setting the stage with the idea that there are creatures that possibly understand us well enough to control us or manipulate us without us even being aware of their presence. And
Sure.
I say that because we can do that with ants. And there's two experiences that I had that made
Is it
me
scientifically
think,
possible that there is an ant the size of 5 galaxies out in outer space somewhere?
Jesus Christ, on the laws of physics, I have no idea.
There we go. We got it. So what we're going to be asking here is whether or not your view has any basis in the laws of physics. Like we agree there might be some things out there that are beyond our capability of seeing or beyond our capability of knowledge right now. But if they don't comport with the laws of physics, then we're going to have some questions. So it sounds like you're positing that we're in a simulation, and you think the simulation was created by God?
Yes.
Okay. Why would we think
Or
that the
even,
simulation is created by God?
even perhaps partially created. And I would say that the world's processes
Right.
have been
But
refined.
what I'm asking is, if
Yeah.
there is a simulation, why would we assume God did it?
I would say because I think that naturally occurring phenomenon is not well constructed enough to support our type of life, meaning
Why?
human, like where we need a specific amount of oxygen. But that's
So
just
what?
my,
That's all
I
part of
guess,
the simulation.
belief.
Somebody just programmed it in.
Yes. Yeah. And I
Yeah.
mean, I think that's why I think it's like partially a simulation where,
No, a super evolved entity did. An entity that evolved on a different planet that has better capabilities than we did created the simulation.
yes. Yeah, that's what I believe. And I believe what I'm thinking is that people
So
like
then you're an atheist.
think, was
You're
that
in the
atheist?
club. You're an atheist now.
Wait, that's atheist?
Yep.
I didn't even.
From a badge.
Oh shit! What?
We did it.
Okay, no, I did not realize.
Where's my atheist bell? Hold on.
Wait, what? Yeah. Well, okay, yeah. Then I guess I am. I didn't real. Okay, well, let me just give my two experiences, because I think Christians or even Muslims, they need to hear this, because I would, if that is what an atheist is, then I would accept that I am one. Because, but I want to give this spirit, what I guess I would call a spiritual experience, which is that one, I am precog, meaning there's times when I see things before they happen and I don't. It made me start to realize like, okay, time is some type of vector that like it's you can peer in and out of it. Like it's just a vector that,
What do you think a vector
but I
is?
don't understand. Well, it's a, or I guess what would be a proper term? Time is part of an overall vector. Like there's more than just these dimensions that we can see, and
What?
time is some type of
But,
dimension
but,
that.
but what do you think is
Yeah,
a
go ahead.
vector? When you say vector, what do you think that is?
A point moving forward, or not even a point. Like the mathematical term of a vector is like a direction that something is moving infinitely.
No, it's a vector is direction coupled with time. So you can't have a vector that's just time, and you can't have a vector without time.
Yeah,
But
you
that,
need
Well,
like
that's getting a little technical, but
size, length, direction.
right, a three-dimensional set of coordinates with time. So that's a vector.
So time can be part of a
Okay.
vector. You can use a vector
Yes.
calculation that includes time, but you can't say that time is a vector.
Well, I guess I would say that time is something that it's part of a vector that you can actually go back and forth between somehow, but I don't understand like why or how, or even like why are able to have sudden instances of seeing further into like we can see further into the vector than we actually are. Like we're
I don't.
placed here in this part of the vector, and then we see something
Into
further.
the vector. What does that mean?
Yes. Like we can, well, so I'll give an example. The first time I realized that I was precog,
Well,
I had a
let
dream
me.
at night.
Oh boy.
Yeah, go.
Let me fast forward a little bit. I've met a number of people that think that their precognitions are real. I've also read studies on people who think they have precognition, and here's what typically happens. A lot of people have precognitions, and then later they think it's confirmed. So in these studies, they'll have people write down their precognitions. Now it turns out when people write them down, they never come true. Because what's really happening is people are having events, and then the same thing that triggers deja vu triggers them to think that they had precognition about it. Now, if you write something down or tell us something, like if you get a precognition tonight, fucking email me, tell me what it is, and if that shit comes true, I'd be like, this motherfucker's got precognition. But until it's in writing, I believe that the demonstration from the studies is that people only think they have precognition for the same reason that deja vu works.
I would have to
lottery
disagree.
Numbers,
But
I will dedicate a live stream just to you.
yes, but I don't think that's how it works though. I don't, well, because I think that we don't fully understand or grasp the nature of reality. Like there may be some way to actually go forward or back, but we don't understand.
Yeah, but
But
let me ask you:
there's some type of,
if you believe you have precognition, what's one way to test the theory?
it would be to tell somebody, and I have done this actually, but it's fucking weird because no one wants. It's just fucking weird. Like you don't do that to people. They're like, okay, bro. But so for example, I feel like I'm going to talk really, really fast. I feel like there's two types of precog. One is like you literally just see the actual event before it happens, and then you wake up and that shit happens, and you're like, what the fuck? And then I think there's another way which happens to me where I work in an office. I had a dream of this lady that I work with. She was turned away from me. Then she turned around and gave me a handshake. And then within the next 3 days, we were assigned to a project together. And this is more like interpretive precog or something. And then I'm like, why did I have a dream previously of her just like, and that was the whole dream, which is her standing there, her back turned to me, then turned around and shaking my hand.
You said you had a dream where she gave you a handshake, and then you were on a project, and that is the confirmation of your precognition.
Well, let me rewind. I think there's two types. There's ones that are like that, which I just explained, where it's like before I had a dream of her turning to me and shaking my hand. Then 3 days later, we were assigned to a project together. Then there's another type where it's literally.
What are the odds that you're going to shake hands with a
happens.
coworker?
The odds that I will shake hands with them, with that specific person, low, because we don't. I mean, we're not friends like that. Like where, you know what I mean? Like, or even like, because my wife is also precog. She had a dream.
Oh boy,
This one's stupid. This one's stupid. She had a
I believe
dream
it.
of my ex
Wait.
coming to my job.
I'm
She
sorry.
had a
Addicting.
she had a dream of my ex coming to my job, and she came the next day, like to my job, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Like,
I'm
so it's
sure she
stuff like
did.
that where it's like, I can't. There's no way to like. So to me, these are miraculous
How
because it's
far
like
away
even
does
if you
your ex live from you?
now we live in different cities.
No, at that time.
We lived in the same city at this time.
So you're local to each other, huh?
Yeah, but I mean,
Has she ever seen you since you broke
what
up?
do you think the? Wait, say again.
After you broke up with her, had she ever talked to you before, prior to meeting you there?
No, it was pretty bad. It was bloody. Well, not
It was
literally.
bloody.
Not literally. Just like lots of yelling, fuck you, that
Mhm.
type of
So you
of breakup.
you
I
had not
wasn't mature.
communicated. You had not communicated with her whatsoever prior to that, huh?
No.
And then she just showed up.
Yes.
Sounds like a fun coincidence. I'd be interested to know if any of these things are real, like if you actually wrote them down. Again, this is why I said the reason why we test these things in a real manner, like we write them down before they happen, is so we can know that the precog actually happened rather than thinking you had precog later, which is identical to how deja vu works. So that's why, in order for us to care about your precog stories, we would need you to tell us something that's going to happen and then let us see if it's going to happen.
That's a fair way of measuring it. And I myself, like this is, but once again, like unless I'm sitting in a lab, there's no way anyone would believe me. Because me myself,
Bro,
I
email
started
me.
writing down my dreams.
No, there is a way
Okay,
we
yeah.
believe you. Tell us beforehand.
Yeah, just email us. I got my emails on my account.
I can do that. Because I do think, I don't know what it is, but there's some sort of like, but okay, so this is gonna get even weirder. So that was the number one. So I said there's two reasons. I'll just give them because I gotta go. But one of the reasons I believe in God is because there's some sort of like precognition.
No, you don't believe in God.
Or believe in a species that we cannot perceive that has control over us.
Fair enough, because we're in a simulation.
Yeah.
Is that species in a simulation too?
You know, it's hard to say. I don't know.
Oh, why wouldn't they
might
be?
But at what point do you apply Occam's razor?
I'm sorry. I'm a buffoon. I don't even know what that. Occam, can you
Occam's
describe
razor
Occam's
is a very, very common rhetorical idea of essentially it just says that given an array of possibilities, the easiest or most likely possibility, unless you have proof otherwise, means that the simplest possibility is almost always probably the answer. So I'm not saying this to be a dick to you, but I'm saying that, you know, if Justin hits me up tomorrow and says I had a dream, you know, that some magic person came to my office, like, or not magic. I had a dream that a member of some football team came to my office. I'd say that's a weird dream, but there is a chance that the local football team maybe came and visited your office. And even though you might feel like, well, this was totally unpredicted and there's no way this could have happened naturally. Well, it can happen naturally. You know, the idea that you got put on a team with your coworker, I'm not trying to be a dick, but it's not exactly a revolutionary, you know, idea. Like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I got put on a project with her. Like, I know that's not the only thing that you said, but my point is applying Occam's razor, it's precog is not exactly the first thing that we would apply to that.
That's fair. I would say that for me, because I've had so many. Well, I'm gonna come back to that, but just give me just a sec. I'm gonna answer your question.
Yeah, go ahead and answer the question. I don't know if we need any more stories because we're gonna have the same answer to every story.
Well, okay. Let me say this last one.
If you have a precog, please email us. And listen, if you have a legit precognition, I'm more than happy to say this motherfucker's a precog.
Mm-hmm. Fair, that's fair. I would also, so this is the last one that made me believe what my understanding of God, what I would call God, which to me doesn't necessarily mean a benevolent force or anyone that even cares about you. It just means someone who created or is controlling you. That is what God means to me. So, but the other thing that happened to me, people aren't even going to believe this, but I'm gonna just tell it anyway, is when I was younger. I used to live in Fresno, went to the Bay Area on my way back. Me and two friends were coming back at 3 a.m. and we saw basically a giant orb of light that was about 6 feet away from us. And when I say it was basically just hovering there, it hovered around our car a little bit. And Justin, when I tell you
Wait,
this shit,
is this an
dipped
answer to his
out.
question?
Sorry, what was the question?
I mean, it's just
Oh,
really
Occam's razor. Occam's razor.
Occam's razor.
Yes. So this is where I would apply Occam's razor. So for example, another thing that I did was when I was in a church, I'm praying to God. I'm like, oh God, please help me help somebody. Like I just want to help someone. There's a guy sitting there, and he's got his head down, right? He's going through it. So I just write down on a piece of paper like, I see you, I hear you, blah blah blah. I give this paper to this guy.
Okay.
This guy comes to me like the next.
Darth, my buddy.
I don't know. It was like
none of these stories are compelling for the same thing I've already told you. We don't know that any of this is true. We don't have any of this information. These are just stories that you're telling us, which is why the only way to convince us.
But I wouldn't lie to you.
Is
I wouldn't lie to you.
I don't think you're lying. Is my point. People who have precog think they're telling the truth, but their brain is lying to them.
But that's
in fact,
that's my example of the Occam's razor, though. I'm saying in that situation,
it's not though.
Because
what
I didn't
he's saying
believe
is
that I actually had precog
in
that
all
situation.
situations. Occam's razor is most likely going to rule out precognition, knowing what we know about science. And I'm not saying that you're lying. In your mind, that really happened, and I'm sure you believe that. For the same way,
but for that one, I don't, though.
My mother, who is legitimately schizophrenic, literally believed that my older sister Tracy had a disease as a baby that allowed her to walk on walls and ceilings, and this is a story she tells people even today. So what I'm saying is, I know that you believe this happened. We have no evidence that any of it happened, which is why the story doesn't do anything for us.
Yes, but you guys were saying you would take like personal stories, like
no,
with some
wouldn't.
amount of with some amount of validity.
Nope.
Or what were you saying to this?
It doesn't mean we're going to believe that actually happened.
Yeah, but okay. So for example, you're saying when would I apply Occam's razor? Because to me, if I give a letter to someone, the end of the story is this guy was crying to me and telling me like, dude, how did you do that? Blah, blah, blah. To me, it's like, I read context clues. I wanted to help someone. I read context clues that he looked sad and I gave him a letter. That to me is like someone reading.
Disproving your own supernatural story there by saying context clues.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You were telling me when would I apply Occam's razor. I'm telling you that's when I would apply. That's the time that I applied Occam's razor.
There you go.
So this is proof to you that I'm not just like walking around thinking I'm like Jesus Christ. Like I have a intellectual capacity. I work as a 3D artist. I do simulation work.
Crazy, dude. I would never like tell you that you're a horrible idiot or anything. I just you can. One of the things that I say on my channel a lot is that. And I'm going to say this in a very blunt way, and it's not meant you personally, but like a lot of times I'll talk about creationists, and I will say that you can be a very intelligent and even rational person, but still hold, and forgive me for this terminology, but I'm just saying this because I use this on my channel. You can still hold sometimes demonstrably stupid ideas. Okay, that's not meant as an attack on you, but my point is, you can be a very intelligent, rational person, but still in certain parts of your life, based on your experiences or the people around you or the indoctrinations that whatever your life experiences are. Sometimes, my point is that like sometimes when we hear people communicate ideas that we don't believe in, we have a tendency to want to think that they're idiots. But that's usually not true. They can have stupid ideas, meaning, and in this respect, I'm saying stupid as far as like, there's no way you can verify that. That's not empirical on any level. It's completely anecdotal. But that doesn't mean that you're a bad person or a stupid person or an irrational person, but it just means that in this area, you have become convinced that you have this this proclivity to precognition. And I'm not saying you're wrong, but without anything other than anecdotes, like Justin's saying, you can tell us 15 more anecdotes, and the meter on how much, I don't want to speak for Justin, but I'm pretty sure the bar or the meter on how much either one of us are going to believe you at all is not going to move at all.
Yeah, that's fair. But I would feel like for other people who have experienced, like, I'm trying to validate this experience, in that I don't know what the chances are of, like, let's say someone coming to your job,
But
like
you
the
can't
next
validate
day
it for
after
us.
someone having to.
That's the point.
Right.
You can't validate it for us without giving us an actual precog that we can work with. I can tell you that I synthesized some new drug in my basement that cures cancer. It's meaningless to you
Yes.
until I give you the data, right? So it doesn't matter how many stories you tell us, you actually would need a demonstration of this supposed gift. And the only way to do that is when you have a precog, you email me so I can write it down the day that it happened, and then we can find out if it does happen.
Okay. Well, the last thing I will say before I go is this, because I feel like this works in the inverse, in the sense that when we talked about the ant, how scientists have proven we can basically control how ants move through pheromone. If you were to even hold one, they cannot even perceive what's happening because we're too big for the light waves that are moving into their eyes. I feel like this is the same thing with what my form of God is because there's some being that I cannot, there's like traces like happening to me that I cannot explain, and therefore, of
Yeah.
course, modern science can't.
But that's not a god,
explain it,
remember?
because it's like,
It's a super evolved entity, a naturalistic phenomenon, not a god.
but to me, I guess my form of God is
and that
something
god's in a
can
simulation
control
too.
you. Oh, why do you say this?
Because it's only reasonable. The same principles that would lead you to believe that you're in a simulation would also demand that whatever put us in a simulation is also in a simulation, and that they're also in a simulation, and actually they're also in a simulation. It's pretty absurd. But nevertheless, you don't believe in God. You just keep calling it a god. It's actually just a naturalistic phenomenon, and that's fine. But we do have to move on to the next and keep the show rolling. We appreciate you coming in and chatting with us, though. If you get a precog, email me.
Cool beans. It's on your YouTube,
Yeah.
like on your description.
It's,
Cool.
yeah,
I'll hit you up.
yeah. Go to my profile. You'll see it.
Yeah, you guys have a good one.
All right. Cheers. All right. Fantastic. Well, friends, it's almost. I have to take a bathroom break. It's almost time to read super chats. I'm gonna run. Hey, as I told you, we've got 3 episodes where I am lucky enough to have a cool sponsor, which means I don't fucking have to run any mid rolls when I run this video back. All y'all, they're gonna watch this after the fact. Won't be a single mid roll in it because our sponsor, private internet access. So I'm going to take a bathroom break, and then I'm going to read some super chats. We're going to get our next guest in here, which looks like it's going to be Alfie. Well, actually Duke and then Alfie, because Alfie left. And we'll keep the conversations rolling. Friends, if you're an atheist or a non-believer like me, one thing you never have to worry about is a magic man in the sky looking down, worrying about what you're doing with your genitals, or perhaps looking at your search history. That being said, there are real people who exist who do actually have access to your computer and your search history. They can access your IP address, your browsing data, and that's stuff you need to keep private. In fact, I was once working out of a hotel without a VPN, and another guest was able to access my banking credentials for merely being on the same Wi-Fi network as me. That's why I want to talk today about our sponsor, Private Internet Access. Private Internet Access keeps your personal data unexposed to would-be hackers and thieves. This is even more important for those of us that are terminally online in the streaming community, as our accounts are constantly under attack. All of us are using a VPN for security reasons. In fact, I'm using private internet access as I record this video. Now, I know my audience is made up of critical thinkers, and you might be asking yourself right now, why would we pick private internet access over any other VPN provider? Well, there are some really good reasons. One, it's headquartered in the USA, and it's got 24/7 live support. It also gives you split tunneling access for free. It's got customizable encryption, adware, malware blocking, and you can get a dedicated IP address. It also allows you to have multiple devices on just one account. You can also select locations outside of your country of origin if you want to get access to things that might otherwise be off limits. Not only that, It's got a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you try it and don't like it, you can get your money back and cancel the service. And last but not least, it's still currently 83% off with 4 months free of charge when you sign up. So use the link on the screen, piavpn.com/DZ debates. Get a VPN so strong that even fictional entities can't access your data. Fuck, and we're back. Also, there's a link in the description of this video if you're interested. You just click that rather than typing it in. I try to put links to everything in the descriptions of the videos. You'll also find a link to my friend Skepticus, his channel on YouTube, in the description of the video. And we are definitely going to bring Alfie in here, but Alfie, you left and Duke got in line before you. So I'm going to bring in Duke. If you're still here when Duke is done, then we'll get Alfie in here. Welcome in. Oh, there you go. Welcome in, Duke. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, to both of those.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
Yahweh or Jesus. Whatever.
Okay, so you're a Christian?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you think is the best evidence or argument for your God existing?
So testimonies mainly. I think in the Bible it mentions it a couple times that a good way of spreading, the knowledge of Christ is through like the works and the living testimonies of other people. So mainly those things.
Sure. Do you think that all testimonies are equally valid? Like if I read you a testimony of another deity, would that mean that deity existed too?
Yeah, so that was an interesting concept I thought you brought up earlier because I was listening to that. It doesn't discredit the fact that deity may exist. Yeah, all testimonies are valid in the sense that, somebody experienced that. You can't discredit that. What I think that it's a little bit more complex though, whenever we look at how we look at gods, because if we look at the Old Testament, we see people that were worshiping idols and all these other things, and clearly those people were worshiping those idols because they received something from those idols. It wasn't something that they just decided that, hey, I'm going to worship this golden cow, like that's a thing now. Like, no, it was way more complicated than that, and I feel like it's not talked about as deeply as it should be, on just because really everybody's like, nowadays we're like, we look back on the Old Testament and it's like, well, if I existed back then, I wouldn't do that. It's like, well, I don't know, but like clearly they got something from it and they were deceived, and that's why God was angry whenever he saw that.
I don't really know where that's going. However, I would ask, if a book makes claims about God, like your book makes claims about God, and another book makes claims about God, we'll say the Quran, and the two claims can't be both true. One of them has to be false. How do you know which one is false?
You'd have to corroborate the sources. So whatever exists the most common between the two is probably the truth. So somewhere in between.
No. I'm saying, what if they have a fundamental disagreement? If the Quran says that Jesus was not crucified and resurrected, and the Bible says that he was crucified and resurrected, which one is true, and how do you know?
Again, testimonies. Whenever you look at the Bible, you have several people that were willing to die for the fact that this man was crucified and then was resurrected. Those people died for that truth.
People died for Islam too.
That's true, but I don't think that it was. You'd have to give me some examples of the Islamic faith people dying for it to be me to agree with you.
Not aware of the early Islamic jihadists?
No.
I mean, they started as literally a war religion. Like, even in the Quran, they talk about how to engage in jihad, because it's happening as the religion is being built while Muhammad was still alive. He's talking about how to engage in jihad.
Okay.
How old are you?
I'm fucking
23.
old, dude. I'm a boomer.
No, I'm sorry. How old is the caller?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear who asked me. Yeah.
23.
Okay, so you weren't alive during 9/11. I guess maybe that explains your confusion there.
Yeah, well, so my thing is with that is that I don't think that those guys were the Islamic faith stuff that went on during like the 9/11 stuff is kind of unique because you'd have to look at how they were raised and stuff like that. I don't know. There's a lot of factors that go into that.
So those factors didn't go into the apostles?
No, it did. I'm not discrediting. Both had very complex things. I mean, to say that Jesus Christ's existence was not complicated would be an understatement. I mean, the fact that, a virgin conceived a child, that's complicated. They had
It's
to
very
leave.
complicated.
Yeah. So
it's also made up, but that's fine.
Exactly. Yeah. Let's start there because it seems like the virgin birth is a nonsense narrative that has no actual basis in the Hebrew Bible. Like, so Matthew in chapter 1:23 basically claims that Jesus was born via Mary through, the Holy Spirit because of what it says in Isaiah chapter 7. So, like, we're assuming if we go back to Isaiah chapter 7, we should find a prophecy about a virgin giving birth, right?
Or Ahaz, one of the two,
Fuck yeah. That'd be a miracle if Ahaz gave birth.
That would be. That would convert me tomorrow. I would go back to the church and be like, okay, you convinced me.
You see what I'm saying, Duke? So, like, my fundamental problem with Christianity, other than the Trinity is absurd, is that Trinity, the notion of Jesus being the Messiah is entirely unfounded, and all you need is like a cursory knowledge of the Hebrew Bible. Every prophecy attributed to Jesus is a nonsense, out of context quotation from the Hebrew Bible. He didn't do anything. He claimed he was going to be the Messiah, claimed he was going to die, rise from the dead, and come back and institute the kingdom of God within the lifetime of the disciples, said he's going to judge all of mankind within the generation. And then the only thing that really happened is he just came and died, and then people, wrote about him resurrecting. But he didn't fulfill any of the messianic prophecies. If you read the Hebrew Bible, there's a good reason why the Jews rejected him.
I wouldn't say that. I think the Pharisees were kind of the whole dilemma that Jesus had with the Pharisees was that they were self-righteous. They thought that they practiced the laws, and Jesus sees his people on the street.
If you wouldn't agree that he fulfilled a prophecy, then what prophecy did he fulfill?
He took on the sins of the whole world.
Where's that prophesied?
Where's that prophecy?
It's in Genesis.
Where's that?
There. Give me one second.
He's going to say Genesis 3:15, but I just wanted... It's a rhetorical question. We know where it's at.
Okay, well then why did you ask the question if it was going to be rhetorical?
We're curious if you're going to actually come up with it. You want to read the prophecy with me?
Sure.
All right. I don't think it's a prophecy, by the way. I think it's an ideology, about snakes. Okay. So
no one
it says,
outside of Christianity thinks that it's a prophecy.
It says in verse 14, the Lord God said to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals and among all wild creatures. Upon your belly you shall go, and eat dust you shall. So I'm trying to figure out why this would be Satan. It clearly is just about snakes, right?
Could you say that again? You broke out a little bit.
Yeah. What in verse 14 would lead me to believe that the snake is anything but a snake?
So that would be a little bit further back. So if we put it into context, whenever you see Adam and Eve in the garden, and the serpent is by the tree that God tells them not to eat, and Eve is talking to the serpent, and the serpent is like, "Well, surely you'll live if you consume the fruit," and so on and so forth. So it's some sort of deception spirit. So may not be
deception. What did the
Yes.
snake say that was deceiving? The snake told the truth.
So that's what Satan does. He's tricky. If you look at Job, he does a
telling the
similar
truth.
thing. No,
Well-
he says truth. He says truth, and then phrases it in a manner.
Well,
He'll say
what,
truth, and then he'll deceive you into.
what lie
into
did he
doing
tell?
something. Let me look it up real quick.
Because
So-
in the same chapter, it declares that he told the truth, right? It says, you will not die, for God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. And when you go down to verse
Yes.
22, it says
You will be
exactly
like God. That was
No,
that was
like God, knowing good and evil, which is confirmed in verse 22, when God says, see, the humans have become like one of us, knowing good and evil. There you go. So
He's
Satan told the truth.
directly equating knowing good and evil to being like God. He's not giving any other attributes in that sentence of being like God other than knowing good and evil.
No, so what he's saying, what Satan is saying in that is he's saying that when you eat of this fruit, you're going to become. No, he's yes and no. He's basically saying that you're going to be able to.
No, it's serpent. It's a simple word.
Right, but if you read the book of Job, right?
Oh boy.
Inside the book of Job.
Well, hold on, because we agree that Satan shows up in the book of Job. I don't agree that
Yes.
Satan shows up in Genesis.
Well, I agree that the accuser shows up in the book of Job, but
Fair.
if you're thinking about the Christian idea of Satan, no, I don't think that Satan isn't.
Okay.
But that's
break
getting
this
here.
down. Let's break this down super simple. Good and evil, do they exist?
No.
No. Okay. Then morality exists, right?
Only as abstract concepts in human brain.
Okay. So there's a spectrum of good and bad, right?
Yeah, it's an abstract spectrum that is developed by human brains, though.
Okay. So do you think that it's possible that this abstract idea of good and evil had existed also back then?
Yeah, as long as humans existed, in fact, as long as animals exist that have the capacity to think, there's always been moral systems, which is why other animals have them too. Humans aren't the only ones that have moral codes.
It's also
exactly.
possible that Adam had a cock ring, but I don't have any reason to believe that from the text.
Fucking A, he did.
I mean, it's possible.
I'm confused what point you're trying to make with that one.
You were bringing up what is possible. Is it possible that these things that we're referring to, these things from Genesis are referring to abstract concepts and concepts of Satan and good and evil? And, you can play the possible game all night long, but we could also say, let's just agree on what's in the text.
There's a point to this. I'm trying to connect the dots so that you guys can see where the perspective is. Does that make sense?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay. So we agreed that there is a spectrum of good and evil. Can we agree that if someone tells you, if you tell somebody that you're not going to do something and you perceive to do it, and because something said to disobey that thing that you said, and it wasn't the person that you made that covenant with, do you think that is on the spectrum of good or on the spectrum of evil?
It's nowhere on the spectrum. It's completely subjective. If you tell me that I'm supposed to wipe out the villagers and burn the village and wipe out all the villagers, then it doesn't matter that I'm not following your commands.
Okay, well, let me put this into a more personal thing, right? I have a dad. I love my dad. If my dad says, hey, don't eat of this fruit, And then my uncle says, hey, this fruit's good. It's delicious. I think that you should eat of it. Should I listen to my dad, who I love, or should I
Well,
listen to my uncle?
do you know right and wrong yet?
That's the thing, though, is that they already had known what was right and
Nope.
wrong. All they had to
Nope.
do was
No,
listen
hold
to
on. They don't know right and wrong.
Okay. Well, I think that there was at least an idea of what right and wrong was.
Nope.
They
They
had
didn't know.
no knowledge of good and evil,
Right.
according
Why
to
do
the
you-
text.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. If there was no contextual knowledge of good and evil at all, there was no discernment of that at all, then why is it that God bestowed a curse upon humanity? There was a punishment
Easy.
for the disobedience.
I can tell you why. Because the Bible is a nonsensical book of plot holes because the authors weren't creative enough to realize that they were creating plot holes when they were writing it.
What you're referring to is classified as an argument from incredulity.
Define incredulity.
I'm literally not going to pull up the definition of the word incredulity. I mean, you can Google that.
So
But it's
incredulity.
well-known fallacy, the argument from incredulity, basically saying, I don't believe it's possible that God would have done this thing, and therefore I know that this is the way it had to go. There's no evidence for it in the text, but you are simply arguing from your own incredulity. And I'm not mad at you for that, but just acknowledge it for what it is. You are not referencing the text. You are making an argument from incredulity.
Okay, all right, well, what is the... I don't feel like anything that I would say would change your perspective on things.
Well, if it's logical, you're more than welcome to change our perspective. But what we're saying is pretty simple here. The text just flatly says that they did not have knowledge of good or bad. They didn't have it. It didn't exist, which means if you don't have knowledge of good or bad, it just means you don't know what is good or bad. That's the literal definition of those words. So if you don't know good versus bad, then disobedience is irrelevant. You don't know that disobedience is even bad.
But there was a choice. That was the whole purpose of
So what?
the tree.
Understand the context of the choice. Is it really a choice?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about this.
Okay. If I have a gun and I have a bullet inside the gun and there's a door, you're in a room, right?
Christians
on the table.
are always going to violent examples. It's so weird to me.
You're also immediately going to an example where almost everyone will intuitively understand the stakes. We all know what guns are.
Right.
So wherever you're going with this, I'm assuming that we all know the stakes.
Okay,
Let's imagine
so
you don't know what a gun is in the
mathematical-
analogy.
Okay.
Right.
So there is a device on the table that is capable of doing good and evil, right?
You don't know what good and evil are. All you know is there's a piece of metal. There's a piece of metal you've never seen before. You don't know what it is.
Right, but is there still a mistake if you fire the gun at somebody's head?
If you have no idea what it is, how many kids in this, I don't know what country you're in, but how many kids in America every year, there's always a dozen or so kids every year that pick up a gun and unfortunately kill someone because they had no idea what they were picking up.
Okay, I'm sorry. I interrupted you. Can you please make that argument again?
No, that was my whole thing. I'm sorry. Go ahead. But I'm saying they had no idea what they were picking up.
Yeah, I think that what he's saying, and I agree with, is like, for example, let's say a parent leaves a firearm in a room with a 2-year-old. 2-year-old picks up the gun and fires it, injured somebody. Who's at fault here? The parent who put the firearm in the room or the 2-year-old?
if the parent had told, so the 2-year-old, I feel like is an exaggerated example. I feel like if you were to increase the age and it was like a 10-year-old, that could actually.
I don't care if they're 50. They have no knowledge of good and evil. They are emotionally and intellectually toddlers.
Okay. So
according to the story.
Right.
Let me be more literal about it. They've been alive for a day.
Right.
So if you don't know right from wrong, you don't know what death is, you don't know what punishments are, you don't know anything. How are you supposed to know that you're doing wrong if you eat the apple? Or it's not an apple, it's just a fruit, it says. Hebrew puri. We don't know what kind of fruit it was. But so how do you know if you're doing anything wrong if you don't know right from wrong?
But that was the thing, though, is they were told not to eat of the fruit.
But they don't
deliberately
know
decided
that
not.
disobedience is wrong. See, in the story, you're assuming that disobedience is wrong, but they don't know that it's wrong. So yes, I agree, they have the choice to eat it or not to eat it, but they don't know that disobeying God is wrong.
No, I would agree with you on that. Yes, that would make sense. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
So just like a 2-year-old with a firearm, a 2-year-old doesn't know that it's wrong to pick up this firearm and do something with it. Even if you told the 2-year-old not to, it doesn't know.
That was the thing, though. It wasn't the gun that it was the thing. The issue in the room was never the gun. The issue in the room was
the gun. It was the fate of humanity, according to Christian doctrine, that God put in the hands of emotional, intellectual toddlers.
Listen, I wish I could give you an answer on why I did that, but I don't. That's God. I don't make decisions for God.
So, back at the bar, we got here in Genesis 3 because you thought there was a prophecy about Jesus. There's not. It's also kind of a silly story. It's designed to explain why God made the earth so shitty. It's not a good explanation, but nevertheless, it doesn't fix the problem that verse 14 and 15 has nothing to do with Satan or Jesus, right? It just says, because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals and among wild creatures. Upon your belly you shall go, and dust you shall eat all the days of your life. This is a curse that was given to snakes, is it not?
Yes, but it also could have been a parable because God likes to speak in
It's not a
parables.
parable. No. A parable is a story that maps onto reality. So this is
not a parable, but it's like whenever you speak very poetically, that's how God likes to speak a lot of the time.
So a metaphor?
Not really. It's a little bit more complicated than that. I think
even in poetry, words still have meanings. Like if I write poetry to my significant other and I say, "You are my bright shining moonbeam," we know what the fuck's going on there. I'm complimenting somebody, calling her moonlight. We get it, right? Words still have meanings even in poetry.
So do you think that it was possibly an insult that God called Satan a serpent in the book of Genesis because serpents are...
Satan doesn't show up.
God never refers to Satan in the book of Genesis. Prove me wrong. Please point out where I'm wrong in that.
You just pulled up a verse that says it.
No, the verse is about the serpent. English or Hebrew, if we want to go, English is a thing. The words are there.
Okay. But you just the thing I'm struggling with here is you just made an analogy where you made a poem where you complimented a woman for her beauty and compared it to the moonlight, right? Do you not think that God is capable of creating some sort of poetic book that instead of referring to Satan as Satan, he referred him as a serpent, a deceiver?
No, and the reason why, because Satan has never been cursed to crawl on his belly. He's never been cursed to burrow in the earth. This is what snakes do. So God cursed snakes. This is an ideological tale that is supposed to help you understand why it is that snakes have this life where they're stuck in the dirt. They don't get legs like everybody else, and they're at odds with humans. This is a popular story in the ancient Near East. There's a bunch of stories about why snakes are so bad in the ancient Near East. And they're often depicted as being cunning, deceptive, and sneaky, which is why they show up in other ancient Near Eastern stories as doing all the same shit here. In Gilgamesh, the snake steals the plant of immortality from Gilgamesh as he's waiting by the seashore to consume it.
I also want to make sure that we don't lose the thread here, because we started this whole little deep dive because we were talking about prophecies and how you believe that there's something in the book of Genesis that prophesied something about Jesus. Now, prophecies can be spoken in generic terms, but generally speaking, if you say this was a prophecy from Genesis about something that Jesus did in the New Testament, there has to be some kind of specific standard there, meaning you have to assume that something in the book of Genesis was somehow pointing literally to something that Jesus did. So you can't have it both ways. You can't sit here and look at these vague terms from Genesis and say it's a specific prophecy of something that happened 1,000 or 1,500 years later when Jesus came on the scene. And then also in the same breath or the same thread of the conversation say, but, oh, you know what? It's a metaphor. I mean, I agree with you. I was a Christian for 40 years. And for 40 years, this is a large part of the way that I synthesize this by saying this is metaphor, this is story, this is myth, which is fine. But you can't have it both ways. You can't tell me that this is all mythology or a metaphor, and then in the same conversation tell me, but these are specific prophecies that point to Jesus. Those two don't mesh.
Okay, but can I give you an instance of where they do mesh, where the poetic speech does mesh and it makes sense?
Please do.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Do you think that the lake of fire, do you think that whenever Jesus is referring to the lake of fire, do you think that he literally means a lake of fire?
No,
Yep.
I think he literally means Gehenna, which was a dump outside of the city gates where it was like always on. Justin's kind of cringing. I think maybe I missed.
Sorry, my friend. You don't want to do that one. I love you, but don't do that one.
Go ahead. I may have that wrong. So
it's okay. I have actually collected and synthesized every single mention of hell in all of the Jewish literature. And I've documented it on my deconstruction cheat sheet. When they refer to Gehenna, it's a long-standing tradition as a reference for hell. In fact, it says at the beginning of creation in the Talmud, there was two locations that were created first, one paradise and one Gehenna, where the horrible people will go. And the reason why they picked Gehenna as their euphemism for hell is because they had fire there. And they're like, this is like the worst place ever. And also where they would sacrifice babies. This is the
right. Okay.
So,
I will freely admit that I'm not fully versed in that. So thank you.
Well, that's okay. You know, not everyone has spent this amount of time on this particular issue. But my point is, Jesus and the rest of the Jews all agreed that hell was a fiery abyss. Just like in the Greek literature where people went and they got tortured and they suffered.
Well, at the time of Jesus, they did. I mean, at the time of and correct me if I'm wrong here, but at the time that Genesis was supposedly happening, they didn't even really have a concept of a fiery hell. They had Sheol.
Absolutely, yes. So back prior to the period of the Greeks, they had no idea of this fiery abyss. They believed what everyone believed in the ancient Near East, which is that there's this shadowy realm called Sheol, where all people go to, and then hopefully, when the Lord puts an end to all the nonsense on the earth, He'll resurrect from Sheol all of the righteous, and the righteous will live again, and they'll live eternally. But Sheol is actually not a place of punishment in the Hebrew Bible. That's something that they have to adopt from the Greeks.
And the Persians, right? In case it's not very clear for anyone watching, he's the Bible guy. I mean, I read the Bible a lot, but I don't know Hebrew. I don't know Greek. I don't pretend. I don't want to miss. And if I speak too confidently, I appreciate anyone correcting me on that.
I totally get it. If you've mostly just read the Bible, I totally see how you can come to that conclusion. But once you add in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Talmud, the Apocrypha, it gets the picture's a little bit more clear as to what they actually believed.
Very cool.
But so Duke, I forgot where we're at with this. I think the point that Skepticus and I are both in violent agreement with here is there's no good reason to believe that Jesus is the Messiah when he didn't fulfill any prophecies, certainly not Genesis chapter 3. And there's a bunch of like actual messianic prophecies that seem to refute the idea that Jesus could be the Messiah. For example, my favorite comes from Jeremiah 33, which basically says that the book of Hebrews and the book of Acts is all a lie. In Jeremiah 33, when the Messiah comes, there's going to be sacrifices and offerings again according to the Levitical priesthood. And this certainly couldn't be the case because the New Testament says that Jesus was the final sacrifice. So after they're restored to the land of Israel, that's verse 12 and 13, all the nations or all the scattered people among the nations get restored to their land. Then it says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved and Jerusalem will live in safety. And I know that Christians will say, well, this will happen at the end. I get that. I know you think this is for the end. And it says, and this is the name by which it will be called, the Lord is our righteousness. For thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. So I have no reason to believe that Jesus could be the final sacrifice when the Hebrew Bible tells you that when the Messiah comes, there will be continued Levitical sacrifices.
You did say that there would be a continuation of Levitical sacrifices after the branch that is born.
Yep. It says, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings and to make grain offerings and to make sacrifices for all time. The Hebrew word is just le'olam, which just means forever or for all time. And it just means there's going to be continual sacrifices from the Levites.
I don't think that is exactly what it means. We're pulling one verse and assuming that is the whole contextualization for what that book was.
Nope.
So I'd have to read the entire book to understand what that actually means.
Well, I mean, I've read the whole book. That's why I'm giving you the context. In the book, when the Messiah comes, the Israelites are going to be restored to their land. They're going to live in safety and security forever. There's going to be an actual king on the throne, and there will be Levites giving offerings and sacrifices. The same thing is said in Ezekiel. If you go to Ezekiel, you'll find in chapter 46, when it talks about the new heaven, new earth, new Jerusalem, that there will still be Levitical sacrifices going on. They even tell you like which animals. Like this animal will be sacrificed, and even the prince will reside over it.
I'm still a little bit confused on where you're getting all those pieces together.
What pieces?
So you're saying that, what book is this that we're pulling this information from? Because it only shows me what the verses are. It's not showing the book.
Well, I mean, I'm going to pull verses from literally anywhere in the Bible that you want me to. Every prophecy or every prophet of the Old Testament, basically, prior for the Babylonian period, talks about a messianic king coming and preserving Israel, bringing them back to the land, and then reinstituting a new temple and a sacrificial system. So, like in Ezekiel 36 and 37, 37 is the most famous of them. He talks about the initial restoration after the Babylonian exile. That's where you get the Valley of the Dry Bones, right? Says
Right.
the hand of the Lord is upon me, and he's brought me out by the Spirit of the Lord and set me down in the middle of the valley. It was full of bones. And you know the bones. He says, speak to these bones and get up. And you know what? He does. And then if you just keep reading, he talks about the prophesied restoration of the people. And then he does a performative prophecy with 2 different sticks showing the reunion of the north and the south, the Judeans and the Israelites, which is cool. Now, the really fun stuff happens in verse 24 during this period of restoration. It says, my servant David shall be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived, and they and their children's children will live there forever. And my servant David shall be their prince forever. And I will make a covenant of peace with them, so on and so forth. So he likens the Messiah to a Davidic prince, a Davidic ruler. And then this prince gets mentioned in like almost every chapter after this. Once the temple gets restored in chapter 40, the prince is there and he's doing stuff. He tells you what this prince is going to do. And this prince is going to preside over sacrifices and offerings once the new temple is built. The new temple starts getting built, or the foundation and the measurements are given to build it in chapter 40. And then in 46, you get instructions for what to do when, in fact, you're at the temple, right? It says the prince shall enter by the vestibule of the gate, and then he gives all kinds of instructions. It says the burnt offering that the prince offers to the Lord on the Sabbath day shall be 6 lambs without blemish and a ram without blemish. So they're following the laws of Moses. They're giving Levitical sacrifices. The prince, the Davidic prince, is presiding over them. These are all Levitical rules that are going to be happening in the supposed end times, which would preclude any of the New Testament nonsense.
I would actually just add a little footnote to that as well. Like, this does not disprove those people who want to cling to the idea of Jesus fulfilling prophecy, but I always like to default to the position that the people that wrote this, in large part, don't believe that any of those are prophecies for Jesus. Now, I'm not saying that you still can't read between the lines, and you can't say that every ancient Jew wasn't mistaken or didn't understand their own holy text, but there's a certain ethnocentricity, or to put it more bluntly, there's a certain arrogance in assuming that the entire culture that wrote these books, who doesn't think that these are prophecies for Jesus, that they're all wrong. I mean, is it possible? Sure. But there's a certain amount of just classic arrogance that comes from believing that the people that wrote all the text, or the culture, I should say, the culture that wrote the text doesn't understand what any of them mean, but you do. There's a certain chutzpah to that, you know?
Yeah, that would be foolish for me to say that I'm like, oh, I know everything and yada, yada, yada. We're just having we're educating, you know, we're having what is it called? A philosophical debate on our views on things. And I think that whenever you're looking at the Bible, I think that a lot of it does lead to Jesus. I mean, you have the entire New Testament.
Like what?
Okay, so there will be a man that comes out of Nazareth who...
Where's that predicted?
I believe that is in... You're going to get me on that one. I don't 100% know.
It's not in there. There's no prediction that there's going to be a Messiah from Nazareth.
Okay, well, let me pull it up real fast.
It's going to tell you Isaiah 11, by the way. I already know the problem, though.
Okay, can we pull it up and then we can discuss the problem that you have?
Yep. So it says that he moved to Nazareth to fulfill what was written by the prophet. He will be called the Nazarene, but unfortunately that's not actually in the text. It seems to be like a real silly play on words, because in Isaiah 11, when it does talk about the Messiah, it says, a shoot shall come out from the stump of Jesse, and a branch shall grow out of its roots. It just happens to be that the Hebrew word for branch is netzer, and it sounds vaguely familiar to Nazareth. That's it.
You don't think that they were written in the same language?
Nope, gospel was written in Greek.
So that this book that we're looking at right now was originally in Greek, right?
New Testament
No.
was Greek. Isaiah was in Hebrew.
Yeah.
Okay. I can see where that could be an issue, but that doesn't discredit the fact that Jesus was a real person and that
What?
there were these testimonies of people saying that he performed these miracles for these people.
I agree that he seemed to be a real person. I don't agree that he did miracles for the same reason that you don't think that Asclepius performed a bunch of miracles. But we've got a lot of miracle claims from the ancient world about this guy who became a deity named Asclepius, who healed a ton of people. In fact, there's a stone inscribed that you can go look at in a museum. Obviously not here in the States, it's over in Europe. That is all kinds of healings. In fact, I'll pull up one real quick. This is number 12 on the inscription. It says, Euhippus had for 6 years the point of a spear in his jaw. As he was sleeping in the sanctuary, the god extracted the spearhead and gave it to him in his hands. When day came, Euhippus departed cured, and he held the spearhead in his hands.
What are the dates for these testimonies?
These are a couple, like 200 to 300 years before Jesus, but they span a little bit of time. So these were written testimonies that were etched into stone by a priest that worked at one of the healing centers.
Okay. You don't think that so earlier we talked about the spectrum of good and evil, right? You don't think that it's a possibility that there were these angels that came down that were originally supposed to, because this is where like the Nephilim and stuff, you know what I mean? I'm assuming you probably already know where I'm going with it.
I know exactly what you're talking about when you mentioned Nephilim,
Yep.
but go ahead.
Yep. So if you have these angels that are procreating with the human women and stuff like that, and then we have these quotation marks angels because they become fallen and stuff like that. If we have these creatures that exist and they are supposedly they would be more knowledgeable, considering that their lifespan is almost infinite to ours. And that would mean that their abilities to perform medical procedures and things like that would also be fairly high.
Well,
Which
I don't think
also
that's
means,
possible because Og was the last of the Nephilim, according to the book of Deuteronomy. And so there
yeah,
shouldn't be any Nephilim left.
that's my
The
bad.
angels... Uh-huh.
So I was using the Nephilim to kind of like draw like a center point so that we could all, because most of the time whenever you mention the Nephilim, that's something that people immediately cling to. It's like, oh, giants and stuff. And like immediately now we're in the spectrum of like, oh, hey, there's creatures on this earth that may or may not be anything but human. And a lot of the times whenever they present themselves to humans, they have a superiority complex and do things for the humans so that they can be worshipped. And I say that in the essence of they don't do it out of love. They do it because it's like, hey, if I do X, Y, and Z, you're going to sacrifice your son or whatever. And then there's this whole lineage. And I know where we're going to go from with here. You're going to be like, oh, well, Abraham and the Abrahamic covenant and
No,
yada,
I mean,
yada.
what I'm going to say is you're going to suggest that there are like these demonic entities that are healing people. And what I'm going to say is that seems kind of silly to me because it might actually just be true that the god Asclepius exists and that Jesus is entirely made up. So how would I know? Like if people come to me and said, listen, Jesus is real because here's this healing story. And I said, no, Jesus is not real, but Asclepius is absolutely real because of my story. Why would I pick your story over the stories from Asclepius?
Neither. You can do Occam's razor and say that both are equally likely.
Right.
For that
Now-
matter, if the demons are running around healing people, then should I really be that worried about the demons?
That's the thing, though, is that the demons are not concerned with your eternal salvation. That's
to your assertion.
the concern with the Yahweh's concern is restoring what had been broken in the book of Genesis. So he wants to restore us so that we can be with him.
Well, he broke
Whereas
it.
these
Listen,
I mean,
God could have had
God,
everybody
not
with him
us.
if he wanted to. There's nobody that ever has to go to hell. The reason why anyone goes to hell is because God wants people to go to hell. That's it. Like, my child could disobey me as much as he fucking wants. I don't care what my child does. I would never send my child to hell. There's no reason for hell to exist, no matter how disobedient mankind ever becomes. Heaven and hell is a false dichotomy when you have an all-powerful God.
I think it's a little bit. It's interesting to think why it exists. I don't know why, but if that's what he wants to do, that's what he wants to do. That's how he sees things.
Well, it's,
And, I mean-
it's not logical is what I'm saying. Right? This
Right.
idea that God wants you to be with him, and then for no other reason other than he decided, will also burn you forever in eternity in hellfire, or until you're annihilated. You could be an annihilationist. The point remains, that's not actually necessary, and it contradicts the idea that he wants you to be with him, because the reality is, whatever sin is happening here, he has a way to actually prevent it, because in Revelation 21, everyone's going to be theoretically in heaven. There's going to be no more suffering, no more sorrow, no more pain, yet presumably there's free will. So whatever mechanism he has to doing that in heaven so that everyone's happy and harmonious, while allowing them to have free will, he could have done all that shit here.
But that would be the thing, is if whenever, you know how we talked about the whole dilemma with putting the gun in the room and the fruit and stuff, is it a choice? It's like, is it a choice?
It doesn't matter.
The immediate is it a choice to choose God if there is no
Nope.
alternate to being with God?
Nope, because in your world, you think that you need to choose to not be with God, but you don't, because if you choose to not be with God, then in fact he'll burn you alive, which means you don't actually have a choice. You've got an ultimatum. If I said, hey, Duke, I'm going to take your sister out this weekend, which I wouldn't fucking do because I'm seeing somebody, but if I did, and I said, listen, she'll have the time of her life, but if she says no, I'm absolutely going to have to put her in my basement and light it on fire. Would I be a good guy if I took her out on that date?
A choice backed by coercion is not choice.
The thing, though, is not that we don't know exactly what hell is. A lot of the times, I think it's separation from God. Because think about it like this, right? Is if I have you ever been in a relationship before? Like, obviously, I'm assuming you two are married. So, but have you been in a relationship whenever you were younger and the relationship failed and you grieved that it failed? Was there grief? Was there a feeling of longing?
Am I crazy? Is this going to address the fact that ultimatums aren't actual
what does that have to
freedom?
do?
It's a warning. It's not an ultimatum. It's saying that, listen.
No, it's not a
you
warning.
can be.
God doesn't have to
It
send
is
anyone
though.
to hell. That's the point. Hell's
But
not a
he's trying-
requirement. God's all powerful. Nobody ever has to go to hell ever.
Right, but he wants to maintain the integrity of having free will. You can't have.
No,
free
he
will
doesn't.
if you don't have-
You
Let me-
can't
let
have
me
free
put
will.
Really simple terms for you. I don't know if you have children, okay, but just imagining whether you have a daughter or not. Imagine that your daughter, I'm dating her, and I've told her that you can either be with me and worship me and love me, or I will make sure that you burn in hell. A, is that a true choice? And B, what do you think of me as an all-loving partner?
But that's the thing, though, is that's not how. That's how you perceive it. But whenever you're
What's
in
the
a
difference?
relationship with Christ, it's not the same.
What's the difference?
What?
It's not the same, because here's the thing, right? Is whenever you cannot have free will without having two options.
No.
You have to have,
again, nope. Duke, hold on. You're missing the point. There's not just two options. That's a false dichotomy. There could be a million other options, and hell never has to be one of them. So if I give your sister two options, or actually if Skepticus gives your sister two options, that doesn't mean she actually has a choice. One option is burn. One option is love. That's not real love. That's an ultimatum. If the only option we have is love God or burn, it's just an ultimatum, not a choice.
But that's the thing, though, is if you're perceiving it in that manner, you're not thinking about what could happen in those places. Let's say that
What places?
Let's say, so there's two choices, regardless of the situation that you presented or the situation that I presented. There are
You
two
don't know the choices. That's your assertion.
Can you say that again?
You don't know that there's two choices. That is your assertion based on your internalized belief system.
Well, I mean, it's either good or bad. I mean, you either do one or do the other. It's pretty simple. And and what I'm trying to get at here with the two things is that yes, there's two roads, but what happens at the end of those roads can be vastly different for each person.
And same is true for your sister. Your sister's got two roads. She can have the time of her life with me, or she can burn forever in my basement. I'm loving.
But a decision made under a grievous duress is not free will. If we were in the same room together, I could take a gun and hold it to your head and say, either worship Vishnu or I'll blow your brains out. And you'll probably worship Vishnu for that night at least, because you probably don't want me to blow your brains out. Is that free will? Is that really a choice that you made of your own free will?
Yes.
Okay. There you go. You got it.
Okay.
Free will and coercion are the same thing.
Oh gosh.
All right.
It's free will, is it not?
Well, it's not free will. Okay. It's called coercion. It's the equivalent to having a gun to your head. If somebody holds a gun to your head and says, "You will either go on a date with me or I'll pull the trigger," is that a real choice?
Yes.
No, it's not. Is it a loving thing to do?
Oh,
For that
man.
example, no, it's not.
No, it's not. If your only alternative to loving somebody is I'll murder you or torture you, then it's not a real free choice, and it's certainly not a loving choice.
That's not. God says that He separates you from Him. Depart me. I
agree. You. Yeah, He sends you into the fire, according to Matthew 25. Did you not read that one?
No,
He says on 3 occasions in Matthew, He says you will be thrown into the fire. You're not casually walking there. He will throw you into the fire.
Yes, but that's where we come up with the thing of, do you think that it's literally a lake of fire, or do you think that He was trying to compare it to whatever was comparable? To
literally a lake of fire, and it's described as being hot, fiery, and torment, and people who go there are in agony and they're tormented forever. In Revelation, it literally says that those who go to the lake of fire are tormented forever.
Right, but do you think that everybody's version of torment is fire? Or do you think that there's different variations of torment? Because for me,
it just says that there's fire and it's agony. In Luke chapter 16, when Jesus describes the Lazarus and the rich man, the rich man says, "I am in agony in these flames."
But maybe it was the better torment. Maybe it was a nicer torment for eternity. Maybe the fire wasn't that hot.
That's not what I was saying.
I think it kind of was.
No, think that because here's the thing, right? Is that we all have different things that tick us. For instance, I value sleep very much so. Whenever I am not able to rest, it bothers me. So imagine if you were in a world where you were for me, right? This would probably be what hell would be like. It's a constant waking up, trying to get rest, and then being shaken awake by screams and voices of anger and wrath.
Yeah, because they're being burned alive.
Not always.
No, that's what it says, though. What I'm trying to tell you is, like, listen, the book just tells you that when you go there, there will be fire, there will be agony, and you'll be burning alive. That's why the rich man said, please give me a drop of water for my tongue, because I'm in agony in these flames. For example, 2nd Esdras says, the pit of torment shall appear, opposite shall be the place of rest, and the furnace of Gehenna shall be disclosed, and opposite the paradise of delight. Then the Most High will say to the nations that have been raised from the dead, look now and understand whom you have denied, whom you have not served, whose commandments you have despised. Look on the side and on that, and here are delight and rest, and there are fire and torments. It just says it over and over again. It's fire and torment in every passage about hell.
I believe that the reason that it says that is because that was the easiest thing to explain to those people at the time, because everybody fucking hated that.
Because that's what's there. If you read the Greek literature where they got this notion of hell from, it's full of fucking fire. Read the Jewish literature. It's full of fire. Like, if fire isn't literal, then torment's not literal. If paradise and rest aren't literal, then paradise doesn't exist. Like, you can't just say the one word you don't like isn't literal, but everything else is. That's not how that works. They describe hell as being full of fire that torments people. 4th Maccabees, chapter 9, says divine justice, eternal torment by fire. It's just right there, man.
Okay. Well, y'all have a good night, because this is just spiraling into circles.
All right. Take care, man. Well, he gave it his all.
He did.
He tried. Okay. Friends, I'm going to grab a couple of super chats, and we'll get our next guest into the guest box, and we'll keep the conversations rolling. Cheesemondo says Doug is running around creating puddles, but he's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. Actually, no. Doug is not a naughty boy, okay? Doug is the grounding of grounding. Brian is a naughty boy, and Jesus. Diabolo Avocado says, is there a different meaning for righteous in Romans 3:10? Dikeos versus Zechariah, and Elizabeth Dikeoi in Luke 1:6. My interlocutor insists they're different. They're not. The difference is the way that the ending is applied to the exact same root word, because in Greek, your words need to agree in number, they need to agree in tense, and they need to agree in case. And any one of those endings can change the spelling of the word, but the root word still means the same, right? So, for example, you can do the same word in the genitive, diakoiou, most likely, and it would be the same thing. It would be of righteousness, or they were of righteous character. It's still the same thing. And again, it's going to change depending on whether it's plural, singular, accusative, nominative. It's the same thing. Your interlocutor is an idiot that doesn't know how Greek works. Literally all they need to do is open up an interlinear translation, and you can see how it's indeed just slightly different case endings and noun declinations and things like that. That's all there is to it. It's the same shit. Cameron says, Van was very confused. I agree. By the way, your co-host tonight looks very similar to Joe Madden, the baseball coach, with all due respect. Fucking A. Are you leading a double life?
I mean, not that I would tell you, because it wouldn't really be a double life then, would it?
I just had to ask. Sheriff.
Life.
Oh, sorry.
My
Sheriff
coworkers I have a YouTube channel, so I guess you could say yes.
Actually, it's funny. I don't think any of my coworkers knew I had a YouTube channel until like I was right about to quit. But they'll find out eventually. Sheriff Slug says, want to get into learning more about the Quran. Do you recommend a certain version? I don't really know much about the best translation. I do know that there is a study version of the Quran that my buddy Chet led me to, and here it is. I don't know if there are a ton of them on the market, but I got the one. It's called The Study Quran, a new translation and commentary by S.H. Nassar. He's the editor-in-chief. It looks like this. I have yet to read it. I can't tell you if it's good, but I do know that Chet recommended it. And Chet's a real studious individual, so if Chet recommended it, it's probably pretty decent, and I'm sure it's quite readable as well. Mac, my friend, great to see you tonight. Says fire alarm at 29:21. Men listening to me and waited and kept silence for my counsel. Oh fuck, that's a verse. Alarm 29:21. The amount of people that get up here with fire alarms beeping in the background to me is crazy, or smoke alarms rather. I don't understand it. I wouldn't be able to concentrate for even 10 minutes if that thing was in my house. And Minnie DeVille, good to see you. Great evening, and says ready for the barbecue and mixing my band's single. And your cookout is perfect. Is a perfect break from hearing a song over and over again. Or I added the extra over. So rock hard for Doug. Literally, hell yeah, rock out for Doug while you're rocking out. Definitely appreciate that. Huge W there. And Free Beard says, does constructing now feel similar to converting people to Christianity when you were one? Would you say you've converted or deconstructed more people? Rock hard for Doug. I've definitely deconverted way more people probably than I ever converted to Christianity at this point. I wasn't a super, like I did do some apologetics and I did share my faith with a lot of people, but I was never super like, I didn't like pound my fist on the table and say, listen, this is the only thing that makes sense. Because I didn't really grow up super in the religion. I was just surrounded by other religious people and found my way into it. So like I understood instinctively that like, hey, some people aren't going to believe it and some people will. And that's okay. That's how, the brain works. And Beard of Entropy says, wait, Jesus is oily, Josh. That's true. Some paintings use oil paints. True. Therefore, Jesus painted the world. Checkmate, Justin. Time to hang it up. Sorry, man. Fuck Beard. You know what? I'm taking back my support for your therapy, and I'm going to have to end my channel. This is all your fault. Fuck, I might have to call you for therapy now. Shit. Okay.
I want to point out that I am one of my hobbies is that I'm a painter. So I'm pretty sure that according to our first caller, that means that I am a god.
Fuck, are you God?
I mean, at least one of them, at least like a minor deity or something.
Okay, we'll put you in the Pantheon. You're in. Okay. We need a bobblehead of Skepticus for the shelf. We'll get him into the Pantheon, and we'll make things happen. Dusk Frame says, I know an infinite regress is possible because I had an infinite amount of beers on the weekend, and I'm here now. Congratulations for surviving. I'm too old to survive that kind of nonsense, but thank you for being here. And Carnage, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, let Johan speak. You know what? I wish I would have saw that while that guest was up. But listen, Carnage, you get to hear my voice all night. I think we gave that guy, to be fair, probably too much time to speak. He didn't have anything of value to add, but I did think it might be fun to clip it later. So, Cookie Craft Cat says, did you see Wes Huff's lightsaber video, and are YouTube atheists totally intimidated by it? I have no idea about his lightsaber video. I got to be honest, I don't follow any apologetic channels, not one. I have no idea what's happening in apologist world. They add nothing to the conversation. I read all of that literature when I was a Christian. It's all the same rehashed, repeated bullshit, and it was never convincing to atheists, and it will never be convincing to atheists, which is why I can literally hear it on the fly on my live stream and say, that's bullshit and here's why. I don't need to hear it again. That being said, I do need to do some response videos to these dumb apologists. So, hey, if you find a video that you want me to respond to, feel free to email it to me and maybe I'll do a response to it. Elvis Presley Touch Me, I hope you're okay. Making a list of Jesus's miracles and correlations in other ancient mythologies, having a hard time finding one for the two miraculous fish catches. One where a deity directly gives lots of fish any help. Good good question. There's a lot of miracle stories in the ancient world. I don't know of one that included miracle fish catches. That's a hard one for me. I don't know anything about that. I bet there is one. In fact, I'd be shocked if there wasn't one in the Mediterranean world.
Myth Vision Derek, he probably knows.
You're right. Myth Vision probably might know of one. But I would check with a classicist, someone who's familiar with the Mediterranean literature, because fishing was huge on the Mediterranean. If anybody had fish miracle stories, it would be the Mediterranean cultures. I definitely would look into that. There might even be one in Greek mythology. Sans Sensibility says, why are all the calls this week so far weird? Is it your woo necklace attracting crazy? It must be a full moon. LL and SLS. Well, thank you, Sans Sensibility. It might be the crescent moon necklace drawing them in like a tractor beam with the moonlight, the woo moonlight that is captured within the necklace. That could be something happening. We'll have to wait and see. But I am going to grab just a couple more super chats. I'm sorry, friends. Before we grab Alfie, and then we'll get rolling here. Astronova, thank you for the $20 super chat with a PSA. It says Christians are idolaters. Leviticus 26:1 says, don't make carved idols, carved images, pillars, figures, stones to worship. Christians do all of these with Jesus, a false prophet. Isaiah 45:21. I'm God and Savior. There's none besides me. Yahweh, rock hard for Doug, indeed. And I've pointed this out before. There is no other God. In fact, in the same, I think 45 or 46, he says, I will share my glory with no other, which means that includes Jesus. You don't get to share your glory with a human being. Certainly not a clown that didn't fulfill any prophecies. And that guy, Fox, says, bye, Doug. The barbecue is sizzling tonight. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, that guy, Fox. Hope you're doing well. And we're going to get some more barbecues going here in just a second. Eddie Ruminski, thank you for the $10 Canuck Bucks, says, loving every minute of this, Justin. Have you read Letters from Earth by Mark Twain? I apologize if I haven't. I did break down and buy the book because so many people recommended it, but I didn't read it yet. I highly recommend it. It's Satan noticing all the problems with man's religion that you often talk about. Well, I'm definitely going to get to it. I haven't done it yet. It's not that long of a read, so it's definitely in the queue. I just don't know when I'll get to it. And last but not least, Carissa, thank you for sending out 20 DZ Debate gifted memberships. That's huge, friend. I really appreciate that. Helps the channel a ton. And big W to everyone who just received a free membership via Carissa. That's huge. All right, we said we were going to bring Alfie in, and then after that, we'll bring in Atum. Welcome in, Alfie. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I'm in my 20s. I'm a person of color. My pronouns are he, him. I would consider myself kind of like, I go to mass every Saturday. I read the Bible and all that. I know there's not really good evidence that can be presented for God. I know that was the topic for today.
Okay, so what is it that you're expecting to do here?
No, I'm just, you brought up counter apologetics. So I'm just curious, like, what do you make of Trent Horn?
Don't watch him. I don't watch any apologists.
Pretty reasonable to me. Huh?
I don't watch any apologists. I have nothing to add to the conversation.
Well, you do response videos, right?
Not much, no.
Oh, okay. Is there any, like, I read a lot of, I've read a lot of Nietzsche, listen to Sam Harris a lot. History for Atheists is good. Do you watch, is there any kind of Christian content that you would recommend?
And not unless it comes from like an actual biblical scholar, no.
Oh, so Christian, is there some Christian scholarship that you would accept?
A ton. I love scholarship by all kinds of Christians. Big fan of some Old Testament scholars. Some of them you might know. For example, John J. Collins is one of my favorites. Big fan of John Walton. You might know him. I don't agree with everything he says, but I think he's awesome. Also big fan of David W. Baker. He puts out really cool stuff. He writes with John Walton as well. Mark Chavalis, although he might actually be Jewish. Anyway, he's pretty cool. I mean, there's a lot of Old Testament scholars I like. I love Klaus Westermann. He might be one of my favorite Old Testament scholars. But these people won't say the things you think they're going to say. They're typically going to say all the same shit I'm going to say, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. Like, they kind of put their faith on the shelf, or they read it all naturalistically.
Yep.
All right.
Hmm?
Well, that was about it.
I highly recommend reading some good scholarly commentaries. There's a lot of them out there, and there's an abundance of them at the moment. And I think those are way better than watching YouTube videos.
Yeah, you know how it is when you're doing something and you listen to something on the side. That's what I was doing.
I get it. If you're doing that, you know, some of the only atheists I really watch would be like Kip Davis, Josh Bowen, Megan Lewis. Sometimes I watch Bart Ehrman, but a lot of his stuff is just like advertising for conferences now.
Yeah.
So
he sensationalizes a lot of stuff. I don't really care for it.
I'm a big fan of Esther Hamori, even before her newest book came out, God's Monsters. Her original book, which started as her thesis, was fucking amazing. When Gods Were Men. Couldn't recommend it more. But there's not a lot of really good scholars that are making rounds on YouTube.
Kloppenborg's on. Goodacre, too. I don't know if you know those.
Mark Goodacre is pretty good. Yeah, I like him. And there's some classicists like Richard Miller. He's making rounds. There's some that show up on Myth Vision and History Valley. They're fun to listen to. Some of them are kind of sensational. Some of them are like mythicists. I like listening to even the mythicist scholars, even though I'm not a mythicist. But in general, I don't think YouTube is bustling with real great scholars, which is why I typically go to print.
All right. Well, I appreciate it.
Sure thing. Cheers, man. That was not the Alfie I thought it was going to be. I had an Alfie that I talked to a couple weeks ago. Same spelling and everything. That was an absolute tool. That guy was all right. Let's get Atum in here next, and we'll see if we get some opposition. How you doing, Atum? Are you at least 18? Atum? Can you hear me? It says here you don't have any audio pieces plugged in. It says a headset earpiece generic. Is that what you're using and you didn't select the right thing when you came in? Are you still in the box? Did you wait too long? Bueller? Anything? Okay. Well, come back if you want to talk to somebody, Atum. And I don't even know why Jared is in my TikTok guest box right now. Jared, how many times have we talked, and how many times have I told you never to come back to this live stream again because you can't actually track conversations? We talked on June of 2025. You couldn't track the conversation. We talked again January 4th. Had absolutely no ability to track the conversation. I wrote down total clown who deploys the nuh-uh argument and doesn't understand English. Do you honestly think I'm going to let you in my guest box again? Like, why do you keep requesting to get in my guest box? You just clown yourself every time you get up here. Like, you could talk to Skepticus. How about that? Skepticus, do you want to talk to Jared?
Is this a punishment? Have I said something wrong?
Listen,
I'm game for anything.
If you're on the debate scene, everybody gets a chance clowning on Jared. How about that?
Okay. All right, then I'm down. Bring it.
Right. We're gonna bring in Jared, and Jared, I'm not talking to you ever again. You're on the mercy right now of Skepticus. If you even load, it looks like you're having trouble loading. There we go. Jared, welcome. Well, you're not fucking welcome back. Skepticus had mercy on you and allowed you to come into my guest box again. So I will allow you to dialogue with him and take it away, Skepticus. He's a Christian, by the way.
belief
All
picture.
right. Okay. So, so you
I'm
don't
going
want
to
to
assume
speak to me. I
because
get
you
it. I
bring your
understand.
report because you're 18 and you're a believer.
Well, yes, I'm above 18. I'm 32, and yes, I am a believer
And you believe in what exactly?
that God is real, and saying that God is fiction is just completely baloney.
Okay, like a nice sandwich, or do you have some kind of definition for that?
Well, what I mean by baloney, meaning it's stupid, because we're the only things throughout all of creation that say God isn't real, which is just completely ridiculous. I mean, I don't
So
know who
you,
even
wait,
started
wait,
something like that, saying God isn't real. That's dumb.
hold on. So you actually have the full radar on the entire damn universe.
What do you mean full radar of the entire universe?
You said we are the only things in all of creation. So you
Oh
have
yeah, even
complete
Satan doesn't even
real-time
say something
eyes
stupid like
over
that.
all of space and time right now.
Yeah, I'm saying nothing else in creation besides us, for whatever reason, says that God isn't real. Even the demons know that God is real, and they
So you,
shudder in fear.
I mean, do you commune with God? How do you know what is happening in the Andromeda galaxy right now?
Well, I don't know. I've never been to the Andromeda galaxy.
Wait. You just made to me a pretty definitive statement that we are the only things in all of creation that do this. So I'm assuming that you have a pretty good insight into what exactly is happening in the Andromeda galaxy.
All right, well, let me go further for you. All right, so you got a better understanding.
So further, I guess,
Okay,
means
what I mean by
you're just moving on past
yeah,
that
let me
one.
help you out so you have a better viewpoint of what I'm saying.
Okay.
Since we are made in God's image, and because we are human beings, we have intuitive knowledge that God is real, in which everybody knows us of some extent or another that God is real.
So
However,
we're in God's
not
image.
everybody knows the Lord God himself. And that's one of the reasons why we have all these other fake religions in the world, or some other people worshiping some other false gods, or saying something ridiculous of saying that God is not real, even though that person already knows that God is real. And the Bible
Wow,
specifically
humble.
explains it, that with us saying that God isn't real, he considers that as foolish, or he calls us foolish. Not saying we're stupid,
No, but wait,
but saying that we're just like ignorant.
You call out every other religion and call every other god fake. So you're not just talking about people who say that God isn't real. You are also lumping into that not only every intelligent creature that might be existent right now in the Andromeda galaxy, but you're also lumping into that every other human being on the planet, past, present, or future, who doesn't believe in your personal incarnation of God. Am I correct?
Everybody has an innate knowledge of God. And I'm talking about us human beings, because we were created in God's image. But there are people in the world who suppress the knowledge of God through unrighteousness, where they know God is real, they've experienced God in one way or another, but they choose not to believe. And God considers us as fools. Not saying we're stupid or anything else like that, but just that we're being foolish.
Some of us
So
might be
saying that
stupid.
God is fiction or made up is really dumb. Because even the angels themselves and the demons, they all know God is real.
What
But
would you
yet,
think
somehow or
now?
another, us, mankind, who's made in God's image, say he's not real.
What would
So
you
that's
think
what I
right now
mean.
to tell you without any input from you whatsoever exactly how you feel about anything?
Well, what do you mean? Such as what?
Anything. How would you feel if I were to dictate to you right now, if I were to tell you how you feel with no input from you? I'm not going to ask you any questions. I'm just going to tell you I'm going to tell you how you feel about Major League Baseball. I'm going to tell you how you feel about mustard-based barbecue. I'm going to tell you how you feel about church on Saturday night. I'm going to tell you how you feel about everything, but I'm not going to ask you a single thing about it. What would you think about me?
Well, you wouldn't know unless I told you, or you personally
No,
knew me or something like that.
but you seem pretty confident in blanketly stating across the entire universe that all the rest of us who do not believe in your God absolutely know about God, and we are just rejecting.
Yeah, when it comes down to atheism, stuff like that, yes,
I didn't say
people
atheism.
are
I
choosing
didn't
not
say
to
atheism at
believe.
all. That word never came out of my mouth.
But you know what I mean.
No, I don't think I don't think you
Because one
understand
way,
what I
here's
mean.
the thing, one way or another, everybody knows to some extent that God is real. But the issue
How do
comes
you
is that
feel
people,
right now? I
there are people in the
told
world who
you.
do not know God, where they know
How would
God is
you
real,
feel
but
if
they
I
don't
told you right
have a
now
relationship
how
with
you
God.
feel about
That's the
Asian
problem.
people? What if I went on a long diatribe telling you how you feel about Asian people, good or bad? Would that feel good to you? Would it feel authentic?
What does the Asian people have to do with what I'm talking about?
The point is, I just picked Asian people as a generic group. The point is, you are telling me what I know in my heart and my mind based upon your 3,000-year-old book. And you can't possibly conceive of any issue with that.
Okay, that's better. All right. So this one is also leaning towards
I mean, you could
the
answer
creation.
that.
This goes right back up to Genesis itself,
You could answer
where
that.
you would not say, yeah, I'm answering you. This lines back up with Genesis, where, like I said, we being made in God's image, but at the same time, God's left more than enough evidence that points to
I'm
him.
not
It doesn't
asking
bring
you.
him down into existence.
I'm asking you,
Hold
man
on,
to
hold
man.
on. But
I'm
it
asking
points
you,
to
man to
him.
man. What would you think if I told you what you think about anything at all without asking for your input first and without even accepting any rebuttal that you wanted to give to me?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't specifically know you, just like you don't really know me as a person.
Oh,
But I know
oh,
you in terms
but
of you as a human
you
being.
know what I know about God.
Well, you know God exists, right?
What do you think the answer to
Do you
that is?
not? Yes,
I
you
have
do.
an YouTube channel. I was a Christian for 40 years. I have spent more than 500 hours in the last 10 months making content that explicitly does nothing but tear apart every bullshit concept of God that I was indoctrinated in for 40 years. But you are going to tell me that I know there's a God without getting any input from
Yes,
me
you
on
know God is
it.
real.
You're going to tell me.
Yeah, you know God is real. Yes,
Okay.
everybody does.
And you don't
But my
like Asian
question
people,
is,
right?
why, if you are no longer believing in God or no longer Christian, why? What happened? Why did you run away?
Wait a minute. You just told me that I know God is real. How can you even logically answer that
Yeah, and
question?
now I'm asking you. Now I'm asking you, why did you run away, or why are you running away?
Where am I running to? I'm right here, dude. I am more out there than most people you will ever meet in your life. How many people do you know that are putting themselves out there, not just on this show tonight, but in the YouTubeosphere or whatever? How many people do you know that put themselves out there that much? What do you think I'm running from? Let me change that. What do you think God tells you that I'm running from?
Well, you're running away from Him, and if anything, I would tell you just go back to Him, because there's
Well,
nothing out
why
there.
don't you go back to Vishnu, dude? Why are you running from
Because Vishnu
Vishnu?
is a false god, and
Oh,
Vishnu is not the Lord God Almighty.
oh, because you said so.
No, it's not because I said so. It's because the Lord God says so.
Do you know what the word
It's not based on me.
ethnocentrism means?
No, I don't. But how does that help in what I'm telling you?
Well, you should look it up because it's the founding principle of Christianity and most religions.
Okay,
And there's nothing I can tell you
but
in this call before we end this.
can you answer my question? Why? What's going on? Why are you going in
That's
the opposite
bad.
direction?
Jared, it's
Oh,
been 10 minutes and even Skepticus is tired of your nonsense.
yeah, you are already asserting to me what you are telling me that I am running. It's no different than me telling you that you hate Asian people. Why do you hate Asian people, dude? Why?
Yeah,
Why are
exactly.
you running away from your hatred of people? It doesn't feel good, does it? It's not based on anything
Can
in
you answer
reality.
the question?
Sure.
Can you answer my question? Yeah, just why are you
I
running?
just,
What's going
He
on?
said he's not. He already said it.
I
He gave you the
literally-
answer.
All right, so all right then. So why did you leave Christianity? You said you was in Christianity for like 40 years or something like that. What happened?
Nothing. Absolutely, positively nothing. Over 40 years of desperate praying, attempting to do everything I could, reading my Bible 3 times through from the first page of Genesis to the last word of Revelation, which is about 3 times more than most Christians I've ever met in my life. Nothing ever happened.
Yeah. Hey, Jared.
Okay, so what were you expecting to happen?
Because
Were you
because
expecting
you're
something physical to happen or something like that?
because you're kind of a waste, and we actually do have guests waiting to get in. I want to ask you one question, then we got to move on. It's not even a difficult question. Do you understand that when you accuse Skepticus of believing in God when he told you he didn't, that's literally the equivalent of me just saying you don't actually believe in God, you're lying about it. You see, that's the same thing, right?
They're not the same thing.
What's the difference?
Because you already know that God exists.
No, you know God
within your
doesn't
heart, mind,
exist.
and soul.
No, you know in your mind that you're lying.
Yes, I know God. No, let me finish.
No, you know that you're
God
lying.
exists
No, you
because
already know
made
that
in
you're
His
lying.
image, but
No, you're not.
choosing
You know that
to
you're not
suppress the
made in His
truth.
image. You know that
So you'll
you're
be
lying
lying
right
to
now.
yourself.
So you're lying to
You're
yourself.
lying to yourself.
You're lying to yourself.
others, and you're lying to God.
You're lying to everyone right
So
now.
that's what it is.
You're lying to yourself so
And
you can
with the
sleep at night.
worldview of atheism, you can't.
That's about enough of Jared, right? Yeah.
I got to hit the restroom.
He's not mentally equipped for these actual conversations. Okay.
It didn't seem to be going anywhere quickly.
No worries. I want to grab a couple of super chats while Skepticus he's in the restroom, and then we're going to get James in here. Chodicus, good to see you, my friend. Says 13 concussions with unconcussionness from rugby, and my mush brain still works better than this wannabe Menards. Wannabe Menards crazy, actually. And holy shit, rugby's tough, y'all. There's definitely concussions in football. I'm curious to know what the concussion rate in rugby is, because y'all just got those like padded non-plastic helmets, and I have a sneaky suspicion there's a lot of head collisions. I haven't played rugby. I don't really know. I'm guessing, but it looks like there's going to be some collisions. I hope you're okay, by the way. Jodicus, you don't seem like you've got a TBI though. And 1020 Carrie says, I think Johan did a great job. W. Johan. Well, thank you, Carrie, and great to see you, and lovely cat. Brian, thank you for the super chat, says, the Philbro Clown School is run by Jay Dyer. You know what? That is true. And made by Jim Bob. Special classes run by Gary Milne. That is the truth. I actually have a sneaky suspicion that I think Jay actually knows how weak his arguments is, even though he keeps using them. I think Jim Bob, I could be wrong. I don't really watch these channels. I catch them in passing from people who send me videos. I suspect Jim Bob actually does buy into the sauce. I think he's a true believer in the precept nonsense. I don't know if Jay is or if it's kind of a grift. It's hard to tell. Jay seems like a smart person, so it's hard to know if he's serious. House 70 says, Dum Dum Day seems so, unless TBI became contagious. Hawkard for Doug. You know what? That is the case. We've got a new form of TBI. It turns out it spreads and it's contagious and it's fucking here, y'all. Dan Sensibility, thank you for the additional super chat. Says we have clearance, Roger. What's our vector, Victor? I love Airplane 2 movie quotes. I fucking forgot about airplane quotes, by the way. But surely as the day is long, I'll watch it again. And don't call me Shirley. Gretchen, thank you for the super chat. Says, I am so a precog. I just had a precognition that I will be calling you Johan for at least a month. Can't wait to see if I'm right. LOL. And I actually believe you. You might have converted me in this very moment, and you've got proof that you're actually going to be doing it. So, and Chris says, people died in Jonestown. True. We bring this up, but we didn't bring it up today. This is a good point, Chris. People died in Jonestown, therefore Jim Jones is a true prophet. See how stupid that sounds? All glory to Doug. In fact, we've got lots of witnesses of Doug and even my messianic miracles. Gretchen with another super chat. Thank you so much. Says third demerit, Johan. Oh fuck, what am I doing here? Third demerit for making me watch that ad. YouTube Premium crew. That's strike 3. If I have to pull this car over, I'm cracking skulls. Wait, are you saying that YouTube Premium? Is there a way to remove ads? Wait. Oh, you have YouTube Premium, so my mid-roll ad from private internet access, you can't bypass it because you got YouTube Premium. I got YouTube Premium as well. The only ads I ever see are the ones that are like in the actual video. I'm sorry, Gretchen. I love you. Hopefully you can find it in your heart to forgive me. But they did make it so that on the playback, I don't have to do any mid-rolls. So when people watch this video back, there won't be any mid-rolls on it. Retired Bomb Tech, thank you for the super chat, says, perfect show to end my day. There's not enough time in the day to watch you, Leaving Faith, Mezzo, Joel, and the Bible Guy once again to keep up awesome work. Well, thank you, Retired Bomb Tech. I appreciate you stopping in and supporting and checking us out, and for checking out my friends, Sarah at Leaving Faith, Mezzo, Joel, and the Bible Guy, and also check out Skepticus on YouTube. There's a lot of people in this community and a lot of people doing good work. So definitely check out everybody. And good question says, can you mention when and in what city Israelites started believing in angels, human spiritual existence, supernatural enemies of God, and punishment instead of annihilation after physical death? Well, it's a spectrum. So they believed in angels from way back. They didn't call them angels until the period of the Greeks, when they translated the sons of God into angelos. The sons of God, the B'nai Elohim in Hebrew, used to just be the lesser deities born to, El and Ashura. Spirits were everywhere in the ancient world. They got slowly demoted over the course of time. The idea of punishment after death seems to have started with the Persians and then really accelerated during the period of the Greeks, and then into intertestamental period, we've got a shit ton of literature that describes hell, and oddly enough, it all seems to mostly agree with what the Greeks say, except they put their own religious flair on it, so hopefully that helps. T Pineapple says, I'm behind, saw co-host left Michigan for warmth. I don't blame him. Well, I say that stone is a solid lava. Ice is solid water. Therefore, ice is Doug. Checkmate, winter haters. Fair. That's fair. But ice is technically a crystalline structure, and crystalline structures are how rocks are formed. So theoretically, ice and Doug are the same kin. And last super chat from our friend Misha says, no, please let this man make his case for how torment doesn't mean fire. It actually means when he isn't able to take a nice nap, it ruins his day. Absolutely nuts. Isn't it crazy? They'll do anything to diminish this notion of hell. They hate the concept of hell. They see how stupid it is. And so they always respond with, well, words don't mean words. The best they can do. Okay.
And they also routinely have no adult concept of the effect of coercion, which is really scary.
It's crazy. Could you imagine being in a court of law? Like, Your Honor, I know I held a firearm to her head, but she did have the choice. Okay. Yeah. Sure. If you held a firearm to someone's head and you said, you will love me, or you will make love to me, or get, dealt with via firearm, you would be arrested on multiple charges. All right, let's grab James and we'll keep the conversation rolling. Welcome in, James. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I am. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, I am, and I do.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
I am an Orthodox Christian, Eastern Orthodox.
Sure. And I would ask you the same question I ask everybody. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for God? And I'm not asking for proof. I'm just saying any evidence that you think could move the needle.
Never done one of these before, but if I'm gonna, from my basic reading, I would, from what I've heard, is the transcendental argument for God. I heard you guys mention some stuff that you think that position is untenable. What's the position that you guys hold? I assume it's kind of atheist materialism, or am I off the mark there?
I think every atheist is different on this. I know atheists that are Platonists, so that's certainly a tenable position. I don't think that the tag argument does anything for God, even if you do believe in transcendentals. It just happens to be that I don't believe in transcendentals. I've never heard a single argument that would lead me to believe in transcendentals. So if you've got one, I'm all ears.
Okay. Another point I'd like to point out would be the moral argument. I think the is-ought dilemma presented by Hume. You're asking for just kind of basic evidence. I guess I would provide a negation. So if you can provide, I know this is kind of the wrong way around, but the reason I asked for what position you guys have is because I'm trying to understand where you guys are coming from, because there's multiple of you as far as I understand. Because I think there's you and there's another gentleman
Yeah,
right here or
Skepticus.
something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I have no reason to believe that there are objective morals. I agree with Plato. If morals are objective, that means God abides by them, not the other way around. If God determines what is moral, then they're not objective. They're subjective. It just happens to be that God is the subject.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, then how about this? How would you account for, of course, the classic argument? How would you account for logic and the possibility of knowledge?
I don't think those are the same thing.
If things are materialistically determined.
I think those are two different questions. I don't think knowledge needs to be accounted for. Knowledge seems to be the process of acquiring information. And logic is just a description of reality. So like we make up numbers to describe reality. We make up words to describe reality. And logic is one of those things we make up to describe reality.
Okay, so I guess I'd like to ask you about logic then. I at least want to clarify this point because I don't want to talk past you. If logic is a requirement, or excuse me, if logic is made up by us to describe reality, right? If here's a hypothetical, if all humans cease to exist, would things still happen logically?
So reality would still behave in a particular way, but the laws of logic are a description of behaviors. They're not laws. Like nothing abides by these laws.
Well, I understand where you're coming from, but there could be an argument made that cause and effect has to happen. Like logic is a function of cause and effect, or vice versa. Is that not true?
No, I think logic is a description of cause and effect. So the fact that we have causes and effects and we can describe them in a logical manner just means we have verbiage that will adequately describe cause and effect.
And
okay, so then what?
I get a little frustrated sometimes with I'm not saying you're going this way, but with the way that some theists take these arguments, because sometimes there is this built-in assumption that people bake in that every abstract idea in the world wouldn't exist if there weren't a magic sky daddy making it happen. And my analogy that I would give for this is like, I feel like sometimes when you talk to Christians, they would tell you that if God didn't tell you that a triangle had 3 sides, then somehow triangles would have different number of sides. Where I look at it the other way, where they're talking about, I look at logic very much the way I look at math. Okay, 1 + 1 doesn't need God to make it equal 2. It's just reality. Reality is that 1 + 1 in a digital accounting system, referring back to an earlier conversation, 1 + 1 = 2. Okay, in a digital numbering system. So I think that even and I'm not saying this is where you're going with it, but I think that sometimes the injection that theists tend to do of saying every abstract idea, every aspect of reality somehow wouldn't be reality if the magic sky daddy weren't making it happen, is to me deeply and sadly illogical. To me, it's a tautology. Just, I don't need to explain why 1 + 1 = 2, and I don't need a God to make that the fact. I don't need a God to make the fact that a circle has no corners in it. These are just aspects of reality.
Okay, but is it not a tautology on your end to say that this thing is because it is,
No,
because it is, because it
that's
is, because
getting
it is?
into epistemology. I understand that this. I mean, there's some gray area. I think I know where you're getting at. But see, in terms of understanding the nature of what comports with reality, if you want to get into the deep rabbit hole of epistemology, I am a firm believer that we can never truly know anything. Like, you don't know if you're in the matrix right now, and theists will often try to seize on that as some kind of proof of saying, see, that's why you have to have God, so that you can actually even make a logical statement, or that you can even operate in the world. Like, no, I don't need God for that, because whether my reality is that I'm in the matrix, or whether my reality is, the particulars of this universe, or however you want to define it, the fact is that I can define my reality in terms of probabilities, meaning I don't know that the sun is going to rise in the east tomorrow, but I do know that literally every other piece of evidence that's ever been documented in the history of man tells me that the sun will rise in the east tomorrow. So I can move forward with the confident assumption that the sun will rise in the east tomorrow, and I can reasonably
but
actions around it.
To the point about the matrix thing, right? Yes, I would agree with you that there is no way we can, I guess, assuredly know everything that could possibly be. But to say something like we don't know if we're living in a matrix, to live in a matrix would require simulation, would require extreme amounts of power, would require either us to discuss free will or the lack thereof. And if there is no such thing as free will and things are entirely deterministic, how does something like there is no then arguing for truth or falsity, because everything's just determined neurons firing and electrons moving around and protons and etc. Excuse me, atoms
What do you mean
interacting,
there's no truth or
subatomic
falsity?
particles interacting.
Yeah,
there is no way that there could ever be you sitting there making an argument for something that you believe is true.
Yeah, there's.
Because I'm sorry.
Yeah, but listen, truth is just a measurement, right? I can measure how long my pen is, and I can say, hey, this pen is whatever 5 inches, and if it happens to be 5 inches, we just call that thing true. It's not very difficult.
Okay, well, that's what I'm trying to flesh out here. I'm trying to understand where your position stands. That's not something you can just describe instantly. It's over the course of the debate.
If Chris and I are exactly, this is somewhere where even hardcore atheists could disagree on, but and I'm not trying to go down a rabbit hole of the whole matrix thing, but I think it's interesting to discuss with regard to epistemology that you could argue that if I were pulled out of the matrix tomorrow, the sun would rise in the west and set in the east. But
what I'm saying is the argument would be it's impossible for there to actually be a matrix.
Okay,
we could not live in one.
Just go to the brain in the vat then. We can't rule out that we're not brains in the vat. It's the same argument.
Yeah.
Why not?
Because everything that you think that you are experiencing is filtered 3 times. It's filtered by whatever is happening externally outside you that you think you're perceiving. It's filtered through your own sensory organs, and then it's filtered through the actual brain that you're using to process it. So you can never get out of those filters.
Well, this goes the same way too. You could reduce that not just 3 times, 4 or 5, infinitely times. It's like, well, your brain is processing it, but you're not your brain. You're not the meat of your brain. You're not the muscles and fibers that you are. It's your mind, right? What is your mind?
My brain is my mind. I do not believe that there's any such thing as a mind-body dichotomy.
Okay, how so? Could you elaborate on that?
Yes, if you turn my brain off, my mind dies too. And if you functionally, deeply affect or change my brain, so does my mind. And we can prove this empirically. I mean, I forget what the guy's name was who got the bar that blew up and went through his brain and screwed up one of his.
Phineas Gage?
Yeah, Phineas Gage drastically changed his personality, and people unfortunately get dementia all the time, and it drastically changes their personality. Now, you can say that in terms of identity, just saying this is the same person that I knew before. Sure, it's the same identity, but functionally speaking, it's a very different person. In my mind, this is not universal amongst atheists. You can be an atheist and believe in a mind-body dichotomy. You can be an atheist and believe in a soul, although I don't know too many who do, but it's not impossible. But I do not believe in the soul. I do not believe that my mind is this ethereal thing that is not physically truly tied to my brain.
And could you prove that?
No. Because all I can prove is what my reality is. So it goes
Well,
back.
then how could you make a claim such as God is fiction then?
Well, James, that's the point of the brain in the that argument. Is the only thing we can really prove is that like we're thinking, we are. But we can't actually prove the nature of that. And you have the same problem we have, right? It could be that we're actually just in a dream state in a brain in a vat, and none of this is real. We can't prove otherwise. We don't have the means for that. Now, you and I, all three of us, are under the assumption that that's not the case. What Skepticus is just saying is, when it comes to proving what is real, we all have kind of the same limitation here. So, but when we say God is fiction, typically we're referring to a specific formulation of God, meaning something that's outside of space and time, something that created all things, something that has some sort of like immutable characteristics, all-knowing, all-powerful, all-loving, things like that. I think that description of God is what both of us kind of have in mind here, and that description of God certainly couldn't exist because it entails all kinds of contradictions. With the Christian God specifically, and if you're Orthodox, this might be of interest to you, I think the Christian God specifically can't exist because the Trinity breaks the laws of logic.
Mm-hmm.
I
That's like
agree
a
with all that.
profound argument right there. So, so would you attack the Trinity for Christianity, or would you attack the concept of a triune, like the triune monarchical Trinitarian God itself?
So
himself?
typically, if we're talking to Christians, 9 times out of 10, I'm going to start with the linchpin of Christianity and explain how Jesus absolutely could not have been the Messiah based on the actual text of the Hebrew Bible. And that Christianity is basically done after that. It doesn't matter what you think, if you thought he did cool works, if you thought he had cool teachings, if he didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy and he just lied about a bunch of stuff, then he's a goof that makes Christianity false. Now, you could also, and I do this with people that are into philosophy, you could also just attack the Trinity and say, listen, depending on your view of the Trinity, it's logically absurd. Either it collapses into modalism, which is a heresy, or it ends up in partialism, which is a heresy, or some other problem that's always heretical. The actual approved view of the Trinity is typically logically absurd.
Including monarchical Trinitarianism?
Well, I mean, you'd have to explain what you think monarchical Trinitarian means.
I mean, give me some rope here. But as far as I understand, the monarchical Trinitarian position would be that God the Father is the source of all things. The Son, Jesus Christ, and the Word is eternally begotten from him, and the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father.
Just that statement, eternally begotten, implies that he is the Son, he is the spawn of God, and yet they are both equally eternal. That is completely logically incoherent.
I've heard it described like this. I don't know. Do you guys have kids?
Yes,
I do.
I do.
Okay. This is not the perfect analogy or example, I say, but in form, it can function. Do you have a son, for example? I don't know who I can speak directly
I do,
to.
but I think your example might be problematic for you because you've already started to describe Jesus as being contingent, but in most philosophical arguments, God can't be contingent.
Contingent on the
A
existence
cause.
of the Father? On what?
On a cause. So if Jesus is contingent on the Father as a source, meaning the source is the cause, that makes Jesus not actually God. God
Oh, I
can't be
see what you're saying.
contingent.
I see what you're saying. Okay. I wasn't meaning it in the cause sense. I was gonna go target more what's the word I'm looking for? The idea of a son kind of when I use the term begotten, I don't mean being caused by, but if you have a son and your son comes about to do the things that you've done in life, would that not be you're not causing him to do those things, but
I
there are prerequisites within
probably
his
sound like a
genetics
little bit of a
and
dick here,
his
but I do
nature
get
that
a
cause
little
him to do so.
frustrated when a theist, Christian, or whatever will say things like, you know,
Can you go
we use
back a
the
few
word
seconds? I was
begotten,
talking
and
over
yeah,
you.
I'm
My bad.
using the word begotten. It's like at some point words have to mean something, and begotten, I don't know how begotten is not a contingent word. So, and I'm not trying to devolve into this argument over definitions, because I think you're coming at this with good faith, but I also can't sit here and just hear that, oh, he's begotten, but he's also eternal. To me, if he's begotten, as Justin said, it's contingent. But if it's contingent, then they're not also equally eternal.
If he's begotten, he's contingent. I don't know. I feel like if you guys are saying, if you're using that definition, if you're gonna go down that route, I feel
I'm
like
using the
there's
Nicene
an
Creed.
exclusion being made.
I'm using the Christian Orthodox language.
Say that one more time.
I'm using the official language of the Nicene Creed from the Christian Orthodoxy. It's not like I came up with this idea of the eternally begotten Son. In fact, they put the words eternally begotten into the Nicene Creed to specifically counteract the accusations of the heretic. I'm going to forget his name. Justin can probably tell me who I'm talking about, but it was a heretic that they were specifically. The first Nicene Creed.
Arian.
Arian, thank you. I mean, and I'm overstepping my historical bounds here, but part of the whole idea of the first Nicene Creed was a lot of the verbiage in the Nicene Creed was specifically to counteract the heresy of Arian. I mean, other heresies too. I'm overstretching by saying that, but some of the language that comes from the first Nicene Creed was put in there very specifically to counteract these supposed heresies.
Okay, so I'm a bit stumped here because I feel like I could simply retreat to say whatever the position of the Orthodox Church is and the consistent teaching of the Orthodox churches is the defined meaning of monarchical Trinitarianism, right? And if I grant you assert that there are contradictions within it, I'm pushing the goalpost over to you guys to now say, okay, what do you mean by logical contradiction? Because I've argued with people before who will say, I need to ask this is lame, I guess. Maybe it's a cop out and y'all can call me out on it. But what is contradictory about an all powerful being doing things that we are unable to understand?
That's not what I said, though. I said,
I know.
I mean, and I don't mean to fixate just on one little part of the Nicene Creed, but you still completely sidestepped from the fact that I'm saying, for me, one of the major contradictions, amongst others, is this idea of eternally begotten. It makes no coherent sense. I'm sorry, Justin, I kind of jumped in there.
No, it's okay. I can actually give them. I can give them the contradiction. This one's not too difficult. So I'll throw it up on. I got a notepad here. P1 is just God is not contingent. I think most Christians agree on this. Premise 2 would be Jesus is contingent. So it'd just be, conclusion is Jesus can't be God.
Right.
It's super tiny. It's just super hard to see.
Oh, sorry. I can make it bigger.
No, you're fine. So can you say that one more time?
Yeah. Premise 1 is God is not contingent. Premise number 2 is Jesus is contingent. So the conclusion is Jesus can't be God.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can do, and I've recommended to some people, you can change your definition of God. You can say, okay, well, sometimes God is contingent, right? So there are views of God where God can be
Yeah, but I
contingent.
wouldn't be able, within my position, I wouldn't be able to
Sure.
grant that.
Which is
And
why
I
some of the
guess I'm
early
not.
Christians were okay with partialism. You might know about partialism. I know it's a
Yes,
heresy,
yes.
but partialism does at least fix the logical contradiction.
So, I mean, I'll have to concede and say, I suppose I'm poorly read on the Trinitarian argument, and I maybe I'm not even intelligent enough to keep up with the argument you would make on it.
I think you're smart enough. I just think this is probably something you haven't seen before.
Maybe not.
And I don't want to fixate on that. I mean, for me personally, there are many more deep theoretical contradictions that are just as damning. And just to throw one out, not because I'm trying to change the conversation, but I find the hypostatic union to be equally logically incoherent and ridiculous. I mean, you can tell me he's God, you can tell me he's a demigod, you can tell me he's man, and we can discuss all those different theoretical possibilities. But if you're telling me he's fully God and fully man, that violates the basic laws of logic.
You would say that what would that violate? The law of non-contradiction, or what?
Yes.
Yeah.
Gods
Okay.
are not men, and men are, again, you could say demigod. I mean, this is a concept we've known from antiquity for millennia. But to say that he's fully God, I mean, that's literally the way that they articulate the hypostatic union, because they wanted to eliminate all other possibilities. They didn't say he's kind of God. They said he's fully God and fully man. How does that make sense?
I mean, again, cop out, but like this is where faith comes into it. This is where my answer would be comedic for you. It's a mystery.
Don't do it, buddy. Don't do it. Don't say it. So, like, if I told you that Muhammad split the moon in two and did a night ride on a flying horse, and you say, well, that's preposterous. Horses are too heavy to fly, even with giant wings, because they need a body weight much lighter. That's why birds have lower bone density and all that stuff. I might say, well, listen, you just got to have faith. Right? But you're not going to believe that Muhammad had a flying horse just because I said you should have faith, right?
Oh, well, I mean, you would have to get me past accepting his 3-year-old daughter, or 3-year-old
You mean
wife.
his 6-year-old wife, Aisha?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, theoretically, if you're a believer and you believe that all morals come from your God and your God can't be immoral, then you would just squash it like that. But I understand. I get the argument. I make it all the time. I'm with you. But my point is, like, when you come up on things that don't make sense, you're never going to convince somebody to believe in the thing that you believe in just by saying, well, you should have faith anyways. Like, it does have to make sense at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Okay. How about this? What if I grant the position, just God is not real? And you guys can move on to someone else if this is a bit off the topic, but this is still within, a theistic worldview.
Well, we've got 15 minutes still yet before I have to read Superchats and close out. So take your time. You're the last guest. I'm not going to rush you.
Right. So, well, I mean, you just shut me down. I might have a different thing I can say afterward, but I grant it. God is not real, but living as if he is still provides the best outcomes, especially within the Orthodox paradigm, provides the best outcomes for the most people.
Well, I find that to be far worse than they just have faith argument.
Okay.
I'll just tell you. I mean, I could go 1,000 different directions on that, and I won't. But the one of the first things that comes to mind is this: I'm not saying that there aren't people in faith, and we could pick almost any religion for that. I know that there are people in faith who enjoy their religion, and probably on some level they're better people because they need that religion. I don't deny that, but I will also tell you that, in my humble opinion, for any system that trains you or even requires you to set aside your logical mind, it is priming you for gaslighting. Now, I'm not saying that means that every one who's in the system then gets gaslit into doing bad things. But, as Voltaire taught us, if you can get people to set aside their logical mind, you can get them to commit atrocities. So that is at least one first thing that comes to mind when you say that. But
okay, and here's a fun whataboutism. And who committed the greatest and most atrocities in human history?
Oh, please don't go there.
The communists.
Please don't
No,
go
by
that's,
far.
that's actually not
No,
true.
no.
The Nazis actually had their own church.
Yeah.
In fact, their belt buckles had
God
Christian
made
symbols
moves.
on them.
Yes.
But using the symbology of something does not make you part of it, does it?
But
I don't think that's the argument that you want to take here, because what you're essentially saying is, even if we grant your position that maybe the Nazis were atheists, then they found that one of the most effective ways to affect their evil causes was to invoke the terminology and iconography of religion.
I'm not even asserting that the Nazis killed the most people. They killed a lot of people, scores of people, millions. But I would say the Soviet communists and the Chinese communists killed more.
Well, again,
and they were pretty atheist.
The Soviets weren't atheists. Stalin was atheist. And this is where it's really important to recognize. Stalin actually was a real atheist. He actually, if far as I remember correctly, dropped out of seminary, which is how he became an atheist. He studied the Bible professionally, the same like I did, and realized it wasn't true and became an atheist. So he was definitely an atheist, and he definitely had a dream beyond religion, but it wouldn't be true whatsoever to think that that Soviet Russia was at all atheistic. It just happens to be that their leader was. Now, I personally think that
the state was atheistic.
Well, the state was secular. There's a difference.
Okay.
So
okay. Yeah.
They didn't outlaw religion. Like you were still allowed to be religious. Now, it is true that Stalin was an atheist, though. That's for sure. Now, he killed some people. The gulags were fucking horrific. But he didn't do any of that in the name of atheism. Like he wasn't rounding up religious people and persecuting them just for the fact of being religious. This seemed to be much more to do with his political ideology than his religious ideology. And the problem that we have with religion...
Could you not make the argument that his political ideology was his religion?
No, I think politics and religion are typically separate. So, for example, I'm a liberal, but I know lots of atheists that are actually conservative. It's just one of those things that happens.
It's a preference.
It's a preference. You can be a liberal, you can be conservative. Atheism doesn't have a political preference. Now, a lot of atheists do lean liberal because we are really heavy in sciences, and it seems like the liberals typically prefer science more. And a lot of stuff. But all that to say is, I get that Stalin was awful, and I get that he was an atheist. And there's another one. Don't forget about Pol Pot. He was another atheist that did some shit.
Pol Pot.
But those are like the only two examples you really got. And the rest of them are all religious. And a lot of them wrote about religious motivations for their wars. So we could talk about the Inquisitions, the conquistadors. In fact, I've got a book. I wish I keep leaving it in the other room. One of my favorite books is called...
Oh, actually, could we stick on the conquistadors?
Mm-hmm.
What did the conquistadors do that was wrong?
So
no. Just work with me here. Just work with me first. Just a couple little short row here.
Well, what we're talking about is whether or not there is like violence perpetrated in the name of religion. I agree. You can have another conversation about whether or not violence is wrong. I think that's a fine conversation to have. But if we're just discussing,
then I could make the argument, if we're going to bring it to religion, I could make the argument that to claim violence is wrong, or to claim one group did something right versus another group doing something wrong, having their own internal preferences, requires an objective truth.
Oh no,
an objective moral for them to follow, or for you to at least assert.
Not at all. Okay, so let's do this. Let's talk real quick about the conquistadors and the religious wars, and then we'll do the moral argument. We'll end on the moral argument. I love it. It won't take very long. So my point is, we've got lots of evidence for Christianity, for Islam, for other religions engaging in all kinds of violence that is perpetrated in the name of the God, meaning our God needs us or wants us to do it. In fact, the Conquistador is only one example. There's a book you might want to get. I know you can get a free PDF. You can get one in print, pretty cheap used. It's called The Martyr's Mirror. It's a really fun book. It was kept in the period of the Reformation by the Anabaptists. And what they did is they collected documents for hundreds of years of first-person witnesses accounts of people that were being persecuted specifically for being Anabaptists, meaning they believe in baptizing adults rather than forcing religion upon people.
I'm familiar.
It's a really cool book, and in it you'll find hundreds and hundreds of accounts of people literally being murdered and persecuted by the Orthodox, by the Catholics, even by the some of the Protestants over this particular case. We've got tons of evidence that the Christian organizations, not just the Catholic Church, engaged in widespread persecution of their own people and people from other nations in the name of their God. In fact, I've got behind me, this is more of a modern piece. This is the Prohibited Books, also known as the Librorum Prohibitorum in Latin, of if you got found with one of these works, any of these individuals, you could be murdered and or excommunicated by the church. And there were entire groups of people that were genocided during the Reformation period and pre-Reformation, like the Waldensians. The reason why you don't know about the Waldensians is because there were many of them and they were all murdered. In fact, it even said if you know where Waldensians are and you don't turn them in, we will confiscate your property and throw you in prison for not telling us. That's the type of persecution.
That's why the Catholics are wrong. Orthodoxy forever, man.
Well, the Orthodox did it too. That's the problem. Both the Orthodox,
I would love to see some more reading on that, because that sounds like a stretch to me.
both the Orthodox and the Catholics engaged in killing of heretics. So, for example, the most famous is probably Basil the physician. Again, the Orthodox were in the same game as the Catholics, and prior to the Catholic Orthodox split, they were in this thing together, killing heretics. I don't know what like how far you want to push on the Orthodox to do anything.
Like killing like 10 heretics. How many people died in the Inquisition? For the Catholic example.
I mean, in the Inquisition, it's calculated, depending on who you ask, to be over 1 million people.
Oh, because I mean, you're saying depending on who you ask. The sources I've seen are like 6,000 over the course of 150 years.
But what I'm saying is, we're talking about Christianity as a whole. I agree that you have a particular flavor of Christianity. You believe in Orthodox Christianity, and that's fine. There's no good reason to take Orthodox Christianity over like any other form of Christianity, other than maybe you like the history of it. But there were genocides by Orthodox Christians. Are you Russian Orthodox, or just generic Greek Orthodox, or Byzantine, Eastern? What are you?
I'm American Orthodox, but because the Orthodox faith itself is so intertwined with the different jurisdictions, many of us, it's better to just use the general term Eastern Orthodox. Now, I understand they're Oriental Orthodox, but that's just a separate conversation.
Okay, there are genocides even among the Orthodox.
Oh,
right?
no, I'm not rejecting that.
Okay.
Point. I was just talking specifically about that. There was a book you mentioned earlier about some very specific group, the Anabaptists, that were being targeted. I would need to read more about that specifically.
Yeah. So my point is, no matter what flavor of Christianity you pick, there is a history of violence, and it's not just Christianity. Almost all of the major world religions at some point have engaged in warfare for their God. Case in point, the Jewish Bible.
Then just people are violent?
Well, that's the case. Like, so if you're an atheist like me, we could say, yeah, people are violent, and they justify it using the God. That being said, there's a lot of people that would not go to war unless they believe that their God willed it. And we've got lots of documentation from the ancient world from people saying, we must do this war because God has commanded us to do it. Now, are they all firm believers? Maybe. Some of them probably maybe just wanted to go to war. We know the Crusaders. There was a period late in the Crusades where people were doing it for the glory of saying you were part of the Crusades rather than So I'm not saying that all people are going to do it because they think God wants them to, but certainly there are a number of people and people in high places that would say you need to do this because of God, and people will fall in line.
Yeah, I think there was another point you wanted to make after there's another, the moral argument.
Yeah, so the moral argument is interesting, and you're right to point out that I'm an atheist, which means I likely subscribe to subjective morals. I don't know about Skepticus, what your framework is for morality, but I agree. I abide by. Yeah, I believe in subjective morals. There are arguments, like Glorith gives one for objective morals based on the laws of logic. I don't really subscribe to that. It seems like you need to be a Platonist for it. That being said, unless someone can demonstrate to me that objective morals do exist, I don't really have a good reason to believe that objective morals exist. And also, if the God of the Bible dictates what is moral and what is immoral, then they're still subjective. They're just subject to God's mind rather than a human mind.
Divine command theory.
Mm-hmm.
And other than divine command theory, I've done videos on this myself where I have tried to make the case. I think I've done a good job of it, of saying that in the Bible, at least, the only objective, truly objective commands that I've been able to find are the ones that, for by and large, almost all Christians reject. And all of the other morals that they try to tell me are Christian morals are the antithesis of objectivity. They're incredibly subjective. And I'm not even saying, as an atheist who I feel like I understand that morality is subjective. I'm not trying to take people to task for that, other than the fact that then they try to come back to us and say, oh, but we have objective morality. It's like, no, you don't. Or the few things I can find from your actual, teachings and texts that are objective, objective is don't eat pork. I mean, that's pretty objective. I would argue that's not even a moral thing. But if you want to assume that what God commands is moral, then that was an objective command. But Christians don't follow that. They'll give you 20 different reasons why they don't have to follow that. All the rules that they glom onto now are incredibly subjective. If you look at the 10 Commandments, they're all subjective. Every single one of them is subjective. So, which is fine, but they won't admit that they're subjective. They want to tell you that they have this vaunted objective morality, but I can't find it anywhere.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, then I would need to do some more studying on how it's possible for divine command theory to be subjective, because from my understanding,
any command that's based upon, or any morality that's based on anyone else's commands, has to be by definition subjective, even if it's the God's commands. Because you could tell me this is objective, this is what comes from God, but if Justin wakes up tomorrow morning, he says, you'll never believe, but Yahweh spoke to me this morning and he gave me this new command that absolutely goes against everything we thought were God's commands. First of all, you can't prove Justin wrong. In fact, if Justin told you that, it would be very much in keeping with the rest of the things that we read in the Bible, because Abraham talked to God and there weren't any other witnesses about it. Noah talked to God and there weren't any other witnesses about it. So how do you know that Justin telling you that he got a new message from God, I mean, how is that anything more than subjective?
I see what you're saying. So the teachings that are claimed to be from God that were presented by men are subjective, is what you're saying.
Well, I would also say that you can also find plenty of examples in the book where God himself contradicts himself too.
Yeah, I like what Skepticus says here. I used to bring this up more often. I haven't done it in a long time, but it's a really good point, which is we could imagine for a second, let's just imagine there actually are objective morals. The reality is we would never be able to know what they are. We'll still be stuck with our own brains subjectively trying to figure out what they are, which means it'd be useless to even say that they exist because we still have no access to know which morals are objective.
I see what you're saying. Okay. I think I'm understanding a little bit better where you guys are coming from.
But I would say this one last thing, and I think the only homework I would give you, and I think you'll like it, it's a short read. I would read the Euthyphro Dilemma. It's a small, kind of, I'm going to call it a skit. I don't think it really happened in history, but it's a small dialogue between, not Plato, Socrates and another. And they're discussing the nature of morals. Like, are things moral because God commanded them, or does God only command what is already moral objectively? It's called the Euthyphro Dilemma. And
yeah, I've heard of it. It's
okay.
It's on my to read.
But my take of this, based on that document from Plato and from basic definitions, is this argument. Premise 1. Any moral that comes from a mind is subjective. Premise number 2, Bible morals come from God's mind. So the conclusion is that the Bible morals are subjective. It just happens to be that it's subject to God's mind and not to human mind.
Okay, I'm seeing. I'll have to do some reading. Gotta get. What was that book you mentioned? The first book you mentioned.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I highly recommend, and I know you can get one on the cheap, even free on archive.org, is called The Martyr's Mirror.
The Martyr's Mirror, yeah. I've heard of it, also on my to read list.
You definitely won't regret it. It's cool. It's laid out in sections. You don't have to read it straight through. You can just find an interesting story and read just that one story. It's a big book, but a lot of people buy them and then don't read it or even touch it. It's like one of those things that people just like to have on the shelf to commemorate their religious heritage. So I know you can find like a cheap copy if you want one for the shelf used for like $15.
Cool.
But James, thanks for coming and chatting with us. When I first started this channel, I kind of envisioned having more conversations with like level-headed people that just wanted to dialogue, and it turned out that everybody just wanted to argue, and that's fine too. But just know from the atheist viewpoint, we do appreciate conversations like this where you can just have a dialogue with somebody who's trying to be reasonable.
Well, no, I mean, I'm humbled you'd say that. Appreciate that. Obligated to say the line. Go to church, specifically an Orthodox church. You guys might like it. But it's been a pleasure. You guys have been great. Appreciate all the information you guys have given. I'll do some reading my own. And I'll maybe I stumbled across you guys kind of by accident across my YouTube feed, but
I'm live 3 nights a week. You're welcome to come back anytime. You read something new, or you find a good argument for God. You're like, oh, maybe this will be a good argument. Bring it. We'll discuss it.
Cool. You guys are well read. Thank you. Have a good one.
Cheers, bud. Thanks. Skepticus, I had a situation when I was young, maybe a little bit younger than this fella, when I was still doing like light apologetics. And it changed my opinion on atheists really quick. I'm 1 million years old, and this is when you had to go into like chat rooms on the internet to bug people. And I went into this forum on evolution, and I just dropped a whole bunch of bullshit on how evolution wasn't real and yada, yada, yada. And you could tell I came in heated. And then I checked the next day, and all the responses from atheists were well-informed and kind. I was like, oh, these people aren't that bad. I was like, I was the asshole here.
That's really cool. It's funny because I literally dropped a video this morning about this bro chat who wanted to take me to task about evolution, and I did this whole thing. But I'd like to think that I'm sometimes that guy who gave you the polite responses. Although I have to say, for me personally, one of the most insufferable flavors of Christian is the creationist. And I say this because, I spent 40 years as a Christian. I mean, for various times in my life, I was certainly much more devout at certain times than others. Sometimes I was really trying to be a Christian guy. But from the time I was raised in a household, my mother is still a devout Christian, but we never even questioned the idea that dinosaurs existed or that they existed millions of years ago. I mean, you would have been laughed. I mean, my mother is a very devout Christian, but you would have been laughed out of my house to be talking that bullshit up in for her face, So it is to me, it's very akin to trying to talk to flat earthers. So on one level, if I were to have a flat earther in front of me, I'd like to say that maybe I could have a not rude as hell conversation with them, but also it's hard because they're not even coming from you don't have to totally believe everything that scientists spew, okay? You can be skeptical.
Yeah.
But to just assume that it's all this conspiracy of Satan and the elitist scientists, and I got no time for it.
I get it. I'm I'll apologize to the audience now. Everyone, not a lot of people here like to do the flat earth conversations or the conspiracy theory conversations. I gotta be honest, I fucking love them. I the amount of time I spend watching conspiracy and flat earth videos just to be like, no fucking way people believe that is unreal. But I purposely don't do like flat earth debates on my channel because I know my audience will rebel against me. So just no, audience, I love you, and I'm purposely harnessing my own internal desires to keep you happy. But maybe one day I'll do just a special flat earth day, and we'll see what happens.
Well, I didn't come up with this analogy. You've probably heard it before. What I always say, this to some extent applies to apologists, but it certainly applies specifically to creationists, is that, it's one thing to try to have fun tearing into them, but if you think you're getting any headway, the problem is the old analogy is it's like playing chess with a pigeon. You can checkmate them 5 times in a row. They will still knock over all the pieces, shit on the board, and then strut around like they won.
True.
They'll tell everyone that they owned you, that they taught you, how stupid you were, even though you refuted literally every single thing that they said. And then they will just literally sometimes in the same conversation come back to the same arguments that you've already refuted.
Yeah.
I've watched, Planet Peterson, and he'll have the guy, one of the old canards is, well, there's no transitional fossils for humans. I mean, they'll say it about any species. And Planet Peterson always pulls up the image that shows like 10 different skulls from Homo habilis up to Homo sapiens. And he's like, yeah, in theory, there's probably a few transitional ones that we haven't found in here, but we have this clear lineage. But they'll still say, but you don't have the transitional fossils. It's like, okay, I literally, not me, but he can be like, I literally put the picture on screen. You can Google it. You can find it yourself. And they'll still tell you that you don't know what you're talking about.
It's
still
true.
Tell you there are no transitional fossils.
There is a powerful argument in the Flurf community and in like the dinosaur and bone community, which is nuh-uh. I don't know if you've heard of this one.
Yeah.
So friends, I'm going to read through some super chats. Everyone who knows my channel knows like the last hour is dedicated to super chats. If you have questions for Skepticus, you're more than welcome to throw them into the super chats. While I'm doing this, please, I implore you, go to the description of the video and follow Skepticus's channel. He's been making quite a few videos, and I already told you when he came in, I didn't know he was coming today, but I've been following him for some time, so I was pleased to have him.
Oh, I didn't know he had, so thank you.
Oh yeah. In fact, I was literally just watching one of your videos. I hate to say it. Don't get any dirty thoughts, people, in the comments. I was literally just watching one of your videos when I was in the shower the other day because I watch videos while I don't do shower thoughts. I just watch videos in the shower. Yeah. All right. So anyways, drop him a follow. I promise you it'd be worth it. I'm going to read some super chats. Skepticus, you're more than welcome to hang out with me or to go about your business. This usually takes about an hour because our community is awesome and we enjoy engaging with the community.
I don't know if I'll do the full hour, but I'll definitely hang out for a little while longer.
Fair enough.
I'm having fun, so
it's a good time.
How accommodating you've been to me. It's really cool.
Inglaba says, still waiting for a book about prophecies, no pressure. Actually, so it's funny. I am working on it, I promise. This late winter, I have to admit, I haven't been able to work on it as much as possible. And you know what? Some people will understand, but you have to blame Carnage Asada. And that's all I can tell you about that. Sean, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, bring on the mumble clowns. Oh yeah, the Philbro types, they're coming. Well, you know what? They were mostly tolerable tonight. Josh says, I recorded a praise song to Doug. Email it to you, okay? Absolutely, Josh. In fact, I've heard a couple of them, and they're enjoyable. If you've got a song or a ditty for Doug, more than welcome to send it to my email address, or just email me a link to it. Like if you've uploaded it on YouTube, you can upload it, and I'll get it there. Bacon and Bush says apologies for bad grammar. No worries, Bacon and Bush. As long as it's readable, I can typically catch what you're saying. No worries there. I'm never a grammar Nazi unless it's a Christian crying in the comments, and then just for fun, I'll fuck around with them. I'm like, you need an apostrophe there, guy. Although I fuck up too. I posted a video like yesterday where I accidentally in the thumbnail did gets with an apostrophe and I didn't catch it. I was like, well, fuck, I'm the idiot now. So this is what it is. Lee says Philbro bot has short circuited. I know, and you know what? That was the first time I caught a Philbro in that exact argument. I've been waiting to do it for a while. So it was like, I was like so excited. I had one in my snares and he had no idea what to do with it. Hank says, this guy is effing you. Give him the 2 minutes. You know what? The Philbro, it's hard to know if he's fucking around or if he's that dumb, but I think he was that dumb. But I did give somebody their own speech tonight. And GP, good to see you. Wait. Let me burden shift. And that is the goal. And Skepticus should know this by now. The goal of all precept arguments is I will never defend my view. I will only attack your view. And then mine is true by default. Yeah. Roy, thank you for the $1 super thanks. And Scott Duke, thank you for the $2 super. This is yet another harm of religion. Can't admit 7 is not equal to 3. And I appreciate you using mathematical operators that us programmers recognize.
Yes.
Big W. Isn't it crazy? We've talked to a lot of apologists on this channel. The amount of apologists that can't tell me if 3 and 7 are the same number is a wild amount. Adam says, is that box wine you're drinking? If so, high five. It's actually not box wine. I actually don't know what it was.
Okay,
that being said,
I know they're referring to you, but earlier tonight I was polishing off my very high class bottle.
Yeah, baby.
Home Moscato, because Skepticus is a classy dude.
Listen, I like almost all wines, and I was like, I can't be the only one. A lot of sweet wines are really easy to drink because it's almost like juice. And I read a study, it's got to be 20 years. Someone did like this blind taste test with different wines. And what they determined is that no matter what you tell a person about the price of the wine, if they know it's expensive, they're going to say they like it more. If they don't know the price of the wine, they almost always like the cheap wine more, unless they have like formal training in wine drinking or they have a rich background in it. Almost everybody just likes that cheap shit on the shelf. So no shame in liking what literally everybody else likes. Chris said, I will buy wine at Dollar General. I don't care. If it's good, it's good.
Or $2 Chuck.
Oh, hell yeah. I drank some $2 Chuck, baby. Chris says, the callers scream context until they realize what it says. Then poof, it becomes spiritual. Chris, this is like no truthier truth has ever been spoken. In fact, when I was in Bible college and seminary, the first thing they teach you in hermeneutics, the number one thing is context is king. The first thing they teach you in New Testament studies is, hey, remember that context we taught you in hermeneutics class? You can throw that shit out the window. We need to talk about midrash now, baby. So yeah, it's all spiritual. Dr. Fudge,
Just as a quick note, I mentioned earlier that like kind of my flagship series, if you will, is I call it God-Free Bible Study, where I'm literally reading the whole damn thing. I mean, obviously it's going to take me a long time to get through the Bible, but I started in Genesis. We're working through Judges now. The only thing I don't read on screen is like the lineages, and I'll even say on screen, I'll say this is the part we're skipping. If you really want to read this lineage or whatever, feel free to pull it up. But my point in all that is to say, of course, I still get comments from the apologist bros, sometimes on my videos, like, you're taking this out of context. I'm like, I literally read the entire thing in front of you. Now, you don't have to agree with my take on it, but to tell me I took it out of context when I sat there on screen and read the whole damn thing, like, what the hell, man?
Yeah, and they do the same thing to Joel. You've probably seen Joel reads Bible. Like one of the reasons why he does what he does is like, I'm going to read every last word of it, and they'll never be able to accuse me of taking out of context. And speaking of other creators, Cyber, welcome in. They do that same shit to Cyber. They're like, well, Cyber, the context. Motherfucker grew up Orthodox Jewish. He knows the context of the Hebrew Bible.
Yes. And yeah, it's wild how that happens. But I did just want to come up just real fast that you and I messaged earlier. I just want to let your chat, because this community, your community, has been instrumental in this. I finally hit 10K followers here on TikTok. And chat, I just wanted to give you an extremely heartfelt thank you for that. You all were instrumental in that. So thank you from the bottom of my heart.
We love it for you. And 10K on TikTok is a big milestone. I don't know if you've checked your account yet, but there will be some programs that you're now eligible for that you weren't eligible for before. I think it'll help out a lot.
Yes. And I get paid Friday. I'm going to start going live on my phone until I can get funds saved up for a better computer. So I'm going to be ordering a better stand for my phone. But planning on starting my lives next week. So
can't wait. Excited for it. Friends, make sure you're following Cyber Deconstruction. He's been pounding the pavement here on the debate scene for a while. He disappeared for a while because he hated us, also because he got married. But he's back, and here he is.
And follow my YouTube channel as well. Same name, Cyber Deconstruction. Go give that a follow as well. So, but I'm gonna hop down. But Justin, thank you so much for helping me achieve this.
Absolutely, buddy. You know I got your back. Let me know if you need anything, okay?
Yeah, will do.
Cheers. W Cyber. It's really cool. One of the things I like about the debate community is there's a lot of people who know shit that I don't know, which is great because you get like you could do a tag team. Sometimes someone brings something up and you're like, oh, I didn't fucking know about that. I got to write that shit down. So it's one of those things where we always do better when we're learning from each other. No person can be an island of knowledge. But Dr. Fudge, I'm a little bit concerned, says you painted something and now you're a believer. And I understand you're going to need to take a couple of deep breaths. I went into the woods the other day and saw some trees and nearly started believing in God. So this too shall pass, my friend. It just takes a little bit of time to get over those feelings. And Pixel Booty says this guy has to be fucking trolling. And unfortunately, Pixel, when you first start debating, it's difficult to know who's trolling and who's not. You do eventually figure it out. And I personally don't think any of these people were trolls tonight. I get that they sound dumb enough that they feel like they are, but and also a fucking amazing question from the channel land says, quick non-God question, Fanic or ABB. And motherfucker, if you put an ABB robot into your factory or your process, you will grow to regret that shit. That fucking Swiss-made robot you will not be able to get service. They will fucking leave you high and dry once you buy that thing and install it. You'll never get manuals in proper English. That being said, if you are really knowledgeable on ABB robots and you'll never need service from the company, fucking put in an ABB robot. They're not bad robots, to be fair. They're pretty well engineered. If I'm going to give them some credit, they were pioneers in the field. They were there early, along with GMF Fanic. That being said, if you want a robot that is consistent, meaning the control almost never changes. If you've used one, you've used them all. If you want a robot that is cheap and the parts are cheap to replace, if you want a robot that is easy to service with lots of documentation on how to service it and cheap service from the manufacturer that is American based. We have American service bases here in the States that can get you somebody on the ready. Get a fucking Fanic robot. That's why they're the market leader. They still own like 65% of the robot market. It's unbelievable. And it's because they're fucking awesome. I spent my entire life doing automation. I will never, as far as I can tell, I will never say a bad thing about Fanic Robotics. That being said, If you like an American-based robot that is technically built with your, Asian parts, you can get a Moto Man robot that's mostly Yaskawa parts, but they're American-based. They've got locations all throughout the U.S. You'll get some service with them. But that being said, if you don't have actual engineers on your team who really know robots, you're going to be reliant on the company to service them for you. And you need to buy a robot that is easily serviced and cheap to service. In fact, Fanuc Robotics still charges less per hour to send somebody to your factory than most fucking integrators installing these things. So there's a good reason why people buy one Fanuc and then a second Fanuc and then a third, is because they fucking work, they're cheap, they're easy to repair, and their customer service is the best. That being said, if you don't care about those things, buy whatever works for you. Do what your heart desires, my friends. And Birdkeeper Mikey says, here's a $2 donation for CTE medical development. And we're gonna need some for Tam Van Tam. I forget his name now.
Yeah.
What do you remember what his name was? Tam Van? Is that it?
Van Tam, wasn't it? Yeah, Van Tam. Yeah.
He was wild. I mean, they're annoying to talk to, but they're funny when you listen to them back. But Jeradim says, Johan, could you please list the requirements for the Messiah for me? Yes, there are some basic requirements. One, got to be an actual king sitting on the actual throne. Two, got to bring all of the Hebrews back to the land and reunite the north and the south. 3, they need to reinstitute the Levitical laws, and that means 4, also need to have an actual temple in place for all those laws to be carried out. And then I would even add, after that, you would see the world go to nonviolence. For example, the animals in the end times, according to Isaiah in Micah chapter 4, won't even prey on each other anymore. Nations won't learn of war anymore, it says. So world peace would be the last requirement. And when all that happens, I'm happy to say that there's a Messiah. John Sadler, thank you for your donation, friend. And Lee Russell, thank you for yours, says his Babel had a start and an end. Checkmate, atheist. That's true. That's true. Very fair point. All right, I'll hang it up after this live stream. Karen, good to see you, says, what if the universe did have a beginning? You'd sure be wrong then. Checkmate, Johan. Fuck, I didn't think about that.
That guy he could not conceive of anything that was not on a linear, time frame, like cause and effect. I mean, everything had to somehow terminate the endless regression. Like, he could not conceive of anything else.
Yeah, it's really weird how every time they have an excuse for why infinite regression can't exist, every one of them seems to be a category error. Like, listen, if I said to you, hey, if this magnet, I gotta hold it, a magnet, if this magnet is completely round, then there's no corners on it. Yeah, that's the fucking point. Yeah. So if I said, well, this can't exist because there's a corner on it, well, now I'm making category error. Well, if it had a corner, it wouldn't be completely round, right? So, like, when you describe infinity, which in time has no beginning or end, and the minute you ask, well, from the beginning of this thing with no beginning, it's over. You've made a category error. You cannot say from the beginning of something with no beginning. It doesn't exist.
Anyway. And I don't want to sound like holier than thou or arrogant either, because, I mean, I'm not a mathematician or a scientist or anything like that. Some of this stuff is fucking hard to mentally even try to get your head around, because our brains did not evolve to even conceive of infinities, infinite regressions, etc. But as soon as, I remember he was in the middle of one of his diatribes, and I'm like, I just know he thinks there is no such thing as a larger infinity. He thinks all infinities are the same. Like, okay, he doesn't even know what we're talking about.
Yeah. In fact, when it comes to mathematical infinities, I'm like, you know what? Like, even I'm like, listen, I survived math begrudgingly. I don't even want, if I barely survived these math classes, I know most of these interlocutors aren't ready to even engage in that kind of stuff. But it's a very good point. In fact, I think Dr. Blitz and Ian bring this up from time to time talking about infinities. I would be intrigued to dig more into that, mathematically speaking. I haven't done math since college, like real math. But it's a fun topic. Clever Moniker says boxing headgear actually leads to more concussions. Are you serious? I didn't know that.
I believe that's true. So along those same lines, boxing gloves lead to a lot more concussions. So back in the days when they used to do bare knuckle brawling, which on some level, of course, bare knuckle brawling was brutal, as you'd imagine, but on other levels, it's, and I don't have like a link to give you or something, to try to verify it for you on the fly. But I was just watching a video from one of the science, content creators, literally like a week ago, and he was explaining, he was explaining why bare knuckle boxing was in many respects safer. Now, of course, when it wasn't safer, it went catastrophically wrong. So there was like no middle ground.
It's interesting. I just checked real quick some of the reasons why people believe this is true, and it makes sense. In fact, I had the same complaints with football helmets. It says the headgear doesn't stop brain acceleration. That's true. That's where concussions come from. It's not from the impact, it's from the acceleration or from the stopping. And then it says it provides a larger target area, obviously. Reduced peripheral vision, which is certainly true. So you might not be able to get out of the way. And then it also says a false sense of safety. Some boxers fight more aggressively when wearing protective gear. They're not protecting their heads. And then it doesn't reduce the speed of the punches. And this was my complaint with football, because once you put that helmet on, people feel indestructible and they'll charge at you with their fucking head.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, no, your brain's still in there sloshing around. You can't do that. That makes a lot of sense. I didn't realize that. Okay. New information downloaded. DIF owner says infinite regress is demonstrated every time you point a video camera at its own monitor. True. Yeah. Although I had a question about that, and fucking forgive me, I'm sorry I have to stir the pot. Would the infinite regress of like a mirror against a mirror break down at once it gets reduced to the size of a single photon?
I don't know. I mean, I guess it would. I mean, the other way to look at it is that, because I actually saw a video on this like 6 months ago where this idiot was trying to claim like somehow this disproved something about physics, because I know it was Neil deGrasse Tyson was debunking this, and Neil deGrasse Tyson was explaining that, yes, in the mirror, in the virtual space of the mirror, you lose photon density, you lose brightness and light intensity as the virtual distance goes back. So my point in that is to say, even if it doesn't get down to one photon, it gets essentially dimmer and dimmer.
Right. Okay.
As the virtual space inside that regress gets farther and farther, what it's representing.
Sure. Also, big thank you to Mark Ballman for $250 on Cash App. Huge fucking W for Mark. Thank you so much, Mark Ballman, for your continued support for my channel. And also from Grimlock, thank you so much for the $10 over Cash App. Thank you for supporting not just my channel, all the channels in this space I've seen you supporting. Big W for supporting the community and myself specifically. And John Sadler says, if God is dad, he owes wild child support. Yeah. Neglectful? I mean, dude went out for diapers and disappeared. Tired of Liars says, I'm becoming convinced that you are a super AI that someone loaded the Bible into and told you tell the truth. Here's the deal. Like, I understand that my brain is weird and there's a lot of shit that I don't know. Like, in order to memorize all the shit that I studied in the Bible and my extracurricular reading, I had to forgo like decades of pop culture and knowing how to interact with people and like trying to not be weird. So like, just know that it's not that I'm special or smart. It's just that I have a very selective memory, whereas there's a lot of people that are really more well-rounded. You know what I mean? I just happen to be hyper focused on one specific area. So
you want to know something really weird that's happened to me in this regard? And I've said this earlier, but I'll say it again. I'm not trying to present myself as Justin here. I don't do Hebrew. I'm not a biblical scholar. I'm just a layperson. Okay. So I don't want anyone to think I'm trying to like measure up here. But Since I read the Bible 3 times before I ever started the channel, but now since I'm doing it on camera, and it's like now it's really getting in my brain. I don't have 1% of your knowledge of the Bible, but here's the funny thing that's happened. I will see in some other venue some reference to a verse, and even if it's a verse that I haven't covered yet, like in Godfrey Bible Study, I'll look at it, and a lot of times I'll go, "That ain't right." Like I can tell. Like they've misquoted it, like even if it's something I haven't read in a while, like something about it and then I'll go look it up, and sure enough, like either they're using a really jacked up, they're using the old King James version, the original King to try to prove a point, or they're taking it ridiculously out of context or something like that, or sometimes they just literally misquoted it blatantly. And I'm just like, I'm getting this weird spidey sense around it, and I told my wife, I'm like, I don't know if this is a good thing, I don't know if this was, I shouldn't have this, even this, embryonic knowledge of the Bible. It's kind of weird.
So, yeah, like when you're reading it, and then you're writing notes on it,
Yes.
and then you're talking about it, then you end up hitting like all the 3 memory checkpoints. You've read it with your eyes, you've written it down with greatly improved memory, and then it came out of your mouth to talk to others about it. All these greatly reinforce, and remember, when it comes out of your mouth, a lot of times you remember what you were doing when it happened. Like a lot of the stuff I remember it so well because like I read it, I had to do exegesis on it, and then I had to fucking write sermons on it, and then I preach sermons on it. So it's like it's just ingrained in your memory because you're just ruminating on the content, and when you do it over and over again, it gets stuck in there. You can't do anything about it. It's just there. You know what I mean?
And also when you go through that process, like you said, those 3 different aspects of doing it on screen and everything, I've also found, like I said, I read the Bible 3 times front to back before I ever started this channel. But I was a Christian then. The last time I read it was more than like 10 years ago. And even the 3rd time I read it, like I still was reading it as a Christian. I was kind of skimming through stuff and like, Now, of course, I knew the Bible was problematic before I started the series. But now, sometimes literally just simple sentences don't make sense. Like there's contradictions sometimes in the sentence, like this why did they even write it? And I know sometimes there's valid reasons, like if you know the Hebrew or something, like, okay, this is why but other times it's like, couldn't they get a fucking editor? Can God not afford an editor? Like, did no one proofread this? And I know the answer is no, they didn't. So
Right. I get it. Yeah. Hey, John says plagues are just divine software updates, and you know what? Fucking maybe. Yeah.
That's brutal.
God was like, "Listen, we got to change some shit down here. Let's see what this does." Or it's kind of like what we might refer to as destruction before reconstruction, where you have to like tear a wing down off of the building before you put a new one up. I don't know. AMJ says 1 + 1 in binary is 10, not 3. I think it depends on what you mean by 1 + 1. Like if we're just doing the binary registers, then 1 next to the next one would be 3.
Right.
Now, if you're saying 1 + 1, like an actual binary 1 plus another actual binary 1 would still just be 2. If you want to represent 1 in binary, then if you want to represent the number 2, meaning 1 + 1 mathematically represented in binary, then yes, it would be 0 and then 1. Gotcha. There. That's not how I was using it, but AMJ, I'm with you. I know exactly what you're saying. I'm working the other way around, not the direction you're working, and that's fine. That's why math is fun. Liv DeField says, loving gods don't invent erectile dysfunction. You know what? This is a fucking good argument. Be fruitful, multiply. Also, fucking penis doesn't work. Just saying. It seems like a contradiction. And Con School, hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, was Joshua just Moses' servant / assistant, according to Exodus 33 and Joshua 1:1, or one of the leaders, princes of the tribes sent to spy on Canaan, Numbers 13:16 and 14:6. So it is both. So was he one of the spies? I don't recall him being numbered among the spies. Not that he couldn't be,
Well, but they're saying we're one of the leaders or princes of the tribes that were sent to spy.
I don't think so. I don't believe Joshua was a leader of a specific tribe. As far as I'm aware, he was the sidekick that replaced Moses. And you'll find the replacement in Deuteronomy 31. You'll find it in the book of Joshua too. It describes the replacement. It's not clear that he was a tribal leader prior to being a replacement for Moses, but it's clear that he was replaced. So it says, when Moses had finished speaking all these words to Israel, he said to them, I am now 120 years old. I am no longer able to get about. And the Lord has told me, you shall not cross over this Jordan. The Lord God himself will cross over before you. He blah, 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 blah. Okay, Joshua also will cross over before you, as the Lord promised. The Lord will do to them as he did to Sihon and Og, the kings of the Amorites, and to their land, blah, 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 blah. Moses summoned Joshua and said to him in sight of all Israel, be strong and be strong and bold, for you are the one who will go with this people into the land that the Lord has sworn to their ancestors to give them, and you will put them in possession of it. It is the Lord who goes before you, so on and so forth. So the successor of Moses is Joshua. The prophecy in Deuteronomy 18 is about Joshua, certainly not about Jesus. And Shagtha, thank you for your donation, friend. Damonite Pop. I'm sure I said that wrong.
Dynamite poop.
Oh, fuck. Dynamite Poop. I missed an O. Thank you. Dynamite Poop. Thank you. It says, the creatures that control some of us, without our knowledge, are sociopathic religious cult members. Rock hard for Doug. That might be true. You know, interesting. I'm curious. I wonder if somebody ever, I'm sure they didn't, ever did like a psychological evaluation of religious leaders and did a Venn diagram with people that exhibit traits of sociopathy. There's got to be a crossover between the two, right?
Absolutely.
And Jay Bonotube, I think for the super chat, says, in response to V, I always wonder what Vantam, I think you're right. What was that name? I always wonder what these people do for a living. Thinks he is brilliant, but has an IQ of dead lettuce. I bet he is Muslim. Typical style. I sensed for a minute that he was Muslim, but he seemed really insistent that he didn't believe in the Bible God. And most Muslims I know will say that they believe in the Bible God, but the Bible's wrong about the God. So I didn't want to push him too hard on it. And he was already out of his mind enough that I'm like, do we really need to bog the argument down in the Muslim debate today? To be fair, I know he was crazy, but I thought it was a fun conversation. I was having a good time. I get from the audience it might be hard to listen to, though.
Although one of my favorite trolls, I have to admit, is just to tell Christians who are bitching about Muslims, like, you have the same God, right? No, we don't. Yeah. No, we don't. If you don't believe in the Trinity, it's not the same God. It's like, it's the God of Abraham, dude.
It is, it's funny too, because like, and this is the last thing I'll say about this. The Muslims will say, like, when you talk about Aisha's age, they'll be like, well, Rebecca was 3 when she married Isaac. Well, she wasn't, obviously, when you actually look at the passage. But you're like, wait a minute. Are you trying to say, because you believe in the same God, are you trying to say that it's okay to marry 3-year-olds now? Is that the new position?
Yeah, when that's your justification.
You're like, I don't think you made it better. I mean, and that argument only works against Christians, like, and Jews, not against atheists. Well, I'm sorry, I meant to read that one. Reverend Nate, hey, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, Darth's tales are so bad, they gave DZ stank face. Yeah, Darth Mark, they were so bad. You know what? He was trying, and I think he was sincere. I just don't think he was grabbing the situation. And Chodicus Maximus, thank you for the super chat, says, callers should be careful. People who talk publicly about their dream tend not to do well in the U.S. Oh, yeah. Or actually in fucking ancient Israel, they get sold to the Egyptians as slaves. So you gotta be careful with that shit. Also, Raw Responda, hey, thanks for the super chat, says, how does precognition exist with simulation theory? If the simulation is actively running, how can a portion of the simulation have foreknowledge? Rocker for Doug. I don't know. I suspect, like, if you're a programmer, you could program certain characters to get knowledge prior to the events. Like, you could program that in. If you're like, I don't know, if you're programming in a storyboard fashion. But like in a simulation, like the theory with simulation is typically that everything is on, like everything is making its own decisions. There's not like a controller that's like dictating what's happening. If that's the case, if there's like
being a programmer myself, and you know, from what I have experienced with, you know, playing around with simulations and even writing some of my own and such, this is one thing I actually like to talk about with Christians sometimes, because they want to believe that their God is all the omnis, you know, the Neoplatonic ideal. But if you, it's not unreasonable, even though I don't believe in God, obviously, it's not unreasonable to say, you know, if God is the creator of the simulation, that doesn't imply that he can or will actually change the simulation while it's running. You know, so I think, even though I'm not making this as an argument for God or, you know, anything like that, I can see an argument that says, which I guess is a deistic argument that says, hey, he created all the variables, hit the go button, you know, he typed npm start or something, and now it's running.
yeah.
But under that model, if you would accept that, then the simulation itself couldn't have knowledge of what happens through each iteration of the simulation.
Well, that's the only way to make sense of it too, because if you're suggesting that there are people controlling stuff down here, then either there's a shit ton of them and they've got like game controllers and they're fucking around with us, or the person who invented the simulation, if it's just one person, is got to be like omniscient and can do this with many thousands of entities at once, which doesn't make any sense that a super evolved being would be omniscient and apparently some level of omnipotent. It is a weird thing to
It
think.
also kind of violates what a simulation is. I mean, I guess there's, you know, an endless number of reasons why you, in theory, could run a simulation, but usually you don't run a simulation because you want to manually control all the pieces of it at every single possible instant. You run the simulation because you don't want to have to control it all, and then you want to see something about how it turns out.
That's a good point. Yeah, fair point. Simulations are not games. I think the believers are going to have to decide if it's a simulation or if it's a game, because they're definitely not the same. Chodicus with another one says, Chodicus is Razor. My clients are all liars, especially the religious ones. And you know what? I'm with you on that one. You told me about your profession, if I remember correctly. And you're right. All of your clients are liars. But to be fair, so is most of your opposition. So you're going to have some of that in the legal field. And Percy, thank you for the super chat, says he was on a project with a coworker. Unbelievable. I know. It was. Who could have guessed?
It was the least impressive precog I've ever heard about.
Who the fuck could have guessed? It is fun. Like, you know, when I first started streaming, I didn't ask people to tell me their experiences because I'm like, I just don't care. They're not relevant. But the more I've heard of them, even though I don't ask for them, the more I'm like, that was it. That was the experience. Okay, that was crazy. But here we are. C123 says, already have PIA, so here's a few bucks instead of using your link. Well, thank you, C123. Also, I don't know when your subscription expires, but you're more than welcome to re-sign up using the 83% discount. If I remember correctly, the discount is for like the first 4 months, if I remember correctly, which is a pretty good discount for 4 months when you re-up your service. Nevertheless, I did test it, by the way. I've got it on my computer. I run it when I stream. So like, I know it's pretty good at keeping up. I haven't tested it on a 4K stream, but I did do like the Ookla speed test on it. And it seems to have plenty enough bandwidth to stream in 4K. So that's dope. And it makes it so people can't get into my shit, which, if you guys remember, not that long ago, Ian had a hacker in his. And so that's when Ian and Blitz and I were all like, we fucking need VPNs, y'all. Live to Field says, what do you need to keep from doing ads? Well, that's a... I would have to give you too much information to do that. But what I can tell you is to get rid of all of the mid-rolls on the playbacks. It's roughly what private internet access was paying me to run the ad on those videos. So I said, you know what? I'm a man of the people. I could literally just do both. I could do mid-rolls and do private internet access commercials and get double the money. I said, fuck no. I would much rather have an enjoyable rewatch because, to be honest, the more people watch my stream, the more followers I get. So I said, if I can do one commercial in the middle and that makes up as much revenue as all my mid-rolls, why wouldn't it? It makes the content more watchable. I love it. So that being said, I can't tell you how much they're paying me, but what I can tell you, it's roughly equivalent to what I would make if I was running mid-rolls on my playbacks. Hunter Girl says, I feel like Justin has to be younger than me, which makes him a millennial. Another great show. I like the co-host too. Listen, we all like the co-host, at least you should. And Hunter Girl, I don't know how old you are. I look younger because I'm on screen and you can't see my real age, but I'm an elder millennial. I'm right before Gen Z and millennials transitioned. In fact, I think some people would refer to us as Xenials. Isn't that what they call it? Where you're like almost Gen X, but you're actually a millennial. If I had to guess, Skepticus is probably Gen X, right?
I am a very fetching 52.
Fucking A, all right, Gen X. I love Gen X. Most of my siblings are all Gen Xers. And you know what? They don't fuck around. They just get stuff done. They don't complain. And, they're just really independent. Dr. Joe, good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says right and wrong are not semantically eclipsing with good and evil. Disobedience is not inherently one or the other. And this is actually a good point, Dr. Joe, because like theoretically, there are lots of cases where disobedience would be good. Or even lying, right? Like if I lied to save Anne Frank in the middle of what was happening in the Holocaust, that would be a good thing. Sometimes disobedience is good. In fact, that's why there have been people lately that said, listen, people in the military, disobeying lawful orders is okay, or disobeying unlawful orders is okay to do. Because sometimes the right thing to do to reduce harm is, in fact, to be disobedient. And that's my view on it.
Technically speaking, it's not just okay. Depending upon the nature of, if you truly receive an unlawful order, you are at least officially required to not follow it. Now, I do understand that in the heat of a contentious wartime situation, not following an order can be very tough to actually, come through on. But
right.
Technically speaking, it's not even an option.
Well, fuck, I didn't know that. But you were ex-military, right?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't. I wasn't career or anything, but I was in the Air Force. And when you were in the service, like even when you're in basic training, I don't know if everyone knows this, but you get classes. Not a ton of them, of course, but they sit you down and they teach you, even in the midst of being told all day what to do. We're going through basic and everything, and you're just constantly getting orders. But they teach you of these scenarios where what an unlawful order is in you can receive every punishment in theory, everything up to and including execution.
Oh, damn. Okay. That's serious. All right. Okay.
Like if you go into an enemy village, but it's all civilians, and your captain tells you just shoot everyone, and you do it, you could be executed. Now, I'm not saying
Fair
that
enough.
it would happen that way, but
Okay. Good accountability. Hey, Roy, thank you for the $5 super thanks. And Sonic Shroom with us tonight says good and bad. Good and bad for what outcome? There we go. Now you're talking my language. You guys know me. I'm mostly a utilitarian. I think good and bad for me is gauged on like typically the repercussions of the behavior. Like we just said, sometimes lying gets you to actually the correct outcome. But I do understand there seems to be a slippery slope too, because sometimes you don't know what the outcome's going to be. And so you kind of have to use your best judgment. And then you might get stuck in like, well, the ends justifies the meaning like you can do horrible things because you think you're going to have a really good outcome in the end. I think that's fucking dangerous too. I don't think you should be doing horrible things just because you think it might lead to something better. That's tricky. But
that's true. But like in these kind of online discussions, especially when we're talking about religion and morality and such, so many times the discussion unfortunately gets collapsed to an overly simplistic idea of good or bad. But in reality, I would argue that there's very few decisions that you make in your life that are just, even if it's really good and it's the right thing to do, there's a lot of times that will still cause some kind of harm to someone, even if it's minor harm. And then you have to make all of those trade-offs, and it flattens the issue, and it makes it overly comically simplistic to just say, let's talk about good and bad. I mean, it's fine for theoretical discussions, but it's usually pointless in terms of real life scenarios.
Indeed. Hey, Grimmy, thank you for the $5 super chat. I could have sworn there was no example that state biblical angels had genitalia. Were they not sexless creations to begin with? So I actually don't think so. So in the Bible, we learn that they eat, they drink, they stand, they walk. In fact, Satan in Job he describes himself as walking on the earth. God himself walks. In the Psalms, they talk about the manna that fell from heaven, and it literally describes the manna as the food of the angels, meaning that's what they're eating up in heaven. So you got to remember, in the Hebrew Bible period, they envisioned the heavens and the heavenly bodies, the host, as it said in the English Bibles. These were entities that had lives much like us. They were just they had a more pure existence made out of a finer substance and had magical powers, but they still needed food, they still needed drink, and they probably had genitalia, which is why in Genesis 6 it says that the angels essentially were lusting after the women. Well, that wouldn't have happened unless they had some chemicals or something in there, some physical body that causes lust, that would have drove them to come down to the earth and boink the women. It doesn't make sense that they would just manifest as humans and then be like, oh, now that I'm a human, I'm fucking really attracted to these women. No, they lusted first and then they came down according to the narrative. So it seems to be that the angels, the heavenly beings, they have existences much like us.
But is there any canon, explicit or implicit, that actually states that they are on any level mortal? Like, can they die? I mean, I'm sure you could always argue God could unalive them, but other than that, is there any other reason to believe that they would die?
A little bit. So there's one psalm. Let me put it on the board here. Psalm 82 seems to suggest that the entities could die. So God's really upset with the lesser deities in Psalm 82. So according to ancient tradition, there were 70 nations, and each nation got a god to overwatch it and administer justice. And Yahweh is like, yo, you ain't doing the thing, right? So it says in Psalm 82, God has taken his place in the divine council. In the midst of the gods, he holds judgment. How long will you judge unjustly? So he basically dresses them down. And then in verse 6, he's had enough. He says, I say, you are gods, children of the Most High, all of you. Nevertheless, you shall die like mortals and fall like any prince. So,
but is that addressed to the other gods in the pantheon or the angels, or are we just saying it's kind of all the same thing?
It's addressed to the other gods. Now, the other gods are in fact angels. So in the Hebrew Bible, the B'nai Elohim make up the divine council. And when we get the Greek Septuagint, they translated sons of God, B'nai Elohim, they translated that as angelos, which just means angels. So the reason why we think there's a difference between angels and heavenly beings is only because when the Greek Septuagint was made, they tried to make some kind of a distinction there, and then that carried over into the New Testament. But traditionally speaking, in the Hebrew Bible, all of the angels were actually lesser gods. Yeah. Grimmy with a follow-up, thank you, friend, says, having to exist in a world with religion and its institutions are torment to me. Actually, that's fair. If there's a hell, it seems that we're already in it, and it's created by the religious. And Design says, Yahweh, you used your free will to worship Vishnu. Caller, but there was a gun to my head. Oh, fair point.
Yeah.
Fair point. if coercion is okay, it should be okay in both directions, I would imagine. Tess, beautiful bird, thank you for the 666, says, you are wonderful. Thank you for all you do. Well, Tess, you're wonderful. Thank you for supporting the channel. As I often say, y'all, this channel can't exist without the community. Without the community here supporting and sharing and liking and watching and super chatting the live stream, I can't do the work that I engage in. So thank you to the community for making all this possible. And Adam, great to see you, friend, says, I wanted to buy When Gods Were Men, by Esther Mori, but why are scholarly works so expensive? Any affordable books you recommend? Keep cooking. Jeff Johannes. Well, thank you. I agree. When Gods Were Men is very expensive because it's a niche scholarly work by Esther Hamori that started out, as I understand, as a dissertation. There are other books on this. You could start probably with Mark Smith. Mark Smith wrote a couple volumes. One is called Where the Gods Are. I think it's a really good look on this particular topic. You can also do, let me think. I like Klaus Westermann's work, but I understand that it's lengthy. You'll spend a lot of time going through it to get to the relevant information. You may also want to check into, let's see, who would be, well, there's a lot of them actually. There's a couple basic books too I've got behind me that are really cheap and accessible you might like. All right, these are all really interesting that do some background in this particular topic of like whether or not like the gods were man-like, like what did the ancient Canaanites actually believe? For like a very brief look on the culture, I really enjoyed this really short work by a professor, Jonathan Tubbs, just called The Canaanites. Really cool book. If I remember correctly, he was a professor in Oklahoma. Anyways, it's called Peoples of the Past, Canaanites by Jonathan Tubb. Also, in the same vein, by a well-known Canadian scholar, K.L. Null, Canaan and Israel in Antiquity. You'll get some flavor for their belief system in here, but kind of in glancing. And then you can even do this one. It'll be more expensive and a little more scholarly of a read. It's called The Making of Israel, Cultural Diversity in the Southern Levant and the Formation of Ethnic Identity in Deuteronomy specifically. So more of a Judean sense. And then lastly, you might want to check out something like John Day's book, Yahweh and the Gods and Goddesses of Canaan. In fact, anything by John Day or Cyrus Gordon, any of those people would be really good references for this particular topic. But anyways, you're more than welcome to ask about this on our deconstruction cheat sheet. I've got a resources tab where we add books like this to the list. I will be adding more to it for people who just want resources on particular topics. Josh Rood, thank you for your donation, friend. And Konami Relic, amazing name. The average salary of a clown in 2026 is around $65,000 a year. Crazy how these theists keep coming up here to do it for free. Unfucking believable. The chat's got jokes. Reverend Nate with another one says, Sling Blade must have been an inspiring movie for Jared. Yeah. I'm confused about Jared. You've seen Jared. Have you seen Jared around on the apologist front yet?
No.
I'm confused what's keeping him in the game. He's never had anything but a very poor performance, and I don't know why he keeps doing it to himself. Weird.
But is he like normally doing the debate stuff, or he's just like normally doing like video essays, or what?
He's just bouncing around on TikTok trying to debate atheists, and it all goes as poorly as ours did.
Yeah, some people have bizarre inspirations.
Yeah, it's weird to me. You'd think if you get beat over the head enough times, you're like, I don't think I want to do this anymore, but it is what it is. Foxy, hey, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says mustard-based barbecue is superior to mesquite barbecue, and here's the thing: I do like them both, but if you tell me that it's spicy mustard based barbecue, I'm on board. But if it's not spicy, I got to go with mesquite. I don't know. That's just me. What do you think, Skepticus?
I am a fool for anything as spicy as possible. So
Yep.
I go to the Thai restaurant a few blocks from my house, and I always tell them make it as hot as you can do it. So anything spice is good.
We're on board there in violent agreement. And what Shawanj says, everyone knows GD isn't real. They just fill gaps. Actually, we tried at the end to kind of reverse the argument and just try to do the same thing back to him, but it was clearly over his head, which is, you have those days. Maybe I just need to block Jared. Chodicus says, mustard is proof Satan exists. Oh, Chodicus. That's heartbreaking.
That's not nice. That ain't cool.
To be fair, if you've never had good mustard, I can see why you would think that. That yellow stuff that comes in the French's bottle or the Kraft Heinz version,
horrible.
That's trash.
As a kid, I spent a few years living, because my dad was in the army, and I spent a few years living in Germany. And Germans, they have 1,000 different mustards, and they're all, almost all of them are amazing. So I definitely learned to appreciate mustard there.
I'm with you. If it's either stone ground or it's spicy mustard, I'm on board. If it's both of those two things, I want a bunch of it. Yeah. Orin, thank you for the super chat. Another weigh in on the mustard debate. Mustard colored messages for Jared's broken brain. Rock hard for Doug. Simply wet for Sharon. Gay for Justin. And all the rest of the hashtags. Salutations, atheists. Well, thank you, Orin. Definitely appreciate that. I didn't realize we would start a great mustard debate today, but we might have to do a couple polls to sort this out and see what the actual situation is. I did take a poll on DZ Debates, and here's the thing. The poll was spicy mustard is the only true mustard, and it's nearly tied. I've got 49% of the people saying yes and 51% saying no, which means spicy mustard fans are letting me down tonight. It is heartbreaking that there are so many people who don't like spicy mustard.
I think the Christian trolls are the ones voting against the spicy mustard.
That might be it. And you know what? The reason why it's so fantastic mustard itself is because it's stone ground. It's approved by Doug. So there's no good reason not to get a good quality stone ground mustard in your refrigerator. Or if it's really good, you don't even have to refrigerate it. But Chris, thank you for the super chat. Says, is tonight batshit crazy lunatic night? And I got to be honest, it was a weird one, but we have seen some weirder ones. Weirdness, I suppose, is relative. The average Joe, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, the atheist can't have morals argument, or the atheists actually believe in God argument, is the rhetorical equivalent of playing a game of chess where your opponent decides he can move your piece. Fucking great analogy, actually. I've heard a couple.
It makes me laugh because it's so demonstrably empirically wrong. And you could use 1,000 different examples for this, but what I always talk about is, I guess you think that Japan is the most morally abject society in the world. And I bring this up because they're one of the most atheistic countries.
That's a good point.
And, I'm not saying that Japan is the perfect country or anything, but I'm saying most people would not think of Japan as being this, wanton wasteland of moral debauchery. But I guess, that's what you would have to conclude if atheists can't have morals, because there's a huge percentage, much larger in Japan than in other countries, of atheists.
But that's a good point, because when they point towards atheists who have done bad things, they only point towards one or two examples from the past, but they don't point to all the actually decent examples. For example, modern examples like Japan, and gotta be honest, I mean, China's going to be there eventually too. China's going to be roughly a first world nation, just like the rest of the West. So it's going to be difficult for them to get around this notion that somehow Christianity produces a better society, especially when we're fucking starting unprovoked wars around the world. Crazy. Anyways, G Peg, thank you for the additional super chat, friend, says EO, Eastern Orthodox, starts off conversation immediately shifting question back to Johann. Color me shocked. That's all they have, guys. These ortho bros, these phil bros, all they have is burden shifting. They will never defend their own religion. And I realize some people get mad at me that I even entertain the conversation, but I don't mind taking on the burden. If you bring your God concept to me, I will tell you why your God concept is stupid. And I'll also tell you, Jesus, titty, effing Christ, that your cat is gorgeous, beautiful kitty in the PFP. Says I always laugh twice at my own jokes to make up for Justin never laughing once. Fair. In the debate, I do get a little stone-faced. I'm like the opposite of Joel and Mezzo. Like I'm so locked in on the argumentation that I forget to have fun sometimes. But what are you gonna do? Chris says everyone knows Doug exists. Obviously, Jared was just denying Doug's existence, even though he knows it. He's suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. And good question. Great to see you tonight. Says, do you agree that even the most staunch Orthodox Jews today believe in temporary purification and not in actual hell, eternal punishment? So my understanding is that most Jews, a lot of them, don't even believe in hell. And I've talked to a couple of people on this. I've talked to Rabbi Tovia. I've talked to others. And like, it seems to be that most of the Jews don't even believe in the hell concept, like as it shows up in the New Testament. They might believe in a period of purgation. That does seem to exist in some Judaism. And even there's some Talmudic passages that talk about being in permanent hell. But there's also some passages that talk about annihilation. And on top of that, there's also Talmudic passages that talk about temporary hell. So there's some discussion in the Talmud about being in hell for only a maximum of 12 months. Now, there's some disagreement. Do you get annihilated at the end of 12 months, or do you get freed after 12 months? But nevertheless, just like the Bible, there's not like a unified perspective in the Talmud for hell. But what I know from talking to Jews and reading the literature is that they don't think that you're going to hell just because you believed the wrong thing. You go to hell because you're deeply evil and immoral, like you've done horrible things.
Person.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, in Christianity, you can be a great person and still burn in hell.
Yeah. Well, that's the hook, right? That's why. That's like that. The hook for Christianity is it doesn't matter if you're a decent person. That's not good enough. You also have to be convinced of this sky carcass.
Yeah.
Deep Burrito, thank you for the $10 super chat, says pile on the charcoal. It's so hot. You know what? I'm curious. I've had some curiosities about hell. If there's flame in hell, if there's heat and fire and smoke, it can't be actual flames because there's no oxygen down there, right, for it to burn. So like the best you can hope for is what, like magma? There's some hot magma down there. But they're, yeah.
I mean, if you really wanted to get into the weeds too, like, is the doctrine that you don't get to hell until God has reformed your body? Because if it's just your soul, does your soul have a nervous system?
No,
does it have
it can't.
pain receptors? Like I actually got it. And this is the sad part of being a content creator on YouTube, because I was literally sitting around the other day thinking about this, which says very sad things about me. I was like, how does the soul even see?
It can't. It's not possible.
It has no eyes, like it has no sensory organs. How can it hear? Like it's so sad that I'm sitting around thinking about this stuff.
Yep, 100%. Actually, well, it's not sad. I've had the same thoughts. Like even if you just ignore the soul conversation and ask about like a god, no reason why a god would be able to see without physical apparatus. Like seeing is the act of taking photons in and receiving them and turning them into an image. If you don't have photon receptors, you can't see anything. C&, hey, thank you for the super chat, says, as a lover of the Boondock Saints, it's not a bad movie. I watched it many ages ago. I'm not letting bro slide for just saying symbology. It's symbolism. God apparently didn't bless him with vocab. Well, that is the case. I fuck it up too. You guys probably catch it sometimes where I say words wrong, and you guys are pretty gracious to me, so I appreciate that. But when you're in the heat of discussion, it's easy to say something wrong. But I'll let that slide. Symbolism and symbology are different. Pork ramen, delicious flavor of ramen, by the way, but I'm not eating pork anymore. USSR government demanded treating Stalin like a messiah. Is that really? They actually They did that shit? I didn't know that. I need to look more into that.
I mean, the Soviet Union, like so many other extremist regimes, did have kind of a, like they venerated these people. They venerated Lenin, they venerated Stalin, but I would not go so far as to say that they literally demanded treating him as a messiah. I think that's erroneous.
Yeah, I'm curious what I don't know what if they did demographic studies back then, but let me check. I did look up one. It looks like based on this study that about 50 to 70% of the Soviet population still identified as Christian, mostly in the Russian Orthodox Church, even during Stalin's reign. So it seems to be that Stalin, his religious viewpoint really wasn't all that relevant. But
I mean, from what I understand about this, and I'm no expert on it, but it's my understanding that the official government, of the USSR was very much. It was hard to ascend to power and to be in the favored class in the USSR if you were overtly and vehemently religious. But that doesn't mean that they hauled you off to Siberia just because they caught you going to church.
Yeah, 100%. I do know. I would like to read another rabbit trail. If anyone knows a really good book on firsthand documentation about life in the gulags, let me know. I am looking to catch up on reading some of that. I've read some books and watched some videos on generally like what life was like, but I want to see some firsthand accounts. Those are my favorite. What I really love is reading testimony from people that were actually there about what they experienced. But Adele, my friend, says The Martyr's Mirror, that bloody stage. You got it. That's the original name. The original name of The Martyr's Mirror is called The Bloody Theater or The Bloody Stage. And it was too graphic of a name. It didn't really fit into the family Christian bookshelf, and they had to change it to The Martyr's Mirror. But yeah, I'm glad you remembered that, Adele. Dustframe says, thank you for being the only American streamer that I watch that streams late enough that I can catch live. Australian time zones stuck. Gay for Johan. Well, thank you, Dusk. It's funny because in the summer, I do have to do some earlier streams because my schedule changes, but it works out really well because Blitz streams in the morning, Ian streams in the afternoon, and then I stream at night. So we're not fighting for the same eyeballs. So it works out pretty well. And I only stream 3 nights a week on my own channel because it seems you don't need fucking 4 nights or 5 nights a week with my face on the screen. So it does create some really good openings for other creators on Tuesday and Thursday to get out there and do stuff. Also, fucking people are the creators are always welcome to collaborate with me. I'm more than happy to collaborate with anybody in the space. Good question. Says Stalin has Orthodox church icons. Future saint. Wait, you're telling me there are Orthodox church icons that include Stalin? This is wild. I need to look in this. Okay.
Yeah. That's interesting.
I need to look more into this. I mean, I'm not shocked. Stalin was a maniac, but I need to check into this one. Gretchen, my friend, thank you for the additional super chat. Says you and Blitz should switch streams on April Fool's Day. He can do the Bible busting and you can fight flirfs and you can back each other up. I'd be so happy. This would be fun. I've been debating on what I do want to do for April Fools, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a live stream pretending that I've been converted to woo-woo mysticism and tell all the Christians and the Muslims that the universe is God and we're all part of a lower density, all kinds of bullshit. I don't know yet. Are you doing anything for April Fools?
No.
Okay. You're smarter than me.
At some point, I probably will, but I want to be very careful in that regard because so many other, whether it's news outlets or content creators or people on social media, 90% of the April Fool's stuff I hate because it's they think they're doing some great joke and all they're just doing is kind of confusing people and pissing them off. So I want to make sure I do the right note.
Fair enough. It's a fair idea, though, Gretchen. We did do some discussion about if we're going to do something. Happy just as I am, we're happy for you. I would like to hear your complete reasoning for why there is no God. The apologists always wuss out before the conclusion. Well, the reason, there's a couple reasons, by the way. But the biggest reason for me is, one, there's no evidence. I think you should believe in things that have evidence. Like, for example, if I said, can you definitively prove that there's no tooth fairy? No, you probably can't. But until there's evidence supplied, there's no good reason to believe in a tooth fairy. Now, most God concepts, too, are like they're logically absurd or they defy physics. So, like, a God outside of space and time defies everything we know about physics and probably even philosophy. That being said, like if we talk about a creation event, well, it just appears from all the science I know that there's no good reason to believe that there was once not a universe, right? So if you can't get something from nothing and we have something, it just stands to reason that there was never nothing. And it seems like there are fundamental particles in the universe that don't die and can't be created. Case in point, a particle that seems to be eternal is the electron. We've got all kinds of stuff like, listen, if electrons are eternal and we've got these other fundamental particles that seem to be eternal, it just seems to be that the evidence is leading us to conclude that they've always existed, or at least that something gave rise to them that always existed, like some sort of a quantum state, which is not a real, not real. I mean, it's not a problematic viewpoint. There's a lot of real scientists that believe in a prior quantum state. That being said, we've got DESI data now indicating that the expansion rate of the universe is not universally accelerating. It's actually the acceleration rate is decreasing, which means if it continues to decrease the acceleration, eventually it'll just reverse course and gravity will suck it in. Now I realize there's some people out there who heard me just say that the acceleration rate is decreasing, and what you think I just said is that the expansion is decreasing, and that's not what I said. What I said is the rate of acceleration is not increasing, it's decreasing. So it's like I'm going 90 miles an hour 1 minute, and now I'm going, it'd be like meters per second squared or miles per hour squared, whatever. The acceleration rate is different than the expansion rate. They're two different things. But anyways, Sam, aka Shmuley, says, first thought, you said tantric robotics. Did I say tantrics? Oh, fuck.
That's funny and disturbing at the same time.
I love feeding words sometimes into like an AI image generator just to see what it would do. I would love to see what it does with tantric robotics. I'm just going to say, make an image from the phrase tantric robotics. I just want to see what it thinks that means. I mean, who knows? We'll find out in a minute, though. Bacon at Bush, my friend, thank you for the $10 super. It says, I saw a woman naked daily for nearly 30 years. I saw God. I got divorced recently, and I saw the devil. I'm pretty sure I was probably mostly kind of maybe flawless, except, oops, word count. Oh, yeah, except that one thing. Well, I know this. Having been alive for some time and been in a number of relationships, relationships sometimes fail because of one person and sometimes fails because of two people. And I think it's important to recognize that sometimes it's probably more likely, to be honest, that it's two people as opposed to one person that did the failing. But trust me, I totally have seen relationships that have entirely ended because of one person. That's just, we've all seen that, right? But I do believe you're perfect. I'll just mark that down, that perfect humans do exist. And also, here seems to be the image. I can copy. How do I download this image? And let's see, download.
I can confirm that all of my exes will tell you that it was all their fault.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So remember, if you've got an ex that talks really bad about all of their exes, the reality is it might be that they're the problem and you'll be the next ex that's the problem. here's what I got for tantric robotics. It just seems to be somebody doing meditations in a vaguely robotic humanoid form. Not quite as interesting as I thought it would be. Oh well. Friends, we only got like 8 more super chats and we'll be out of here. Ammon, thank you for the super chat. Says, if Yahweh was defeated with iron chariots, what good would he be against modern aircraft and drones? That's why Armageddon has never happened. The timeline was off. He didn't realize that tanks exist. And the minute we got the modern military weapons, he was like, fuck it, I'm out. So, to be fair,
God need an army at all?
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Like, listen, especially if you read the Hebrew Bible, like God's army goes to fight on his behalf, but why? Like, couldn't God just click his fingers?
Drama in the end of Deuteronomy, where the Jebusites, the Gadites, and the half tribe of Manasseh are saying, we don't want to go into the Holy Land because we found great land that we want to settle in on the other side of the Jordan. And Moses was it reads as though he's kind of pissed off about it, because he's like, no, you have to keep fighting with us. And I'm like, if God's on your side, you should be able to send one old lady out there with a spoon.
Yeah.
You know? Or for that matter, he keeps braying about how he's going to drive everyone out before they even get there. But then they have to keep bringing their own soldiers. Like, what's the point of that?
Well, it's interesting too, because like, you remember there's stories in the Hebrew Bible, like in Judges, where like God is like, okay, I'm going to whittle your giant army down. There's like 30,000 men or some nonsense.
With Gideon, he whittles it down to 300.
Yeah, and then God's like, okay, here's 300 people, go fuck them up, and the angel of the Lord is there, right? Or like in 2 Samuel 24, the angel of the Lord single-handedly murders 70,000 Israelites. If God can do all that, he doesn't need armies, he doesn't need fighting, like he could just dispatch the angel of the Lord and be done with it.
Gideon also basically demands 3 times in a row to receive signs from away. And what does Yahweh do? Does Yahweh tell him, how dare you? No, he complies. He complies and gives him the signs that he wants.
Yep. Hey, Kayak It, thank you for the super chat, says, hey all, ever watch The God Who Wasn't There? It was helped me deconstructing. Love the show. Rock out for Doug. I haven't seen it. Actually, now I'm kind of curious to know what it's about. Give me a second to check it out. It's called The God Who Wasn't There. Well, I mean, yeah.
I feel like I watch that show every day of my life, but I don't think that's what you're referring to.
So it looks like it came out in 2005. It's got pretty good marks. But like, here's the thing, Skepticus said this. A number of friends in the atheist space have said this. Like, the gods do make promises. They ask you to pray for things. They tell you they'll do things. And like, you spend 30, 40 years trying to hold God to the promises, and when they don't come true, wouldn't you be correct in thinking like, oh, well, this motherfucker's not real. That's why nothing happens.
I mean, what's the definition of insanity, right?
Exactly. Yep. Also from Anna Stevens, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. And Birdkeeper Mikey back again. Thank you so much. Says, so I'm a supervisor in the military. There's definitely good things taught in the military that aren't religiously charged. For religion, though, some people, that's a big reason they joined, unfortunately. I actually sensed that myself. That there's probably a decent number of people that literally believe that like they're God's soldiers, and the messaging from the White House has been that they've been using Bible verses in their messaging, claiming that like you're doing God's work by joining the military. So like, I get it, Raw Responda, hey, thank you for the additional super chat. It says, also, big thanks for introducing us to Skepticus this stream. Really enjoyed him as a co-host and excited to check out his YouTube channel. And you really should. He's got a ton of content, too. It's not like he just showed up today. Skepticus has got like 400 videos or something, right?
It's like 250, but yeah, I mean, okay. It's a lot. I have to say, I have to admit, I've pulled up my dashboard a couple times, and I mean, kudos to your viewers, because I've gotten a ton of subscriptions tonight. So thank you very much. It's very awesome. I really appreciate it.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Friends, make sure you're dropping a follow. There's a link in the description of the video. And Garbage Gaming, great to see you tonight, my friend. Says Deathless was on no way. Deathless Light was on Joel's live stream last night around 3:20 mark. Joel's humor is like kryptonite to him. Very satisfying. Okay, I'm writing it down right now. I'm gonna go back and watch that tonight. Hold on. Deathless Light on Joel's. And that you said it was last live stream, so today is the 17th, so maybe March 16, and I'm gonna write down 3:20 mark. Okay, thank you for that. You guys, I love Joel's live stream. I wish that we had collabed more. We're gonna get around to it, Joel and Mezzo and I. But Deathless Light is an absolute cartoon character. I love that he's making the rounds and just making a fool out of himself everywhere he goes. Blind Limey, my friend, great to see you. Jamie says 2 eye coins for the Boatman spooky noises. I do need some spooky noises for the soundboard, don't I? Jamie, I hope you're doing well, buddy. Good to see you. And Two Hand Dan, glad to hear you got 2 of them, my friend, says only Verts would go spicy, whores rule, Verts drool, rock hard for Greg? Who's G? Rock hard for I think that might be a typo. Thank you though for the $20 super chat, friend. And here's the thing. I think spicy food's where it's at. If you don't like spicy food, I assume that you're with Yahweh. Like you can't even handle being around yeast. Yahweh's got some problems. And I just think he can't handle the spice, which is why he sends everybody to hell that he doesn't like. So, Two Hand Dan, I love you, but I'm concerned about your situation right now. It seems like you might be in cahoots with Yahweh.
I know pork, I'm delicious.
It is true, bacon and bush. Pork is delicious. And that's one of the reasons why you knew that some of these ancient religions were bullshit, because, like, no good reason to dislike pork other than weird superstition. Although, I would say this, the Egyptians actually have 2 texts that give explanations for why they didn't eat pork, and they're phenomenal. Way more informative than what the Jews left us. The Duncan, Idaho Gula, good to see you again, my friend, says, tell me about it afterwards, please. LOL, rock hard for Doug. The Gulag Archipelago, an experiment in literary investigation by Alexander Solzhenitsyn. That's a tough one. Let me check that out, though. I wonder if I can get that on Amazon, right? Let's see. Thank you for the information, by the way. I'm really interested in this period of history. Archipelago. That's a crazy word. Okay. There's a Wikipedia page dedicated to it, and it looks like it is on Amazon as well. It looks like it's a book. Fucking A. And there's a hardcover edition. Looks like, okay, all right. A used hardcover edition. I love buying used books. All right, cool. It's way cheaper. Actually, it's not way cheaper. Interesting. Wait, why is one version? Hold on. You can buy it new in the latest print for $77, or I can buy a used hardcover for $23. Well, I know what's going to happen there. Used hardcover to the rescue. Thank you for that information. And Bacon and Bush coming in again says, I'm working on a god that even the most ardent atheists like me can believe in for cosplay. I'd be interested in knowing the model. Come in and let me know what the model is. Maybe I'll cosplay it. And Clever Moniker says, Stone Ground Mustard for the win, you son of a bitch. Word. It's so good. Listen, I get it. Not everyone likes mustard, but if you're going to do mustard, I can't see a reason not to do a good, like, stone ground mustard from a good quality manufacturer that didn't fill that shit with vinegar. And Midlife Crisis, man, good to see you tonight. Says, so happy to hear mustard being discussed as a bra-y condiment. You know it. We're going to barbecue with mustard here. Midlife Crisis, man. And last super chat from Clever Moniker says, because Doug, checkmate, very intellectual. But you know what? That is very intellectual, and you got me. In fact, I need to start using that on some of these Jesus believers. Your God's not real because Doug proved me wrong. And I don't think they're going to be able to do that. So Who's live right now that we can go send some people to? Give me a second, and I'm going to see who, in fact, is live. And maybe we can find someone. Is Thinker live? She's got to be live. It's Monday, right? She is. All right. We're going to send everybody over to Thinker's place real quick. And for those who don't know Thinker, you're about to find out. Thinker is a good friend of mine. Actually, Thinker is... fuck, I can't tell you. Never mind. You'll find out soon. And nevertheless, Thinker is live on TikTok and on YouTube right now. On TikTok, her channel is @ngrowth. On YouTube, it's Think Beyond Dogma. And the actual handle is Think Beyond Dogma. Her name is Archthinker or Think Beyond Dogma. But she and I have been in the deconstruction space on TikTok and YouTube for a long time. Highly recommend her. Super smart, knows the Bible very well. Currently taking Hebrew classes actually with Dr. Josh Bowen. So she's learning Hebrew right now. She's just really, really cool. I can't say enough good things about her. So let's go all raid over on the YouTube stream and on the TikTok stream. Tell her Skepticus and Justin sent you. And we'll see you again soon. Skepticus, thank you so much for dropping in and hanging out with me. I really appreciated stopping by.
Thank you. I really appreciate the hospitality, and it's been a lot of fun. So I'm looking forward to doing something again in the future.
Absolutely will. Send me an email after this, and we'll trade contacts.
Definitely will. Yep.
All right. See you, friends.
Thanks.